Yeah, and then so these things we're just looking at just from the basis of a trade and what's happened since, it's been since Monday. Right?
Yeah.
So in the last 48 hours, like you said, it seemed like it's been about a month and a half.
Yeah.
But it's only been 48 hours. And if you look at a name like MEG, it's one of the larger energy plays. But the reason we thought it was interesting was because of the fact that so much of their business is derived from the U.S. in sending oil and gas product to the U.S. And again, Monday, it dipped down to 23.20. Doesn't sound like a big number, but it's up to 24.2 today. So making $1 on a large cap Canadian oil and gas name within 48 hours is a big move. Traded as low as 22 on the year, up to 32. So depending on which way you think this is going to go, if you take the Brendan school of thought that nothing's going to happen, maybe we move back into the 30s. If we take the U.S. school of thought that everything's going to happen, there's a dip below back where we are getting close to that. We're 10% off the 52-week lows. So just names like that, just do your homework and then literally flip your coin on which way you think this is going to go and invest accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone has one or a few of these in a portfolio in their investments currently, we woke up on Monday and I noticed an Enbridge was down huge, banks were down huge on this. So a lot of people are saying, wait, should I be adjusting here a little bit?
Yeah, and then these are the opportunities because they have traded lower on this whatever potential thing might come. So you see some of these names. Again, it's a 10 or 15% delta. Doesn't sound like a lot if you're swinging on small cap names, but on large cap names, if you can pick up a 10 or 15% delta in the matter of a couple of days, depending on which way the news flow goes, those are great opportunities.
All right, Athabasca, talk about that one a little here.
Same thing, big U.S. exposure. Traded up to 494 back last night, got up to 490. 494, but traded as low as 407 on Monday. So again, if you look at the fact that you could have made a 27% swing, depending on which way you viewed what was going to happen with the U.S., you could pick up a quick 20%. And again, will that move back up into the 520s where it was on its 52-week high? Will it go back down to as low as $4 on its 52-week low?
So many of these charts, and this is what I was talking about, so many of these charts have this giant gap in them now.
Yeah.
There we go. So a huge gap down 2 days ago, and now we're right back to, as we were saying, basically as you were.
Let's send it out to the audience. Come up with a name for the Monday gap. We'll just forever call that, the whatever
reversal.
Name you give it. We'll just use that again from now on. Anytime I come on, we'll just call it that name.
The other angle here, which you and I were discussing before we came on, I mean, Suncor is going to be more or less the same. The other angle here, which you made a good point, was you go into the gas station to fill up your car, you're paying 25% more for the price of gas. Chances of you running into the store to pick up gum or, as you said, a Red Bull, that type of discretionary spending is going to be lessened, if not out the window entirely. Yeah, there's
the general oil and gas ones that we talked about, but there's these fine-tuned little details that you could pick up, like an Element and Couche-Tard. So Couche-Tard generates 65% of their revenue from the U.S. And they own, for our friends in the U.S. and Canada, they own the convenience stores that are associated to gas stations in a lot of places. And again, to your point now, if gas goes from $4 to $4.20 a gallon, you've just spent an extra $6-7 at the pump. Are you going to go run in and buy a Red Bull, a pack of gum, whatever that is? So those revenues that were kind of discretionary, Neil's on his way home, his wife said, you forgot milk. Yeah, I'll pick it up I'm getting gas, I might as well. Now you might say, well, I'll pick it up, not... I don't know if your wife gets the milk or you do. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Sorry to air your dirty laundry. It's that point. Will you then go somewhere else to save $1 or $2 because you just spent a lot? So Couche-Tard is a name that is very heavily U.S. skewed because of where the revenue comes from and just literally touch point to gas.
On that note, if we are looking at maybe cheaper alternatives, a Dollar Tree, a dollar type store, regardless of what they are, could be a benefit here?
Yeah, so again, same thing is, like we talked about with inflation and interest rates, when those things come into play, people do look for slightly more affordable alternatives. Like if you look at the Loblaw group of companies, people might not shop at Loblaws, they might go to No Frills or Superstore because they are the discounted, they are the discounted elements of that. So they have companies like that have different ways to offset that. Mm-hmm. And then you look at a Dollarama. Dollarama's stock has $138 as low as 98 up to 150. So that's a name that can kind of fight those inflationary pressures. But now you add in a second element of tariffs and how that's going to work, because a lot of the goods do come from the U.S., do come from Mexico, do come from China. And if all of them are fighting over tariffs and tariffing each other, how is that going to now affect your widget that you're buying at the dollar store from a cost point of view. So will your $1.50 toothpaste might go to $1.60, $1.75? Again, how will those numbers come in addition to consumer discretionary?
I mean, let's be honest, Dollarama is kind of
$9 Rama?
$4 at least at this point. But yeah, this is another one.
Couple of dollar Rama?
Yeah, there's another one with that huge, weird-looking, ugly gap down candle on Monday. But
right.
I mean, it's interesting from the retail side of things. Touch on maybe just mining in general here across the board. I think there's a lot still up in the air. I mean, we gave that lumber example going back 2 days ago, but I mean, there's so many other things that can fall into that.
Yeah, every element. Again, you look at just China. I got an email from a client yesterday night saying, "Are you looking at tungsten assets for a couple of transactions?" And I said, "Yeah, we are." He said, "Oh, well, China just announced they're not going to allow tungsten to go out because they're ticked off with everybody, and they're going to keep certain materials there." Yeah. The U.S. wants to start now, like you said, drill, baby, drill, and create a place where they can get their own access to reserves. And so how will all those fine-tuned things play out? BC just announced they're going to, and BC never does this, they just announced that they're going to fast-track a bunch of permits for mining and energy. I think it was a total of 14 that they're going to fast-track because they want all of these things to come into production, both on the oil and gas side and on the metals mining side. And permits and environmentals are typically the thing that always holds things up. And now we're going to need copper, zinc, lithium, uranium, tungsten. All of those things are going to be of importance both for Canada to use itself, but for, again, Canadian listed stocks that have assets in Ghana, as an example, in Siberia, wherever you want to look. This is a mining hub. So which countries will decide to play nice because they need materials from each other? That's going to be a really interesting thing to see. If the U.S. decides to tariff the EU, what are they going to do? Are they going to get, again, insular? Are they going to look at keeping their mining product inside and not have it available to others going forward?
I mean, as we said, it's one of those things that's changing by the hour almost, and will most likely continue to change by the hour as we head towards this.
Yeah, 720 hours, 694 hours left.
And is that going to be enough? We don't know. So it's one of those things that's very, very liquid and will continue to be over the coming weeks. We appreciate you coming in today. You had a somber day yesterday, and wanted to give a shout out to a few people here.
Yeah, I'm an Ismaili Muslim, and the spiritual leader of the Ismaili community, His Highness the Prince Aga Khan, passed away yesterday at the age of 88. So it was a very somber day for the Ismaili community, as well as for the global community. He's been our spiritual leader since 1957, so 68 in his 68th year of this role, and he's led the Ismaili community to where we are now. So some people might know who our community is. Helped shepherd us into Canada, as an example. We're in 35 different countries. And he's led such a global exploration for us as a community and helped shepherd us into all these different places. The Aga Khan Development Network, one of the largest philanthropic organizations around. Again, footprint here in Canada is big. He's got the Global Center for Pluralism, the Aga Khan Museum, the Ismaili centers that have been established here, and in a number of countries. So it was a very sad day. But it was a celebration of his life as well, for all the things that he's done for the global community, not just for us Ismailis, but for every community that is in need.
We appreciate the insight. As always, Rahim Alani, Managing Director over at OCI. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, thanks as always, Rahim, and great words about the Aga Khan. Much appreciated for sure. And one of the things that I know Brendan was talking about, all those charts, and what happened on the trade war day, I actually don't... Look, I think to really get a feel for it, because we were mentioning this for anybody that was at Real Trading, or it didn't have to be Real Trading, but primarily, because I know a lot of people trade Toronto in here. What we actually saw at the open on that day, like this is Enbridge, and this is real. When things were gapped down and there was a tariff on Canada, the Canada tariff, this is Enbridge, which is a big, massive energy company here in Toronto. It's dual listed. But that is open, and that is the move up. It was very real, all of these moves. And you saw some of the banks do the same thing. And I think we kind of slept on this. Like, here's Royal Bank. That's real. That's it opening. That's it just immediately just running $5. To the upside. And the next time we see something like that, I mean, you might see us talk about Toronto, because I have never seen, and it's not just Enbridge and Royal Bank. I could have pulled up a wealth of other stocks here in Toronto that all had similar looks. Enbridge is the one that stood out. And it was just unbelievable, the opportunities. I know we bounced in the U.S. markets as well, but it was an unbelievable rally at the open of panic on the gap down and everyone market buy, and there was just nobody on the offer if you get a chance to ever get in, and those were opening prints all the way down there. So you got to be able to you always want to be willing to move into any market that's going to give you an opportunity. Here at Real Trading, we can trade Toronto same as we trade anything else. There's liquidity on these names as well. It just hadn't seen anything like that. Next time we gap down like that, got to pay a little more attention.
Yeah, I was able to get filled on some of those, so that was actually pretty good. Yeah, but just looking here, talking about some imports and exports, the name that right now is on a lot of traders' minds is, as I see the chat here, Tesla down 1.3%, double what the market is down as well. So 388 right there as a top. We'll see if it comes back in. That is going to be on today's sticky note for Tesla. Watch out, 389, the 200 period moving average. We'll see if it can, last above 390 here today. But it does look like we do have a continuation move here for Tesla. Nice move into the close yesterday, or else it would have been, a lot worse. I mean, you did have that push. I mean, we talked about it, breaking through 400 there, tried to get back up again, and then there's that little whoosh down, and then again right now. So it still actually looks pretty strong if we can get something down here around that same level that we keep on talking about, 85s, 83s, decent long opportunities. But for now, as long as we're underneath 390, I still like the short, especially as I'm going to be writing right now on the note. As long as there's pressure on the NASDAQ, which it seems to be above you up and above the 50 period. So right now, I think some of this pressure is coming off. I mean, we'll have to wait to see 25 minutes now until we open and 20 minutes until the imbalances. So yeah, it looks like right now the NASDAQ's doing okay off of some early morning numbers.
SMCI is moving here.
SMCI's
ramped up full production of NVIDIA Blackwell rack scale solutions with NVIDIA HGX B200 is the headline. SMCI up 3%. They did that update thing where you're gonna get some data next week on the 11th. They didn't call it earnings, but you're gonna get the results. So there it is, ramping full production of NVIDIA Blackwell rack scale solutions. NVIDIA HGX B200 up 3%. Pretty solid move for them. This is a stock that had been didn't really do a heck of a lot yesterday, but now you're actually into that zone. This is where they faded it last time at 30.50. So SMCI going to be in play? Wow, there's just so much to look at, including the futures.
There always is.
Brief.
60.63, that's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. We ended up defending that 6,000 point level, dropping to about 60.20. Overnight, the overnight high 60.53, so we're already using that 50-point level as resistance. If we continue to whiffle and waffle, we'll use that 60.20 overnight low as support and 60.53 as resistance. If we break through that, then we're going to look for 6.50 as support and then possibly 6.63 as resistance.
We'll just start calling this the Michael Noss. He was the one that I think initially said.
All right, guys, let's have a look. Brendo, get that watch list every day sent right to your inbox.
I was just saying we should just start calling this range the Michael Noss range. He was the one that coined that the third year of a bull market was typically choppy back and forth and playing out just like that. All right, let's go. Ton to look at this morning. 7.5% up there for Google right now to the downside. I mean, it was okay, I guess. It wasn't great, but it was okay.
I mean, there was a couple of standouts here. The one that really gets your attention is cloud. They've been taking a lot of market share away from AWS, away from Azure. They've been growing at a faster rate. That stopped yesterday, Brendo. So Google Cloud missed 11.96 billion the street was looking for. They printed 11.96. The street was looking for basically 12.2 billion. So it was a miss there. Revenue beat, net income beat, EPS beat. Everything was good. AI capital expenditures, they're looking about 75 billion in 2025, higher than what the street was looking for. The street was looking for a little bit less than 60 billion. With respect to Waymo expansion, because this is what people have been talking a lot about lately. Now we're looking at Los Angeles, San Francisco, Phoenix. They're going to be launching in Austin and Atlanta. And believe it or not, they're going to go international. Tokyo being spoken about here as a possible destination. And they're teaming up with Uber in certain jurisdictions. Not all, certain ones.
You know what I want?
What?
Toronto. When's that happening? Google's Gemini as well. Get ready. Here comes ads if you're using Gemini right across the board. That was from Sundar on the earnings call as well. So, I mean, one of the things that I think OpenAI has kind of played with but never really opened the door to is the monetization of how they're going to actually make money off of this. So this appears to be something that Google is thinking about at least as well. 190, guys, maybe?
First off, monetize everything. Go ahead and do it. That's what you want to see. As a shareholder, yes, get that money. So for today, look, first things first, if this stock loses the 50-period moving average today, I am probably I'm putting a stink bid. It's not going to the 200-period moving average, but this is one of those like auto 200-period moving average buys. So get that out of the way. But for now, it's all about the 50-period, which sits just above 188. Like you can see the support in here, 187.5, 188, 50 periods down there as well. Like that's where I'm looking for kind of like a dip and rip, find some kind of a bottom on it. It wouldn't actually be SSR until 185.40 or something like that. I don't know. It's just above 185.25, but underneath 185.5. Just do the quick math there. If Google goes down 10%, would I look for an SSR bounce? Yes, that's low-hanging fruit. That could be a 185 even, but I'm looking for dip buys first around that 50-period moving average where we've had support on Alphabet.
Look, for me, I think it was a pretty... I wrote down today on the sticky note here that we'd have to try to be patient with today and that these earnings are giving us a look of negativity, but I'm not sure the market really is. I think we have to be patient. And I'm actually flipping it over and thinking that Google can get a long break. If we break 194 and don't go, you have to get out relatively quickly. I'm almost thinking $1 worth of spot there, but it has to hold 190 there at open. Go over at Trade TV Channel, you can find out those ideas. But if we don't hold this 190 off the open, then it's, as Neil said, you know, how low can we go? And I mean, I don't know where that bottom will be if we do break that because we're underneath everything. So the minute we break that, it's game over. I just don't know. I don't want to say game over. It's just there goes the plan because it's supposed to hold something. It doesn't hold 190, then we're like, okay, where does it hold then? And then we got to sort of go back and see like that wicked bottom is still 190. These are all 190s. These bottom wicks down there is 187.50. So that to me would be sort of that next area of concern. Look, we're up 35% since Thanksgiving. It was a nice move from 160 up to 210. We had talked about it being sort of extended there. It had a nice 5 days maybe right there to the upside. To pull back in, I think it's relatively healthy to pull back into these levels. I looked at the numbers. I mean, what they miss in cloud, they make in YouTube. We talked about YouTube being quite large, but at the same time, cloud's been bad, right? We saw Microsoft downside. You see Amazon on the number yesterday, made a nice move down there for AWS. So it's a very, very crowded.
Clouded works
Wait a
too.
minute, the clouded is crowded? Something like that, we'll figure that out. But it's a crowded area right now in the cloud. And honestly, Google, I'm not in love with it. I'm already sort of full with my Google position in many of these tech names, which is why I'm looking towards more index names that are not named NASDAQ. So for right now, we'll wait at that. I'm just never full enough of Palantir, man. I always want to wish we had some more of that one. But we'll talk about...
It's all
Palantir
GAO.
after this list. GAO. Well, actually, and Google's wrong. I mean, it should be. We could put Alphabet.
Oh, it should have put Alphabet on there.
It's right because we're using symbols, but you know what I mean. Then we could have had all A's there, and then we could have had boo for Uber. But okay, so there it is. I like Google. Oh yeah, so I didn't even tell you my trade actually. Let's go quickly to that one. Go back. I think this break of 194. I like this long rate there. If we can break above, there's the 200-period moving average. It's not going to be really that true. I don't know if I have even 200 data points there, but if I do, then it's fine. But at the end of the day, this 193.50. I would love to see that break through, and then we'll take a 194, then use this area of 193 as our out. So I already have a stop order to go. If it breaks higher, I want to buy 194s. I just don't want to do it at 925. I want to do it either at the open or hopefully build into that break. So yeah, that's my play for Google. I'm not looking short immediately.
Just a heads up for anyone watching. Uber CEO on CNBC currently for UBER. A couple other things. Just hearing February 7th, Canadian-U.S. Economic Summit, which is 2 days from now. So maybe we'll get more details on what's to come. Let's go to AMD here. Downside in a pretty big way as well, pushing 10%. We've already been there on that last little push to the downside. 107.80 trying to hold right now. This, on the other hand, not good. Forecast a problem here for AMD. Data centers, too, with kind of...
That's the thing, Brendo. Yeah. That's the one that stands out here. So revenue was a beat. Earnings per share was a beat. Net income, for whatever reason, was down markedly year over year. They printed $667 million in take-home money, only $428 this time. Q1 2025 outlook, good. They're looking for $7.1 billion. The street was looking for $7 billion. But this is where it kind of gets a little bit dicey. The data center revenue, $3.86, which was a healthy 69% year-over-year growth, but that missed the analyst estimates handily there. They were looking for $4.1 billion. We're looking for that MI300X, which is their response to the H100, to gain more traction with the likes of Meta and Amazon, some of these other hyperscalers. Now, with respect to the other segments, PC and laptop sales under the client, that was good as well. $2.3 billion there, up 58% year over year, but down is gaming, down is embedded chips. Brendo, a bit of a mixed report.
Yeah, whether or not we hold this 10% area, guys, remains to be seen still.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, it could open up and never be.
It's funny because both these names haven't really moved in the pre-market, have they? Really? I mean, Google,
AMD's really
kind of just chilling out.
Like it's a little surprising. We're showing the difference. Well, I guess we'll get to Uber very quickly at the end there. Like the actual volatility and movement in Uber is much more extreme. And when you're gliding down like this, I think just play it gentle. Like 111, look, it was more like 112, but look, it flat bottom broke. So it's a bit of a gap fill. So if we were to bounce a few percentage points, you're still underneath the gap if you get to 111 and 112. And that's the usual look. And when you sit down and it's trading at 109, you think that's a probability. But I want to be looking for the short underneath that 111, maybe even 110. It's going to be a mean revert type of play because it'll probably have broken VWAP. So I think patience is required here. Like it's just not moving, which is weird to me. As far as like what I take an SSR bounce if it's down 10%, I'd probably look more to like 105 or like I don't think 100 gets there today, but I'd probably look more at a 105 level for that on AMD. As far as any long term, I'm respecting this channel until it proves otherwise. You know, it's just that simple. If it breaks out the top of this channel, I think that's the time to look for a long, or it gets to the bottom of the channel, which, as I said earlier, is now $95 as it gets steeper and steeper to the downside.
Look, yesterday, unfortunately, I caught a lot of slack in the chat because I said AMD is probably a problem, and now today it is a problem. And I think that sucks because I would have loved for this space to continue to its upside. But I mean, charts don't lie, and this has been all the way to the downside there. You did have a great chance to break that. It tried it at 125 there. Then all of a sudden, the sellers just came right back for this. I think it's probably overdone to the downside, honestly. I mean, this $100 bounce could be pretty epic if we, I mean, 95, $100. I mean, that would be great. I am, whoops. I closed the chart by accident. All right, that's fine. I'll just open it back up. That's the solution. What I wanted to get at was the only name I said there's basically I want to be buying Broadcom and I want to be buying NVIDIA. I've done the latter. I've bought NVIDIA down there at that 118-ish. I think it was 118. We talked about buying NVIDIA on that DeepSeek day. So whatever that price was, I buy it in Canada on the CDR. But at the end of the day, huge move down for NVIDIA. Now big move back up. So as we keep talking about CapEx, guys, people aren't buying AMD chips. Like when Google says they're doing $75 billion in CapEx, this is where it's going. And you see where else it's going, right? We've talked about AVGO as well. Look at these names, right? Both up 4% here, 2.5% with NVIDIA, and NVIDIA only getting stronger as we speak. So instead of worrying about these dog, you know what names right here like AMD not even moving in the pre-market because the thing about AMD is nobody wants to buy it and it's so bad that it's just so far down that like everybody that sold it might already be full. So I don't like where the buyers and where in the sellers are AMD. Like the AMD shorts are already winning. They could be full. This thing could fall. I don't know who's going to buy it. But at the end of the day, we know who's buying NVIDIA. We know who's buying NVIDIA's products, and all hail, because this one just continues to go north side here. I'm excited for their earnings report, but it's, whoopsies, but it's not until February 26th, I believe, right? Let me just double check that before. Is that confirmed? Okay, so I'm not even going to look it up because sometimes we're pretty good with numbers. So February 26th there, we'll see if this can get back up. But look how beat up NVIDIA is. I still feel like there's some kind of a thing to look at here around 116, 117 for possible bottom there. So yeah, looking pretty healthy over the last couple of days with NVIDIA. Again, I wonder if we just sell these pops, because it's not the greatest environment right now, I feel like, especially with some of these earnings. But
I'm with you, Vic.
If they're behind right now, the ball, then I just do worry. You know, you got a month here until NVIDIA. I guess we'll see what happens.
And more chip names to come. We got ARM tonight. They're actually ARM, Qualcomm actually reports tonight as well. Vic A likes ARM as well, which begins with an A, just like the next one on the list.
Real quick, there's news on BBAI we'll get to in a sec as well. First off, this portion of the show brought to you by Hive Digital Technologies. HIVE, the ticker on the NASDAQ. They're pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining, global leader in cutting-edge data center operations. With 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive constantly tops industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy at Hive Digital Tech, or go to hivedigitaltech.com, sign up for their newsletter. Yeah, BBAI just taking out the highs here. Nice move so far this morning, picking up a DoD contract to prototype geopolitical risk analysis. So Big Bear AI, for anyone not familiar with BBAI. So heads up there. Yeah, let's go to AVGO, another one looking pretty good this morning. So maybe AMD's loss is Broadcom's gain?
Here's the deal. So Google reported, obviously, as Sean mentioned yesterday, CapEx higher than analysts were looking for, and a lot of that will go to Broadcom. So here's the deal. They supply Google already with their custom-made chips, the TPU, the Tensor Processing Unit, which we've been hearing a lot more about in the past year. So that's being made by Broadcom. They're also looking to expand their relationship beyond Google. They want to make deals with Meta, ByteDance, Apple, and OpenAI. They're estimating growth potential here of $60 to $90 billion in a serviceable market from top customers. So expect possibly a revenue boost for 2025 when they report.
Let's maybe touch on Apple here as well, because we're getting on in time a little bit. China's antitrust regulator mulling a probe into Apple's App Store fees, specifically creating a potential regulatory hurdle. I mean, it's not something we haven't heard in the past. It's just a matter of if and when this actually happens. So notable 2% here, guys, downside for Apple today.
Thank you, Brendan. A good idea. Like for Broadcom, it's up 4 points. It's a bit of a gap to the 227 level, 226, 227, the prior high. I just like NVIDIA a little bit better today for the trade. I feel like it's getting going with a sizable runway to get to 26, 27 on any strength. You got a nice stair-step pattern up. I like 118. Obviously, we've just gone $3 from there, but that was the higher low that we put in yesterday. There was a dip into the open on NVIDIA, so I would, as usual, look for the initial dip buy. But 118 is now so far away. If it's not going to be support, then I like prior resistance turning into support, and that's going to sit at this 120. So I'm buying the dips in NVIDIA instead of Broadcom. As far as Apple goes, 226 Alamo for me on Apple. It bounced this morning at 226. It bounced yesterday. It bounced the day before at 226. So if you lose that, probably like 225.50, you've had some wicks underneath there. I think Apple's in trouble. It's a reverse through that level, 225 half. But as long as it holds 226, I think there can be a long in Apple.
All right. So again, I just think what I keep saying all day here so far has been patience. The market's not doing anything. We said AMD is not doing anything. Apple's really not doing anything either, but we are down that 2%. So I always say, let's look for 200 period moving average. I think it's still a short underneath all of that. We just talked about Broadcom as well. Look, first of all, there's 20 seconds away. We'll get these imbalances. Yeah, I think this is another long. I mean, I just don't, there's not enough interest. Like right now, there's a lot of people looking at NVIDIA. It's moving straight up to the upside. This should be as well. I feel like, breaking through this 234 is definitely something you'd want to look at. And if you get a 234 break long, I think the 236 would be a decent spot to look to get something out if and when that does come through there for Broadcom. So that would be something to look at right there. Yeah. I like the long there. I like the long here. I would not be shorting Broadcom at all. I saw Tesla just show up on my scanner there a little bit. Okay, so Palantir does get hit with a sell. So here comes the imbalance, and here comes the sell down for Palantir right now. We mentioned that, right? I mean, I said that earlier. There's AMD with a buy. I said this is when it was Palantir was up here, 102.50. I said with the Nasdaq being up today or down today, sorry, they might hit Palantir a little more. Palantir was only down 1.5%, now down 2 and bit. Chipotle, we didn't get to them, and we're going to go back to Brendo because we got to do Uber because that's moving around. Chipotle not moving too much, and then AMD gets a little bit of a bid there. It was at 107.50. I said, who's buying AMD? Apparently somebody is right now, but not too many shares. All right, I do not see. Oh yeah, there's Uber with a small. There's Uber with a small sell, but it made a nice move back up, man. This thing was down into the 65, 64 area, now trying to get green on the day. Not really. He's still down 5% here, Brendo, for Uber.
Okay, it looks like Dara has finished the interview. He was on CNBC. CEO, 5% though. I mean, tried to get it back above 66 here. It looks like it's working, kind of. We'll see what happens here as the market opens. But it wasn't all bad. They still beat revenue expectations, higher rides in the quarter as well.
It was a weak guidance for Q1, Brendo. That kind of pushed everything down. As you mentioned, revenue beating handily there on the top line, EPS as well on the bottom line, handily beating as well, even though they had about a $6.4 billion tax benefit. So that might be a bit of a one-off incident there. Net income, $6.9 billion. I think a year ago, we weren't even making profits in this company. So net income nicely up, $6.9 billion, up from $1.4 billion last year. Gross bookings, as you mentioned, up on year over year. But the guidance for Q1 2025, that's where it falls apart. Gross bookings lower than the expected number by the street. Now, here's how their segments did. Mobility up 18% year over year. Delivery also up 18% year over year. Freight remains the kind of the sticking point here, remains flat, 0% year over year growth. And there is the public launch of Waymo coming up here, the partnership with Waymo in Austin, Texas. I want to take an opportunity to show this. So Uber's opening up what they call an interest list. It's for Austin users that want to be able to use Waymo. It's going to cover 37 square miles in Austin. And if you sign up for this interest list, you have a higher chance of getting paired with an autonomous vehicle. Doesn't mean you're going to get one, just a higher chance of getting one. It's only available, though, for Uber in Austin, so we'll have to see how that all works out.
We'll also see how Tesla responds in Austin, their hometown. Remember, guys, hit subscribe if you haven't done so. We are, 20 away from 498 right now on subscribers, so go hit subscribe if you haven't.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, Brennan. But we'll see how Tesla responds out in Austin. The good thing about this is obviously the influence that Elon has, regulatory-wise, can they push through getting some of their ability to get their automation out there and on time, because we're expecting it mid-year. But it's an Uber story. It's already bounced a couple of times off the 64 and 65 levels here on Uber. This has been support a couple of times and in a while. So that's the first place I'd look for a dip buy on Uber. I really feel like we're going to be busy with NVIDIA, Apple, Alphabet at the open here, Palantir 100 as well. So there's going to be a lot to watch. I don't know if Uber is going to be there for me, but if it does make the dip, that's where I would be looking to pick it up on any kind of bounce. It's shown support there before.
Yeah, we nailed PayPal yesterday to the long, and it was a top stock for us, and it was only longs, and then eventually it lost $80, and we wound up getting out. So I feel like the same thing for Uber. If we come back into 64, I'm actually bidding 64 flat, 64.25. So if that comes in, that's what we're going to do for Uber. I'm not going to be looking at this name straight off the jump, but if it does come back into 64, then I'm down with it. I'm down with this name right here, Google. I think that this is looking pretty good down into the downside. holding that 190. We talked about needs to do that. I'm still looking for 194 break, although the 200 period is now at 193. So watch out for that one. That could be the trade that we're in. Palantir long off 100 as well. There we go. What's up, Adara? Of course, this opening bell brought to you by Worksport. Check out them on the NASDAQ WKSP. Get that on your watch list. 2 and 1. Thank you, Adara. There we go. Okay. I guess we fixed that mantle. I don't know. It was.
It's okay now.
Yeah, so it's better now. Okay, so here we go. Google making a move. Here comes 190. It don't look like it wants to hold, but there it is right now, right down into 190. I said it's a little bit early, but there is an initial hold and a bounce of 50 cents, and then maybe a break, maybe not a break right now for Google. There it goes, 189. Look at that. Big move to the downside right there, right? Instantly 40 cents there as Google loses 190. It may be a take back through 190 now. On that, I'm going to edit this, but for right now, there it goes, another take through 190. Google might have just bottomed. Let's
Wow,
wait and
NVIDIA.
see. Yeah, go with NVIDIA.
NVIDIA, so about dipping into VWAP, it's going to require a little bit of patience for us to be able to get that. NVIDIA is now through 122.5 and continuing to go higher. Is Broadcom maybe available? Where's Broadcom?
What's
Okay.
NVIDIA?
Broadcom's dropping pretty heavily here. So NVIDIA up,
People going for the
Broadcom
king,
dropping
man.
down. They're
People
going
going
at
for the king.
everyone's just piling into NVIDIA. Maybe Broadcom can settle down, get back above VWAP. AMD just broke the bottom.
Palantir
was
just popped.
Oh,
Really?
Palantir
No,
just
down,
came through.
downside.
You're right. I was gonna get to AMD, but Palantir's at $100, guys. So gotta pop over to Palantir. Oh, I still have that wick from yesterday.
Yeah, we just crushed, but I mean, we'll have to see what winds up. There, yes, sir. It is your first Dollar Club winner right there, Palantir, off of the watch list. Off the sticky note today, as it goes back through $100. Let's wait to see now what winds up happening there with Palantir. A couple outs at 70, outs at 90, and another out right there for your dollar. Not a dollar, breaks through the dollar. Now it's a Dollar Club winner right there for Palantir. So another big trade. Big trade alert, Neil. Big trade alert. Over 10,000 watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Can we do it again? Yes, we can. We do this all the time, every day. This is your trade. It's right here, right now. Palantir, the #1 trade idea right there going through so far on the day. It's a big day there. I'm not going to say we're at our day goal yet because we're not. We're only halfway there, and it's 9:32. So far, so good on that one. As Google going the other way right now, down to 189. Tank City there for Google today, unfortunately. And then, wow, Tesla as well, losing. This was our #1. Actually, not our #1 idea is Google. That just didn't hit yet. Palantir, Tesla, I wrote down a short at 390. That's not in. And then one more play, and I'll give it back to Neil, was FXI. Sorry, I keep checking my sticky note there. FXI to see what's going on. That's 32.25. We're not ready for that one. But, oh, boy, good trading there on Palantir. Get up as high as 102.
The drop is real on Broadcom here. It's absolutely bleeding. Palantir just came back and retested the even dollar, but it's still holding above. But Broadcom is really continuing to lose the bid, and it's dragging NVIDIA with it. So I got NVIDIA pulling back here. I'm going to stick with NVIDIA. I mean, why catch a falling knife when this one still looks strong? So we like VWAP, but it's sitting about $1 away from us here. Maybe we'll look for some kind of higher low. With a rejection candle like this off the top, I think patience is required when trying to grab the bid. Okay, Google's at our level now. So let's get over to Google. Alphabet is at that 188. This is where the Alamo is for me, 187.5 to 188. So we wick that, and we're going to go into the reversion long here on Alphabet. It's not 10% down. That was
Look at Palantir, guys. Adara? Yeah.
Yeah, Disney here, really strong off earnings. It got as high as 118.50, pulled back a little bit. But DIS, in case you missed it, they did beat here on their estimates. Their guidance for Q2 Disney Plus subscribers was a little bit lower than expected. So DIS pushing higher, guys. Back to you.
Okay, we are 3/4 to our daily goal right now at 934. So Palantir is just a one-hit wonder right now. There's that dip buy at $100. We talked about that. We talked about where our bid was. We take it. It's a nice move up for Palantir. We're out of half. now, actually, of Palantir. So still could be a disaster. We'll see what happens. I'm going to get out of one more piece right now at 90, as it looks like it is potentially stalling out there. I know you mentioned Google was at your spot. I don't know.
Almost.
Almost, okay. So I don't really have a spot for Google. I was still waiting for that 194 break long on GOOGL. You could trade just a normal one without the L. Just would be the same moves.
A little less volume.
We just look at the other way around there. So there goes Google right now, breaking back above 190. We can always have a look at that. But hey, man, I mean, if this market rips up, we've already done it already today with Palantir. But we want more. Give me more. Give me more. 193, I guess. I mean, I'm still looking at that level there. Nothing. I'm not in love with Google right now. The money is really being stacked up over there on PLTR. Now over $2 in the money on that trade, and you know we hit that with confidence because again, it's a sticky note play. So we really like that one. SMR also trying to go back up to the upside. Nice little big candle there right off the jump from 23 up to 23.50. SMR looking to extend higher as well. But man, oh man, Neil, this is a day maker already. We're already basically done now for today, as there it goes. All right, 80%, approaching 90% of the day goal right now. It's a face slap. Someone's mic is still on, Fabian. I hear it in my ear, but there we go. Nice move to the upside there. Thank you very much. 103 inbound for Palantir, Neil. Big trade alert over here.
Yeah, great trade over in Palantir. I just trailed out of it at the pre-market high just like a minute or so ago. But NVIDIA is right back. It just did it again. This price action is insane on NVIDIA. It broke 122, got to the $0.50, and right back underneath. They're dumping it over $122. It's not really staying there for very long. So if it can evade that, hold above 22. Let's forget about VWAP for a second. It could still be a VWAP trade. But if we can hold this 22 level, I think we got a little something here. Looking like it's trying to do it now. I'm going to jump in. I still like VWAP better, but I'm going to give it to the prior high at 121.80 or so. So we're going to put a stop in there. I still like VWAP better, but we're going to get some in on NVIDIA, see if we can catch this holding the 122 for the first time today. And Broadcom, just for everybody, I know we're looking at Broadcom and NVIDIA. Broadcom's still trying to bounce off the lows here. NVIDIA just much, much stronger. Despite the bigger percentage gain in Broadcom, it's NVIDIA which is trending higher and higher and higher. Let's get some out in front of 40 and see if we can get to that high of the day again.
Nice trade over there. There it is, another one. 70 cents in the money with Google, taking Google long. And Neil, bang, there it is, props it up right there as we are now at our goal there for, I mean, it's not a goal. We're just setting these goals for us so we can sort of measure where we are on the day and not get too carried away with ourselves. But there it is right now. Daily goal met one more time at 9:37. This is what day trading is about. It doesn't have to be all day. You make your plays, you get in, you get out. There it is right there. Two absolute bangers. We said we have to wait for Neil to hold 190 on Google. It did that. We went long, and welcome to hopefully another dollar club right there. We'll go 2 for 2 with dollar clubs right now. It's actually $3 is our max that we've taken there on Palantir. Well, sorry, $2.75. It does get up into that $3 area. There it is. Our best outs are right here, right now. So that's $2.50 in the money. And there it is, Neil. We are that person we think we are right now as we get another dollar on Google as it's ripping. Google, Neil, sorry. It is now $1.50 in the money with Google. And there we go again. Okay. Again, we have to have some kind of humility here, but at the same time, we need to tell you that we are now $4 in the money right now, Neil, on these two positions. We only have 2 trades today. It's $4. There it is, man. I mean, you can come to the club if you want, but it's open for all. I mean, this is a free stream that we have every single day. We did it yesterday. We did it the day before. We did it every day last week. And here it is again right now. Google with an absolute banger. And it ain't like we didn't talk about it, man. This is right here. Google, hold 190, take the long. It's pretty clear. And then Palantir also well discussed, well traded. These are major days, man, happening. And we're proud that you guys are here with us. So thank you again. I mean, Neil, there's reasons why we're hitting all-time highs with viewership, right? So let's keep this going, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, NVIDIA just came out, and we got 3 things happening all at the same time. In that 122 on NVIDIA, you saw me. I was locked and loaded for a reversion trade here on Uber. Wanted to punch very quickly on Uber, but you're seeing it continue to break lower. It's at that 64 where I'm looking for the mean revert. but it didn't do it. There's that 122 level again, so they couldn't end up holding it. I can show you the out. We said we'd take it once above and then wait for VWAP. So we took it once above. We'll jump out and look for the next opportunity over there in Alphabet. The other play over here is going to be, as I said, Uber is down at that bottom into 64. So it's already bottomed there twice this morning, looking for a simple mean reversion on Google. If we didn't really get Alphabet on the mean revert, so I want to make sure we can grab this. First time it puts in the green, holding the low, I'm going into the reversion long, playing in for VWAP on this bad boy, and then continue to go to the upside. The rest of the market's heading back into the upside as you're breaking highs. So Uber's at our level, want to make sure we're ready for this revert. Just needs to break back and hold above the $65 level. As long as 64 doesn't break, I still want the long in Uber. But at any fresh low, I jump out of any reversion trade.
Last time you were here with me, it was $4 in the money. Now it's $5. We're really starting to get really excited. I mean, Google's at 192.50 right now. We like the 194 break. I mean, this has just been just a really good little moment of time here for trading. We wanted Google breaking back above, right? So there it goes, breaking the VWAP now right up to the upside here again. So we still have about 30% of each of these trades. So far, so good, man. I mean, Palantir has really been a game changer for me over the last couple of days. And there it goes again, right there. And it's just thank you for supporting everything that Neil and I are doing here on the show. Because I mean, picking winners like this and being this consistent. As we had that chat yesterday from one of the viewers, and they super chat, and they're like, "Wow, how are you just this consistent?" And it's just like it's just following basic rules and trying to show you guys that it is what it is. To take a line from my guy over here, it's just this is exactly what we're trying to show you. Consistency, ins and outs, how we're trading, what's going on exactly. Like Neil's long Palantir right here, and he'll talk about the play. I'm talking about the play now. I'm actually thinking the other way. I'm starting to get out of this long on Palantir. So why don't we go over there? You just put that position on and let's see what's going on with PLTR. But for me on Google, same thing. Trying to get out a little bit. We did have a nice move to the high side this morning.
Yeah, I'm giving it right. So come to my 3-minute chart for a quick little second if we can. Let's go right to the chart. VWAP is here at 02s. This is the higher low wick at 101.40. This is where I want to play the base off of. As long as it can hold that, I think we're looking okay. We're at VWAP on NVIDIA as well. Uber is also continuing to fall. Like Uber did not make the curl, made a fresh low. It's still heading to 64. Still want to respect it. So on the 3, there's your under. If we lose that, we get out. Otherwise, we're building back long into the overall high. Okay, the high's at 103.5. 104 is kind of the target area for the reload into the long position in Palantir. And a similar thing, NVIDIA also at VWAP. It's just bouncing off VWAP. 121 also happens to be here as well. We said if it lost 22, we'd look back into VWAP on NVIDIA. And then the third stock we're looking at, only because, I mean, AMD hasn't really done much. Uber does the reversion. At the moment it did this curl, Palantir and NVIDIA both came right into VWAP. So I went over to those two stocks. But NVIDIA holding, Palantir retesting, not 101.4 yet, but it is certainly getting there. Uber looking pretty solid. If it can hold maybe 65 back down in, I could still get the same price we had before for the punch. But when two other stocks fill, you're not necessarily going to be able to jump over and punch that third.
No, exactly. I mean, this stop on Palantir was a break of 100, so we still needed that to go, right? So Google's coming back in right now. I see that you're there as well. Palantir just came right into that 101.04 area, so we do take a reload of that trade and put our stop just a little bit underneath 100 now, not trying to give anything back here on Palantir. And in fact, we just reloaded a monster there. So let's now wait to see what winds up happening at that area. So nice little bounce back into that 101.40 area. We do take some out there in the 90s, and here it comes right back in again there. I see you just got out of Palantir, so I'm going to stay in and just see what winds up happening. But here we go, man. Palantir right now at that 101 area. Very, very risky business right now for PLTR. So we'll reload it a little bit and see if we can get that move back to the upside. But for right now, Palantir go boom in the night. Still number one P&L P&L name here as we wait to see what winds up happening. But Palantir could give some back. We'll wait to see. Now 101.40 is where we're long. That's right where the price is. So giving this a little bit more room. We do have some numbers coming out soon. So services PMI and whatnot. So definitely a slippery slope here on PLTR. We'll see. If it breaks below 101, we're out of this name. And it looks like we may do that. We just got a couple outs on the top side there, but it doesn't look like it wants to hold too much right now. So I don't know what else is going on over there, but Google's coming back as well, down $1. Sorry, still up $1, but down $1.
Before we go to PP, we have numbers coming in less than 1 minute. So before we go to Adara, you lose that higher low support. I'm out. I want to stay for now green on Palantir. If it breaks 100, I'm probably going to end up red because I'm going long at 100 again. But we're still up on it because we obviously took a bigger move on the initial play. NVIDIA is bouncing nicely, but let's go to Adara. We have numbers in about 20 seconds, everybody.
Yeah,
we're just going to be getting here the S&P Services and Composite PMI data. The more important data, the ISM PMI, is going to be coming out here at 10 a.m. We do have S&P Services PMI here expected to be 52.9. S&P Composite PMI expected to be 52.5. Both these numbers expected to grow by 0.1 on a month-over-month basis. Let's see what we get. Okay, we got exactly in line here for S&P Services PMI 52.9 versus 52.9 expected. S&P Composite PMI a little bit higher than expected here, 52.7 versus 52.5. Market continuing to push to the upside. Here is the NASDAQ. We also, again, we have more data at 10 a.m. with the ISM print. Stay tuned for that. But also keep an eye on ACB, another earnings name that's been really strong here. Aurora Cannabis actually having a 37% year-over-year increase in net revenues for Q3. We have Tilray and some of these other cannabis stocks as well rallying off of that, guys. Back to you.
Okay, not too much movement there on the number. Thank you very much, Adara. NVIDIA just got back to 122. It's doing the same thing it did before at this 122. You're getting a wath of sellers in there. I think we're going to get a chance at VWAP again. I'm just going to make sure I'm on the bid in case we do get that on NVIDIA. Palantir's still battling with the same area as, there's that wick. Still battling with the same area. So it did stop out underneath 101.40, but it's still at the same price. Still looking for that 100 ad if we're able to get back in there. And then one more for you, AMD. It's not doing a lot, but it's certainly not rising. Sellers here at 108. I was thinking 9s, 10s would be the short on AMD, but if it can't break VWAP, we should just respect the lower highs and try to jump on over to it. I wanted to be fading this stock if we got a chance. It just didn't pop enough. In a strong market, I would have thought it would come to me. But it's not doing so. All right, Palantir, time to you-know-what or get off the pot. Like, it's still, now it's holding 101. If you can close back above 101.4, you might take another shot at this particular level and not wait for the 100 on PLTR. Like the wick bottom, but you need to hold that higher low.
Okay, just a quick little look here to see. We only have those two trades. All right, let's check out FXI. So yeah, Palantir, I'll take one more shot down here at 101. I mean, I've just bought it. We'll see if it works out. I mean, we have some more shares. Okay, we have some more shares now to the upside. Here we go. So let's go. I don't know. All right, so we'll wait to see. I'm gonna try to get something out here at 50 if it does go up, because yeah, it's definitely not looking like it. If the sellers like get out of here like they just tried to right there, then we could have another decent winner on our hands right now. So let's wait to see what happens here with Palantir. We've been getting out of Google here. If this breaks through 190, again, we don't like that kind of a play through 190. So I don't know if that's going to hold or not there, but okay, 191. Okay, well, now we're trying to hold it out. All right, Neil, again, like big trade alert right now. Big trade alert on Palantir. Yeah, what Sharif said. I mean, this is a really, again, there's the reload, there's the confidence, there it goes, right through again on PLTR. Big upside move, and looks like we're going to continue it. So here we go. Yes, Neil. Oh, yeah. This is actually a really big position. This is actually the same size that we had the very first time on this trade. So right now, yeah, we are a little bit to the moon right now, Neil. There we go. What's up to my guy Lincoln there in the chat? Wondering why we celebrate so much. I mean, yeah, I would think that, you know, me and Neil just did a video about this. Celebrate your wins, man. And when we put out these kind of trades and they work like this, we are going to celebrate it, and you guys know, I'll celebrate a little bit. I do put on some shares, and when the wins happen, they happen, and it is a nice play, right? So we'll wind up seeing what happens here. I don't do this for myself. I do it for you guys and for the family. So I just come here and have a good time every day. I know what I'm doing, and as you guys can see, Neil, we were 7 for 7 on Monday, 4 for 4 yesterday, 2 for 2 here to start the day right now, and at 175% of our daily goal. So I appreciate all the viewers, and I also appreciate this as we hit record viewers. And I really do think there's reasons why, and it has to do with winning trades. Great talk, great content, great words of wisdom over there from Neil. So yeah, man, I mean, we all have our roles here, and I think it's pretty clear what mine is. So nice moves here on PLTR. Huge move right now. Over $1 in the money on Google, and over $1.40 right now on the reload of Palantir. So yeah, man, big trade alerts happening, and pretty proud of it too. So all right. Let me throw it back over there to Neil, as we still have some more numbers coming throughout the day. I actually got out of too many shares there.
Not yet, not till 10.
Not till 10, yeah. I actually got out of too many shares. They're at the 200 period moving average, but at the end of the day, pretty good outs. And yeah, Palantir again today, just like it was yesterday. At this time yesterday, I said it's going to be P&L number 1. It's going to be P&L number 1 today, because I think I'm slowing down on what we're going to do now, and just relax, take it easy a little bit here, because it's just been a monster day again. We're up more right now than we were at the end of the day yesterday, and we were 4 for 4. So, all right, let's keep on going here. That's Google, that's Palantir. What's good over there?
NVIDIA holding some higher lows, which I like, and it's not really breaking out. I saw in the chat someone's like, NVIDIA's breaking out. It's not breaking out right now, everybody. It's holding VWAP, but 122. There's still a lot of sellers. I'm trying to see if it can clear it out. I still like the long over 122 if it can clear through the sellings. I think we've got more upside. It's a break of yesterday's high. I like support at yesterday's resistance. So I think you want to stick with NVIDIA. All right, here comes AMD in just a quick little second, but I still want to see buyers above 122 that we can add to, and then we'll continue to go upside. Obviously, we didn't really talk about Bitcoin. It's at 99. Worth noting, the 100 break was pretty good yesterday. I think if you can take 100, it would look good one more time. So still looking for it to hold 122 on NVIDIA. AMD is getting real close to another test of VWAP. If it can get to this 108, I think it's a short at that high on Advanced Micro Devices. And as for Uber, that's the other one that we're heavily tracking. Not going to get back to that 64. Might have been a missed opportunity. I'll have to fail on that. Went over, had it locked and loaded, try to get that punch on that mean revert, but if you're just a smidgen too slow, you're going to miss that kind of a trade. It is a falling knife, though, on Uber. You don't want to be punching in way, way too early. Oh, NVIDIA. There we go. NVIDIA still can't hold that 122. So we're going to wait around for VWAP at 121.20 and then see if we can't get more of this trade. Want to be adding to NVIDIA, not taking away. And I see Lamel's also talking about Meta. We didn't mention Disney. There's a lot of other names out there in the market, one of which, as this chart decides not to load, is Apple. Apple 230. You guys can see where it closed up here. There was a lot of selling at the 233 level. If it gets up there, we didn't really talk about it, but if it gets up there, I think it's still a fade at 233. 226, the Alamo for me never came into play. So I'll probably throw that level out with the bathwater. Let's go to Adair.
Another really strong name here, Tempest AI, TEM. This one got a price target increase to $74 from TD Cowen, and it is a Nancy Pelosi name. TEM here with a 22% short float. Near day's highs here, but rejecting that $70 level as of right now. Back to you.
I heard that.
Whether
you like or not, Meta $715. Meta, as it actually made another high at 718 and pulling back into 715. So super strong move in there for Meta as well. All right, there's the curl on AMD. So we're going to look to get short. I'm going to keep on zooming in and out, but I was trying to show you guys yesterday on NVIDIA, but there's AMD, lower high off of VWAP. So had it broken VWAP, I'd be shorting it at the top end of the range because it holds VWAP for now. I'm going to give it to prior bar high, just an easy way to claim. Oh, and this is on a 3-minute chart. So if I say like prior bar high, I'm using a 3-minute chart like this red that you just saw there. So we're into NVIDIA long, AMD short, which at least that's kind of how they've been going on the daily charts. So it's kind of not really against the grain when you think of it that way. But they could still move in concert. It's just they don't usually in the long term.
So here comes, we talked about getting out of some of the Google, right? I mean, we'll try it one more time right down here at 190. Our average price is 190.35. I'm not going to put on that many shares down here. I'm waiting for a little bit of a break of 190. Then if we lose 189.50, then I'm going to get out of Google. So yeah, just again, I don't really like trading names on earnings. But this one held that one. It didn't even hold the 190. It's just, I was like, let's see if that is the bottom. So once it broke 190, we just went hella long. And then that was the end of that, right? $2 upside. We talked about getting some out at the 200 period there. And then it fell back in a little bit more out there at 190, 150, and then out on the VWAP break. So now we'll reload it right here at 25. So you can see where my average price is. We're going to wait to see if we lose. I'm just going to see if we lose down here. 189.50. That's 189.75. We'll average it back in. Everything is fine. It's really just Palantir is just carrying the day again. Like I'm just going to wait. I'm waiting at 102.79 right now just because that's kind of where we got out last time. That top right there was 102, 103. We have basically the bottom and some wicks at the top. I told you we got out of a little bit too much right here at 102.30s. It was actually 102.20. That was my bad, just doing too much there as we were talking. So we missed that one. All right, TQQ on a pullback right now. The NASDAQ is probably prime to think about a long. I mean, right there into VWAP. For me on the NASDAQ though, I do prefer the 200 period moving average rather than VWAP, but again, it's a nice bounce there. We're long the market, right, with Google and Palantir. I was just looking over there because I was looking to see what your positions were, and it's funny because like you're in the same sector, and I think that's the right way. Long NVIDIA, short AMD.
AMD's got
like a little hedge fund.
AMD's got a buyer. The hedge fund we need is the Pelosi hedge fund. A little insider information. No, there is. Well, actually, there is one. No, but there's buying in here, and I saw in the chat 106.75, 106.80 on AMD. That said, it's a flat bottom with lower highs, so the trend is still to the downside on AMD. One name that we maybe did not talk about, which that's my bad. I meant to go over PayPal as a day two play. Well, PayPal bounced pretty nicely off of 77.5. So it did end up holding yesterday's low. It's day two SSR. That play might be gone at this point, but it's looking a little bit strong. If this can take out 79, it might have a chance to go. I don't want to give up on that day two SSR long play just because we didn't get a shot at the low of the day there on PYPL. It could still break out this 79 area. Watch out for that. Bitcoin's no longer looking like it's going to break that 100,000 minutely.
Bitcoin.
So, when we're at 99, I was like, watch out for Bitcoin. I feel like every time it breaks 100, it's actually at minimum a good scalp trade at the absolute worst. So NVIDIA will look to see if we can get this 121, but every single time we get up to 122, the sellers show up again and again and again. So I'll reload VWAP on AMD and reload VWAP on NVIDIA and try to be a little bit more patient when it comes to this PayPal. But yeah, it might end up breaking out this 79, which I think can be a clean break.
All right, so we reloaded we reloaded Google. That just went into flat for us. We don't want to take that. We still think there's a higher move coming here potentially for Google off of that bottom. We did not get our reload at 75s. It went down to 85. Let's see if it wants to work one more time for us right now. Yeah, advanced money losing. That is right, Peter there. I do not like that stock, but I'm not going to go over it because Neil just did. Was that a call for Adara, by the way? No, okay, good. All right, so not good. I mean, we wanted Dare to come through, but I didn't want to miss it. All right, so 189.75. That's okay. There it is. So there's my last. Okay, looks like we could dump out here. We do have a position on. We're not going to go red or anything on the stock, but it looks like we do have this downside move. So happening right now. The market is giving it up a little bit. Obviously, you're short in AMD is probably
it just broke VWAP. It's counter market right now. It just caught a huge bid.
Okay, so
it caught a huge bid on AMD. So whoever the buyer was at 6.8 seems to be right. I still believe in it. We'll wait for it at 108 higher. Don't mind getting out to get back in at the better prices. Ideally, I wanted shorts at 9s and 10s. That's not going to end up happening here, but you're right. The market is pulling back, and AMD heading back into said upside. is, yeah, the NASDAQ looking a little bit weak. By the way, I'm still bidding Palantir. Let me just cancel that. I have a general rule, like, why am I bidding 100 if it's holding VWAP? Because if it fills on a big gap to the downside, like you might not want it, don't just have orders sitting out there when they're too far away on a day trade. It's okay for the long term. But the higher low still looking good on PLTR. Did this wick. A better entry, obviously, is on the curl. I like reversion entries, and I took one on the way to the downside. If this decides to do another move down, trending down, then I'm gonna work that on a reversal of the trend. All right, this time you put up or shut up. This is looking much better here on NVIDIA, where you've got the nice little higher low. It's not getting to VWAP. It's still trying to battle the 122. If we can take out this local high at 122.40, I'm going to add that way, which I got to cancel the offer at 124 to be able to do that.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. Look, man, it's going to be different for both of us, right? I mean, we're both going to have different ideas, different everything, different trading style. We make, different money and all that kind of stuff. So if you're gonna, follow Neil's trades, do that. If you're gonna follow mine, do that. If you're gonna follow none of us, do that. But please listen and see if you can learn just a little bit on some of the things that we've been doing there as well. And then you can always ask us if we're green or red on the day, and then that way it'll give you a good idea of how our trading is going, right? I mean, there's nothing else we could do. This is what it is. Some days will be great, some days won't. And for today, it's been another great day, but we just got to wait for these things to happen. There are numbers coming out. And look, here goes Google again. We tried the long one more time. We're able to get a little bit out. Stuff happening right now. Let's go over to Adara on ISM non-manufacturing.
We did get the ISM non-manufacturing, services data here for January. This came in here at 52.8. That is below the forecast of 54 and the previous print of 54.1. ISM Services prices paid also below estimates here, 60.4 versus 65.1 expected. ISM Services new orders lower than the previous print, but ISM Services employment actually above the previous print. So just to recap here, that is a lower than expected ISM Services PMI print, 52.8 versus 54 expected. That also follows a basically in line S&P Services print. And we get the Qs pushing a little bit higher here. So that is the NASDAQ getting that pop above 583, but pulling back a little bit here on this 3-minute chart. Really, the theme of the day is going to be earnings outside of some Chinese ADR plays. Keep an eye on these as we do have this ongoing trade situation between the U.S. and China. We have Disney here, one of these day one's earnings plays, chopping around a little bit, basically reporting higher than expected EPS and sales, though they're expecting a quarter-over-quarter decline for their Disney Plus subscribers next quarter. Then we have AMD, which is near low of days, trying to hold a little bit of support here around that 106 halves area. They actually did beat on revenue and EPS, but their data center, while up 69% here, the data center revenue fell below analyst estimates. So lots of earnings here, guidance being really important this quarter. And we have ARM and Qualcomm and Ford tonight. Back to you.
Ford. ARM, Qualcomm, MS, I believe MicroStrategy as well. Not that they have earnings to report. I mean, we all know what they do, so it doesn't even matter. So look, NVIDIA did go to the upside, but that's not what's next. What's next, I got to figure out, every single time I type NVIDIA into my level 2, I'm always typing NVDAS. It's so weird. I make the same keystroke. It's annoying. But I was talking about not getting Palantir on a reversion, so break of trend to the upside and buying into it. Well, Alphabet is doing a similar thing. So there is your trend down. If it can break out above this price, it's hard to see because of that wick, but it's 190 would be the break of this bar high. Now, obviously, that's a moving target. Every 3 minutes, you're going to have a moving target on that level for Alphabet. So there goes NVIDIA. It finally broke out above the 122, so holding higher lows in the trend. The first shot we took at it was kind of breaking around that same area, and we lost, and we bought the trend. So I want to continue to buy the trend into 124, which is next resistance on NVIDIA, looking very, very strong. And Google might do the reversion soon. Hopefully, it's going to be able to give us that. Oh, we forgot all about this. I see you in the chat, Freddy 5000. This is why we have the best community out there. Remember, SMCI news this morning, production, yada, yada, yada with NVIDIA. It ramped to the upside. It just reclaimed the $30 level, big level for on the daily for SMCI to be able to hold that 30. It's got a nice little base of operations, volume huge relatively on SMCI. So if you're trading this, I think it's found a little bit of a base. All right, well, the problem with the reversion trade is you actually have to bust through. Google looked like it was about to do it. Now all of a sudden it's going to be a moving target. I still look for a 90 break, but if this continues to slide, it'll have to be a little bit different, maybe a lower price. And then here comes Uber as well. Same story, looking for it to break the trend and hold on to the low. So the low's adjacent to 64, and if it can revert this trend, we'll jump back into this, or jump into this one for the first time. All right, AMD, you're going to get there for the short. Maybe, maybe not.
Apple.
Yeah, AMD. Apple's actually still strong. I'm still looking at the same four stocks. I don't know. I haven't really flipped away from, NVIDIA, Palantir, AMD, and obviously a little bit of Uber, which we haven't even traded yet.
Well, I'm going to get into Apple right here, pulling back into VWAP. We just broke. I'm going to try one more time on Google. We just broke a little bit lower there through 189, but then it bounced again. We were able to get out there a little bit and then lost on that last take. So I'm just going to try to see about Google holding. Again, and it's going against my playbook. We talked about why some of you guys are here and stuff like that, hopefully for that, the good vibes and the good trades, but also to try to look at different kinds of names. And I know we used to be different at what we do look at, but now it seems like we do pretty much all big tech names. But if you do have anything else, put it in the chat and we'll be there. The midday show definitely are all over all of these names. So I want to say a big shout out to the midday guys. Unfortunately, yesterday Rigetti was one of the top P&L names and we had traded that live on the show. So if there is opportunities there, they will be there for sure. And we'll continue to trade those. But honestly, for me, I know where the bread is buttered and it's right here. So we're going to keep on doing that. All right, so here comes maybe another one. I don't know. Here comes Apple. So nice move upside for Apple right now. We're long we're long 30. We're out there 55s. So it's a 30-cent winner quickly here on Apple on a little bit of a retrace higher. So we'll see what's going on now, Neil. Looks like we'll try to go 3 for 3 now. Well, look at this. Look at this on Google. Nice little pushback again on Google. So there we go again, man. Nice outs here. Nice trading on Google over here as it continues to go higher. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Hit those sirens for a little bit of a pushback now in the market. So there we go. Nice longs. We did get dropped out there. We did buy it back on Google. We do have a new position initiated right now on Apple. We'll see if it can hold. If this does not hold 229, we're gone. So a little bit of a dip by opportunity in and around 229 again, but after that, see you later, and then we'll see what happens at 228.50. So right now, market trying to get backside, but Palantir making that move back in as well.
I was going to hit. We'll get there in a quick little second, but there are some cannabis names moving around here. Just dipping off of VWAP is ACB. Remember, they blew out their earnings. I don't know if... Whatever. They had the jump up to the upside on their earnings, holding VWAP in $5. And as we hunt for the reversion, if I'm looking for a dip reversion play on Google, which is very close to it, so is Uber right now, ACB's doing it literally as we speak. There's $5. I got to see if we, I actually didn't check to see if we have locates on this. Not that I'm looking to go short, but I should have checked to see if we have locates or free locates on this one to be able to go short, just on an off chance. But there's a reversion on an upward trend. Like it broke trend, trying to go back into the high, which is $5.50. I can give this to about $5. I don't like even dollar stops, so it'll be a number that's not exactly 5.
Here comes
Apple. You can always try to guess it. So there goes one, and here comes another, and that would be Alphabet, which is trying to still close above the trend line here. Double bottom, breaking trend. I like that setup over here on Alphabet. We'll see if we can grab it. But yeah, the weed names are also in play.
We just got to pop.
See if we can get it. In which?
Nah, Apple just broke through 229 and went right back up, and I did not catch the pop on it back through. So we're still long Apple. We talked about this going into 220. This is my newest position, so it's really the only one right now that I'm looking at. A breakthrough. There it goes. Yes, sir. Let's go. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day again right now on this Apple trade. So well worth it right now. 20 cents in the money for this. Yes, 30 cents. Let's go. Let's keep going higher and higher and higher. Bills can wait for a second here as we start to go back up to the upside. 229.33. Let's go for Apple. This is a big trade. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So there we go. It's going to be a good trade. Those of you saying like, hey, Sean will let you know if he's green or not. Yeah, we're green. So there it goes right to the upside. And by the way, I mean, that's the whole point of this, what we're trying to do. I'll also tell you when we're red. And right now, it's been a good little move. Doesn't mean that it's going to last, right? So we just took some out right there on the top side. We got above VWAP. We got above the 50-period moving average. So we're actually out of half of Apple right now. Good move there for Google. We're now 30 cents in the money, taking more out over there. And oh boy, that was a good little run over the last minute or so. We just got to the highest spot we've been at all day right there, P&L wise. But hey man, anything can happen. Neil, go pay some bills.
Let's do it. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you decide or find which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records, consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code that you see right in front of you on the screen and check out propfirmmatch.com today to find the perfect prop firm for you if you are a trader. Trading with other people's capital is a heck of a lot easier. Not that trading with your own, there's anything wrong with it. All right, let's zoom in very quickly. A couple of things happening here. I'll get to ACB, which is starting to come back, and we got one fill on ACB, and now wants to try to pull back. But there's our trend reverse on Alphabet. So this is what we missed on Uber, where there's your break of the trend, there's your hold of the trend line, actually wicked it almost perfectly. When it got back through 189.25, we jumped into it, just got some out at 70s, looking to get to the 190 level as well there. NVIDIA just came back and, ooh, this is challenging the trend line. This might lose the trend, actually. I'm trying to zoom out so you can see it a little bit better. So it just challenged the trend. If it breaks the prior bar low, which is actually 122.25, just double checking, I got my stop order in there. If it's 122.25, we're gonna have to jump out of this. We've done well on it on NVIDIA, but do not want to look gift horse mouth. We've kind of been adding on the way up, right? Like buying, selling, but then getting some of our 121s out up here, adding back in at 30s, and then getting some out in front of 23, trying to hold for some 124s on NVIDIA, which for now is still working out to the long side. And then ACB, that's still bouncing off $5 in VWAP, kind of slowing down in volume, but that's okay. I mean, as long as it holds a trend, I like this. We'll get an offer out. I should have an offer in front of 40 as well. So everybody out there, if you enjoy what you see, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and don't hesitate in the chat to ask questions. I mean, I see people talking about Disney. You got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. We're trying to get to 500,000, grow that community so we can all learn together. Disappointed to see Disney go red here after one of the few names that was up on earnings. Disney is super volatile. This has gone $5 up and $5 down and $3 up and $3 down. Disney's all over the place, yet kind of flat on the day percentage-wise. So obviously worth a look for everybody. I think when you look at the higher time frame, you should always try to zoom out. It would seem to me this 115 is a bit of a problem spot. If it can settle down above 115, I think that would be good, but you're seeing it do the exact opposite. The market's starting to look a little bit weak here. Yeah, we're starting to look a little bit weak. So as much as NVIDIA was holding earlier, 15-minute, let me show you the 15. We just lost our support again at that 122. So I've been adding on the way up, but that always means if you're adding on the way up, a lot of times you're going to tighten that stop up because I'm not going to hold the 122.40 all the way back to 21. If we lose 22, I'm back to buying the 21 level and then go from there.
Palantir is all the way up. Nothing can stop it. It's all the way up. I mean, there it is again. Boom. $1.50 in the money. We only took one piece out down there. But, again, you know, the show would be boring if it was just back and forth. Loser, winner, loser, winner. But there's a loser right there for Apple. We will put a mark on that right there for Apple. And just to talk about, again, I know we don't show P&L. That's a choice. We're probably not going to do it. But what we can wind up doing is telling you right now that Apple, and again, you can ask us these things. If it helps you, you can ask any of us these things anytime. So I just lost right there about, I'm going to say about less than about 13% or so of what, so I lost about 13% on Apple right there of what we made on Palantir. So, and I'm just talking about in general for the whole day. So we talked about making our daily goals, making that. So yeah, it is a pullback, right? And we sit here, but I mean, now my LFT may be nothing because as you can see, Palantir is starting to go back up to the upside, but we sit on a prop floor. So learning about losses from top, you can get shut down if you're trading. It continues to go southbound and you keep adding to some of the losses. You can get shut down if you've given back too much. We've got 99 problems. That right now is not going to be one of them, nor is anything that we're doing right here. So nice move up there for Palantir. It just kept on going. We only have, again, we've traded some shares here. It's been a good day. We only have like under 5% left. This move right back into that area basically just cleaned us out of pretty much everything that we have. It's still going to be a good trade. If we can get 103.50, fine. We'll try that. But for right now, that's what that is. I actually just put a sell. So our only red stock there with this Apple trade there. I actually was just thinking, what about a sell in and around this VWAP? But look at that. It just came into the 200 period and stopped almost on a dime down there at 228.40. So that was a really good level there. I'm thinking about shorting Apple into 229.50. So if that comes back up, I'm going to start a position at 229.25 short into 229.50 and see what happens there. So that's going to be a trade right there. I am letting this settle down because we're trying to figure out with Google right here at the bottom. The futures are starting to get back up. Let's see if Google wants to go. We'll punch in some 63s right there. And right now you can see our average price is 83. So we actually put on a decent, actually I don't have that many shares. We put on a little bit more. Oh, we just bid and missed it. That's okay. Maybe there we go. We got it anyways. So there it is, man. We just got loaded up a little bit here on Google. I'm going to give it to that local bottom right now of 188, basically 25s. If we break 188, 25s, we'll scram out of this position. But right now, it is a reloaded trade here on Google right here, right now. Average price, 188.80. So let's see what winds up happening now with Google.
Yeah, so for me, Google broke that low. It's going to be hard. Intel's got some news here. I'm going to go there in a quick little second. Oh. Google will slap the red on it because it just broke the low. I just heard, I didn't hear the actual story, but Intel is actually popping. It's only had, it's definitely not adding a CEO or anything like that. So it's only up like 20 cents or so and almost green. But there was a volume spike on Intel. If it had been a CEO, the stock's moving like 5% in like a heartbeat, I would think. But Intel with a bit of a volume spike. ACB, which I don't want to ignore it, but obviously when Google broke that low, we wanted that mean reversion. They could still give it to us. It's still trending down. And the Alamo for me was 187.50. I believe Brian said he liked the 188, which, I mean, that's a distinction without a difference. It's still around that same level looking for, talk about Brian Shannon from the Aftermarket show yesterday. He was talking about an anchored VWAP at 188 on Google. So it is at that level. Yeah. I'll take any mean reversion in front of about 187.5. ACB just double dipped back into VWAP, so it's holding 5. But it's putting in a lower high at 530. I don't know why I zoomed out there. It's kind of blue sky setup. But it cannot seem to break the 530 level. So you're holding VWAP. I still think you got a chance to break out. Disappointed that it's only a 9% short float here on ACB. Feel like you would be doing a heck of a lot better if this was like the old days with a 20, 30% short float on ACB. SMCI still looking pretty good, but my eyeballs, it's not often that you get a stock as big as Google trending towards 10% down. So this is kind of one of those.
What was the Intel news?
One of those mean versions. I never heard the Intel. I just heard Intel's popping on news. I didn't catch the story. on Intel. I just figured because it didn't break the high, it can't be that big of a deal, but I didn't hear the exact story.
Oh, it broke the high.
I thought it did.
Yeah, no, it's ripping right now.
It
Like crazy.
It is?
I'm going to go short on Intel right now. I have no idea what the news is. Adair just got back to the desk, so she'll find out if there is something coming through here. It's going to be a small position until we figure it out. It's just this is a big move upside right now as the market thinks about going the other way. So there it is, Intel breaking higher. I was going to realistically think about this in and around here, 1950s or so as an area to get out if there was any problems. So that will be probably what we're going to do. That high right there, 1955. I'm willing to sit in that for a minute to see what winds up happening. So that's what we're going to do right now with Intel. And if we do find out something else, we'll get it. I'm going to short another piece here at 37s. If we're able to do it, then great. We'll see.
I have it.
Okay, what is it?
Japan Lab and Intel set out to develop next-gen quantum computer. So what would that be, like
that's
25 years away?
For I don't know, but that's probably not great for the short. I mean,
But if you're setting out to, nobody's even close on like significant. Setting out to just means it would take a very long time. So we'll see. Look, just over here to Alphabet, it's still in the trend down. It just put in a higher low. We're going to go up to Adara. But watch out, NVIDIA is also coming back into view up. I want to reload that as well. Let's go to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Worksport, introducing a new discovery in the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport's a U.S.-based manufacturer, and they're rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Also here, we're going to take a quick look at the small caps while we're up here, do a little bit of small cap recap. We've got IWM, actually great look here, getting that push the rest of the market got with those ISM data, which is actually lower than expected. But IWM, despite this kind of, I guess, bearish engulfing 3-minute candle, we've generally been pretty strong here, trying to hold on to that 228 level right now. BBAI, not necessarily a small cap, but a name that has been moving here. We did have some headlines on Big Bear AI this morning. This one is about a 20% short float. Also, Oscar, OSCR, this name is actually not a small cap. We're at a $3 billion market cap. But despite an earnings miss across the board last night, they're actually trading higher on the day, though they did reject that 1650 level a little bit. So a couple small caps to keep an eye on. I also saw this penny stock moving early today as well, ASST. So this is asset entities. Right now, there's still a little bit of a bull flag. No news that I could see in ASST, but it has rallied before. So lots of these smaller names on watch today, guys. Back to you.
Good old Astus.
Yeah, I was. So we didn't get that exact high there of 45. I'm actually waiting at 48 because I want to put on. I want to just see about this play here with Intel and China and supercomputers and all this kind of stuff. Because as my friend Sharif says over there, China, and we'll see there. Shout out to the new administration as well. Yeah, but we'll wait. Unfortunately, we do miss that top, but we're trying to be patient with it right now on Intel. I'll take the opportunity to short this whenever we possibly can. That might be a good opportunity. Now it's coming back into the money now, 5 or 6 cents. Let's just, okay, here it comes. Yeah, that's exactly what we thought there, Intel. You can put lipstick on a pig, but at the same time, it still is what it is. So let's wait to see now what happens here with Intel. We'll take a little bit out, if we can, down here at 930. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go, but right now it does look like it wants to go to the downside here with INTC. I just put some bids at 29s and then at 28s. That looks like the bottom. Not a huge position. I'd rather get a lot more frisky with this thing if we can get up here again one more time, and then we'll just see about that top. Right? I mean, that only went down into the money for us. It did touch 28, so it was at one point a 6-cent winner. So, yeah, we'll wait to see if we get a retracement back. I mean, obviously the 200 period would be something. So if we can get everything out like around 2021, that would be pretty good. And then if the news is refuted or whatever happens, maybe we can hold something for a play back into VWAP.
It just seems like long-term, not short-term news.
Yeah, I don't really know what to think.
Quantum computing,
just got
developing quantum computing doesn't sound like, something that's like imminently fantastic. Like, it's just everyone's taking so long to develop. If you're like getting into this game like late, I don't know.
No, I think
I'm a little skeptical on that. Like, I don't think that's the thing that propels Intel in any kind of a short term to get off these lows. It can do something today, but anyways, SMCI, that's a real strong stock. Well, today SMCI hasn't been doing that well, but it's a very strong stock, was doing so already. There's your bounce off of 30. It just took out the prior high and is now trying to hold above. There has not been a dip. I think any kind of a dip in the VWAP, any kind of a break of a trend to the downside, and then it's like revert it the other way. Like allow this is sometimes like what I'm trying to do, which actually Google's about to break now.
These
See if
futures
we
are
can get
just...
into Google. Google is starting to ramp. No, anything that were a trend down like this and then break of the trend, look long. It's one thing to catch a falling knife break of trend like this, where Google makes the bottom at the 188, and it's another to buy the dip on something strong, which is trending, like SMCI. So if we see that again, or even any kind of a pullback, going to look for some long entries on SMCI that looks strong. ACB, not much changed on this name. I can't figure, where's my other one? I always hit, is it this one? I do have it.
That's a good one, yeah.
There it is. Yeah, actually, there it is.
That's the one.
That's the one that we like. But the same thing keeps happening on ACB when it breaks 530. It just gets to 533, 34, and then boom, the sellers come right back in. So buying off VWAP is working, but the follow through is a little bit tepid here on ACB, up 42%. Good print for them, but obviously I'd like a little bit more follow through. So the news trade was Alphabet and then SMCI. I just feel like the market, which is coming to the downside, maybe look for some kind of a trend reversion down and then revert it right back into the upside on SMCI. You guys let us also know what you're watching, because I've seen a few people talk about crypto, which is not moving, and I just saw in the chat Robinhood. I haven't really seen too much in fintech today that was jumping off. And when you mention Robinhood, like there you go. In a weak market, you have something which is breaking higher. I've been watching Bitcoin thinking we get another 100 break. Should throw that one out the window. We're still at 98.4 doing nothing. Robinhood, on the other hand, that's a good one. So great look. In a weak market, you want to find some relative strength. I think some of you have found one with Robinhood. SMCI a little stronger. I think I'd rather join that trend.
Yeah, I'm trying to join a dip buy opportunity here. We've put this bid early on Uber. This bid was been here since the beginning of the show. And we put it down. We talked about where we thought we could get Uber today. It's down 8%. So yeah, not good right here for Uber as our position goes red again in the long-term account. I'm going to wait to see if it breaks through $64 and then we're going to stop out of this. We will average a little bit more shares. So right now, let's just say we have 1 unit. We're going to get 4 units. So we do have another bid down here at 64.15. I think, or so, to get some more shares in front of 64, and then a break of 64, and we are out of there on this play. Getting a little bored with Intel right now, to be honest with you, because, you know, you play off the news. We actually got the reversion, and it didn't go anywhere. So I'm starting to think, still willing to play off that top here. It doesn't look like that news is going to hit so hard right now. So we'll just play off of it trying to break through this 55 area. Yesterday's top. Okay. Whether or not AMD's news is good or bad for Intel today, AMD has sort of done its thing, which isn't much. Its high is 108 and change. Really disappointing with the way AMD is traded today. Very choppy. Really no trades there other than waiting for the tops or the bottoms. So disappointed with AMD trade, but again, Intel, where they are today, oops, that's Google, sorry, where Intel is today being up, seems a little, I know you've been trading NVIDIA, and that's still doing
Trying to hold
also,
you up.
Actually.
I forgot to look at Broadcom.
I still like this one the best, man. I like NVIDIA.
Trying to hold the sneeze. I'm not going to see. PayPal finally broke that 79 level. Bit of a double top there. It's not a traditional double top, but you know, it still is what it is. Remember, this is short sell restricted, so SSR is in play because of the dump job that it had yesterday. So I usually prefer longs on day 2 SSR. If you hold the prior low, that's what it did. Didn't get it, didn't get that, so we ended up taking the break. Overhead resistance is at 79.40, so scalp into 79.40, hold 20% for more than that. It's still, remember, no matter what it does today, just try to keep in mind what PayPal did yesterday. Like it was down I forget the actual final percentage off the top of my head, but it was a big rejection of the 50-period moving average, a rejection of a 52-week high. So ultimately, I think this is like a little bit of a relief rally, not anything groundbreaking. And just to go back over to NVIDIA, it's trying to hold VWAP here. So you finally have made a test of VWAP. There's your bounce, at least initial bounce off 121.7. Like is to be able to clear out this 122 quarter and then try to catch it on the way back into the upside. So looking better, but it's not moving a heck of a lot anymore here on NVIDIA. Much better when it was like trending into the upside. Since you've broken that trend, the juice just isn't there. Like the tape is, when NVIDIA is going, the tape is just different. And when you've seen it, and right now it's not doing it on NVIDIA. That's the best way to put it. I was trying to articulate it another way, but that's just it. The tape is pretty dull on NVIDIA right now. So PayPal, we're trying to give it to this 179.4. We'll be out of 80% then, and then we'll look for a push higher. But legit overhead resistance from yesterday at that price.
Yeah, we've actually coined a term that you're looking for when I've been trading NVIDIA. It's going meme crazy.
There you go.
That's that numerous times, and you can really tell once it gets going. So yeah, you're 100% right on that one. I love when NVIDIA gets going. Okay, so so this is fine for us right now. Our average price is 43s. It's not like it's a decent amount of shares, but it's only because the price is $20. We're trying to give this 10. Well, now it's going to be 12 cents if it breaks higher. I don't expect too much slippage through that 55 area, but it looks like we could slap the L on this Intel trade because we had tried to get that reversion. It looks like it's not going to work out. We should have played strength. I mean, obviously, since we started shorting this, the market has been going up, but that's at the end of the day just an excuse because it is an upside push right now for Intel. So I talked about this. I'm actually long this in my own account, a little bit higher than this, sub 20, but in and around the 1980 mark. And I like it for a long-term hold, like 6 to 8 months. But obviously for right now, up 1% on the day. It doesn't look like the short will print out for us right there. But we do have a new position right here, and it is Apple. And this just popped right in. We said we were trying to short VWAP right there. So we did that. Like, VWAP has changed, but right into there into 50s. So we're going to see what winds up happening. There goes Intel. So we do have to, again, like what we talked about, celebrating our wins, our losses, all that. That's an L right there for Intel as it gives it back. So, it gets going back up to the upside. So it might have failed right there off the top again, and maybe we just wicked the top. So I'm debating, we can get back in at 53, 54, but not for too long. It's now oil is out right now, so we can find out what's going on right there. CL / here we go. The February contract should be what's going. No, I guess.
I think it's H. What's H?
Is it H? Okay, hold on a second. CLH would be, March. Yeah, there it is. So let's go and have a quick little look to see what's going on right now. So oil down, good call there, down 1.5% and going a little lower right now as U.S. crude oil inventories have a build. Wow, a big build actually. 8.6 million versus 2.4. That's like a build of over 3.5 million barrels there. So that seems to be quite big of a build there, sending oil a little bit to the downside. So newest position is Apple right there, and we are back into Intel, seeing if it does break the top there. Adara has crypto, and I guess some numbers there with oil. Apple coming back in.
Yeah, it was just the build there. So crude oil, 8.664 million, as Sean mentioned. That is well be above the forecast of 1.9 million. It's also above the previous print here of 3.463 million. Gasoline inventory is also a build, and then a little bit of a decline here for these crude Cushing inventories and these distillate inventories. Now, though, we're going to talk some crypto. So Bitcoin, a little bit of a decline here. We've talked about the fact that we made this top on Inauguration Day, all-time highs above 109,000. We've had a little bit lower highs since then. Right now, though, it's interesting. We're really trying to hold on to that 98,000 level for BTC. But what about catalysts in this space? Well, we've heard a lot of price targets for Bitcoin. We actually got a very bullish one from Standard Chartered coming out here. Standard Chartered saying that they actually see Bitcoin reaching 500,000 by the end of Trump's term. They're saying that because Trump is in office, you have a little bit more pro-Bitcoin sentiment. They also are seeing a decrease in volatility because some of these regulations are going to allow it to be a more stable asset. The other thing here, too, that they said was going to be a pretty good look for Bitcoin is just the fact that we have these ETFs maturing. So ETF maturation and supposedly a little bit of stability, less volatility. Apparently a good look here for BTC USD to the point where Standard Chartered sees it reaching 200,000 by the end of 2025. So they're seeing about a doubling there in Bitcoin's price. Bitcoin right now basically flat on the day, hanging out around 98,000. Ethereum trying to get to 2,800, but XRP down in the day, Solana down in the day, BNB down in the day, Dogecoin down in the day, while Cardano is making a slight gain. So lots of discrepancies here. And I guess divergence in the performance for some of these crypto names, guys. Back to you.
Divergence. I like that.
Look, we just diverted ourselves on Intel, and we averted a mental breakdown because, like, we right there got taken out at the top. And then it just went whoops all the way back down. We got 43s and 44s. We put it back on. So Intel right there turns out to be a good one. And Neil, we do have another one on right now, and that's Uber. There it goes, man. We talked about what we were doing. Putting on 1 unit, then adding 3 more at the bottom. So there it goes, man. Uber going to be a top stock for us again on the day right there after one very, very simple trade in on Uber. And then, oh boy, were we 100%, 150% right there. Remember we said we were lost? We had an L on Apple today. No longer, man. It goes green into the account there as patience pays off one more time as Apple just comes crashing in there a little bit into 229 off of a 50-period short. So there we go, man. We are, that was an exciting little turnaround for us there, P&L wise, that is for sure. As we get a bump now, look at Uber, man. This is a monster trade there for Uber, man. And then honestly, the biggest position, well, I wouldn't say that. Probably my Palantir notionally was bigger, but one of the biggest positions for sure of the day was that Apple short right there. So printing on that, and yeah, let's see if we get some more outs here at 229.12, and then if we can fall in after that, then great. This market, though, it's above VWAP, above the 50-period moving average. So I actually,
higher for now.
Yeah, I'm going to take out a little bit more there. I punched some 19s there on Apple. Look, it's a 20-cent winner on a big boy. So we're pretty happy with that one. We'll have to wait to see what happens now with Intel and Uber. But yeah, man, woo, that was a little bit of a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, sigh of relief, and we actually bounced off 188 here on Alphabet. So it was an anchored from Brian Shannon. You look at the daily chart, it's going to be the same thing. It already broke trend. I'll zoom in. I don't want to do the zoom in, zoom out game, but that way kind of messing things up. But I'm offering, as you can see, in front of 189 now on that bounce. In Alphabet, PayPal just came back in. 279, it wicked the bottom, so I got out, but then look at the wick that this put in here. That's a real one. Rejecting underneath that 79, so I just kind of jumped back into the trade, give it to the prior bar low. That's like 93, kind of a little bit lower than that, and then we'll play it back into the high. So it did legitimately wick out, but with that kind of a rejection, let's just get right back in at the 79 level. I guess maybe NVIDIA might be going. And then ACB, the weed stocks. Well, this one anyway, it's not the wheat stocks in general, it's just ACB. Trending upside. Now all of a sudden it's got a pretty distinct day-long trend. How many times is it going to reject this high? If it loses the trend, get out, wait for VWAP. If the range on a $5 stock wants to be 510 to 535, then that's just it. And we'll get out if it breaks trend and try to get back in underneath VWAP on ACB, which for now is up 45% on the day. So shout out to well, anyone that bought it yesterday is probably the best way to think about it, because any other place you bought it, probably not all that good. I just heard something about Cassava Sciences. So just to recap, ACB starting to head back into the upside. Google, which was going, it's hard to see again unless I zoom way in, just pull right back to the $0.50. Alphabet holding that 188, but it's not taking that next dollar into 189 yet. Still think it has a pretty good chance to go. PayPal going, that one seeming fine. It's Alphabet long that I think is the one that is a bit of a concern, but Google looking okay. At least for me right now. I keep hearing Cassava Sciences, so I'm just going to go over to Kava. In my ear, I've now heard it 3 times, and no, it's not moving. Never mind. 3 times I heard this stock in my ear, and it's not doing anything.
No.
Oh, it's Sava. This guy put in Kava like an idiot. It's
yeah,
Cassava Sciences to the downside, but that's not really a lot of volume.
All right. So Apple coming back in. Don't I have a 229 bid? Okay, here we go. Apple is making that move. Nicely done into the downside right now for Apple. I'm going to get something out because Uber just broke low there again. So Uber will be a relatively flat stock, slightly red on it right there.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. That's great. Thank you so much. I went and grabbed some, I've already been chugging this water. It's really dry around here. Obviously, especially with that weather outside. But there goes Uber, man. Honestly, today's going to be a green day, but we've given back, right now. We're back at basically our day goal again. So we've given back 50% sort of. As I know, Google's been red for both of us here today. That's gone through. Palantir, I think, is our biggest stock. And then Intel right now, I'm just going to wait. Unfortunately, it did take me out right there, and we were able to only make back 25% or so of the loss, and now we're still holding on to half of our reloaded position back into the short side. But to be honest with you, I would actually, with watching this Apple, even though I'm long Palantir, I am really, exposed more to the short than the long. So let's just wait to see. And wow, look at that out on Uber, man. You got to take it. When you get that, I don't really know what that was about. Maybe chasing falling knives here, especially on earnings days. We've learned our lesson there by turning red on Google, also on Uber, right? So Uber, though, we're not really red on. It's just, it does make that move down. So we are red on it. All right, here comes Intel again. So just talking before we go back over to Adara. Okay, so I am bidding 46s, believe it or not. So I was just going to go double check. So there you go. So there you go. We do have a bid. Took some out there at 46. Look, our day is now getting back in now because of this move down with Intel and with Apple. Our day all of a sudden seems to be much better. And that's the thing. Do not hold on to losers, right? We could celebrate our winners, but you want to celebrate discipline. And that's what we did right there. And the discipline has kept us in this game for 20-something years. That's where we're here right now, being one of the head traders here, obviously, at Real Trading. So, all right, here we go to the downside right now. Intel, big move there. Google just came into 189 break long. So we took that long on the break of Google. Let's go back over to Neil or to Adara? Adara.
Listen up, traders. First month free. This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. So that's right, eSignal is waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platforms. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. And with that, I want to bring up Sava really quickly. I'm still not seeing any news on this. I'm not seeing anything on social media. The stock is actually very lightly discussed on social media. And by that, I mean pretty much not at all. But SAVA, the one thing that this one has is a 35% short float. So that's the only thing I'm seeing here. If you heard it in your ear, Neil, I'm guessing it might have been just because of that move down, because sometimes when these stocks make these unexplained moves, they'll get dinged on social media or on some of these scanners. So SAVA, as of right now, it just seems like a drop to the downside on no particular catalyst. While we're here, we're going to do a quick sector watch because market trying to maybe go green here, and we have some sectors that are green, including finance, JPM, BRKB to the upside here. Health technology really strong, potentially here in a little bit of sympathy. We have Amgen earnings are up about 5%. We also had Novo Nordisk. And then Eli Lilly reports tomorrow morning, so keep an eye on them. Commercial services strong, utility strong, communication strong. Industrial services has some strength here as well. The weaker sectors here are actually a lot of these bigger tech sectors. So health services, not big tech, but to the downside here, consumer durables, pretty red. Retail trade, except for Walmart and Costco, pretty red here. Amazon likely trading lower in sympathy with Google's CapEx. And then speaking of Google here, this one dragging down the technology services, electronic technology a little bit mixed. With that in mind, back to the guys.
We just want to thank Dara for all that recap there. I just got some out at 189.20 there on Google. It's not going to work. That's why I'm getting excited. I'm not getting excited because it's not going to work. I'm getting excited because we actually able to get out there. This is breaking lower. There it is. So we are just out. That's actually a flat trade there again on Google. We tried the 50 period break long. Wow, lucky that look at these outs. Just as Adara, that was a real out, 189.20, and then it just fell 50 cents. This is why trading bigger shares on earnings days can be very, very dangerous. You have to be sitting there watching the stock and watching exactly what's happening at all times, right? Like that was a big difference. Like if I don't get out there, I still had half of the position, and it broke back down below. So overall, probably an L. I mean, I was red on Google before, so I'm still red, but still not that big of a difference maker right there. We were able to punch out like crazy right there at 1945. Those were the lows that we've had so far here on Intel. So we're just trying to get back to flat on this trade as we got stopped out early, but then reloaded it back in there on Intel with just a couple more minutes left. 18 minutes until we go back to the show, but Apple is the last straw. I don't think we'll average it in again. Let's just wait to see. I don't have any more bids. I want to wait to see if that goes to the downside. I see I still have an offer here on Tesla, $389.50.
You probably can cancel
I think I can cancel that. I just wanted to see where we got to. So we actually got as high as $388.50 right there off the open. So we missed that by $1. But yeah, Tesla, it's making a move back at least.
It's not unimportant. I've been in that situation where you have an order from the morning, you liked it on a pop, it never gets there, and you leave it in, and then you don't want that fill like sometimes at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I'll get to ACB, I'll get to Google in a quick second because Sean just went over that. But SMCI, after all that, it's back to almost VWAP and trying to make a break of the trend. So it's all a bunch of red candles in here, looking like it wants to close out above the trend. It needs to break 3180, and then Google. Hopefully, I'm zoomed in enough. Not really. All right, so Sean already mentioned it tried to get through the 189, was unable to really hold that. Once it failed 189, stop went into the prior bar low on that candle, which is 188.5. I know that's hard to see, but the scaling is what it is. ACB is continuing to rally. We like this for the trend, and we're going to hold it until it reverts the trend. It's kind of going parabolic now. We had a shot at VWAP earlier, but now it's getting even more parabolic. Just to quickly go to a higher time frame, the reason I'm trending it out, it's now at you're pretty much at the 200 period on the daily. There's that, and there's $6. I think either it holds on to this trend here, or we can get all the way to $6 on a bit of a squeeze play. Only 9% short float, but it's going anyways. ACB. Let's go to Adara again.
Yeah, we have here the news on Sava, which is now bouncing a little bit. They just announced here they're terminating their Alzheimer's treatment study. We know that this study was mired in a lot of controversy, and actually we had Pharma bro Martin Shkreli saying that there's no way possibly that their drug could work. SAVA, regardless here, that was the reason for the drop from what I can see, bouncing a little bit. This just populated for me now, guys. So SAVA terminating its Alzheimer's treatment study. Back to you.
So I know, and we joke about Martin Shkreli. He knows his stuff when reading reports on biopharma names. Like that's his specialty. So I think the quantum stuff, it is what it is.
Yeah, you would have gone bankrupt on quantum.
Yeah, but the biotech, he tends to know his stuff. Like that's where he knows this thing. And he called Sava. I remember when he was talking about Sava as a short. Like that ended up really right. So understand where analysts.
It's kind of like trading, right? I mean, it's like what we're doing. If you make enough calls, eventually you'll be known for one that works. And I mean, honestly, like that guy, when
he's Pharma bro, not Quantum bro, right?
I know. So stay in your lane is what I'm trying to tell the guy. And I don't know. I haven't tracked all of his plays like you have right there in the biotech space. But what I'm trying to say is that Rigetti, when it was absolutely tanking, he had a $0 price target on this one. And speak of the devil, we do have Oklo right now trying to go back upside as well. Breaking huge, man. Oklo, what a mover.
SMR.
Yeah, exactly. I know it's not quantum. I just said Oklo's starting to go upside right now, up 5 and a bit. SMR also. We do have a big reload happening. We didn't get we didn't get 50s there. Oh, that sucks. I was hoping that we would have got 50s on Intel there on a reload of that position. Google now back above 189. Apple, I guess, I'm just going to look at Apple. We only have 15 minutes left, before the big guys come through. But for right now, I'm going to get another bid at 09s on Apple. We just took a piece out there at 15. And then mentioned to me there, Palantir was weak. I know. I'm in less than like 3% right now, and I just got a piece out right there. So we didn't hold that much back in, and I was actually just holding this because I'm trying to still get long at 101. So I'm trying to get long again down here with a 101 break. So if that breaks lower, then we are gone out of that play. That sucks. We just missed. Like, we actually had a decent amount back, even though it was only a 5-cent winner. We're only trying to hold this 5 cents against us on Intel. So Brendan brought us this name earlier, as well as some of these small cap names finally starting to move here later on in the day. Big Bear AI right now was moving from the jump. I mean, Brendan brought us this name at 9:30 or even earlier than that, and there it goes, man. Big Bear AI from 520 up to 620, a big middle finger candle right there. Boom, up to the upside, blowing up right now, Big Bear. And there's been a lot of people that have made some big plays on this, I feel like.
There's a chart on a small cap that looks different from what we're used to seeing when we talk about those small cap names. Like the whole down, and then you get like a little bit of a bounce, like the weed stocks. But that looks really good on Big Bear. I'm curious what the nuclear news is, because I saw SMR also breaking out of the high. But let me quickly go over PayPal and SMCI. So SMCI trended up, trending up. Twice it has broken trend. Downtrend should have had this long. It just broke trend again, so we jumped into long, gave it the prior bar low. PayPal did something pretty wild here. And if you're wondering, like, what is going on at PayPal at that price? Well, this is where there was a boatload of resistance in the afternoon that caught it into the fresh low. So the 79 long was trying to play into this 79.4, and it just failed it a second time. So the long on the stock has really just been 79. Well, unless you had it early, the late long has been 79 into 79.4, and that's all you get. Now you're heading right back in on this name. So we're into SMCI. We're still in ACB, but that Alphabet, it's hard to see, but it wicked me out on that prior bar. So I had 34s long. I got trailed out at 46, and it goes right back above the 189. So obviously this one stunk all day today, despite even having the low. Still around the stock, even though I had the low of the day, because it just wicked me out the chance to make it back. Let's go to Adara again.
We're going to talk about the US dollar. Before we do that, though, I do want to mention this nuclear stuff. I couldn't find any news, so I went to look through it. People are saying on social media, and there's a lot of discussion about this, specifically Oklo getting a lot of tags here. People basically saying that there's apparently some call sweeps happening with OKLO is kind of what I'm seeing. So it looks like some options excitement. And when I say people are talking about this, I mean there are multiple tweets per minute taking OKLO. SMR, not as much interest at all. So Oklo seems to be the one that people are really looking at here. The others seem to be moving in sympathy. The other thing I always want to mention with these nuclear names as well is the massive short flows. So for something like OKLO, SMR, NNE, we're all talking at least 10 to 15% short floats. Oklo and SMR definitely in that 20% plus range. NNE's a little bit lower. We're going to take a look at the US dollar because we've talked a little bit over the last few days about the downtrend. And I put up the 15-minute chart because I just think it really shows the epic fall of this currency. So we had this gap up actually both Monday and yesterday, and we're not able to sustain it. We know there have been some concerns with tariffs, because keep in mind, we entered the week thinking that there would be immediate tariffs for both Canada and Mexico by the US. Then by the end of the day on Monday, both of those have basically said they're going to be delayed for a month, right? And then now we have some uncertainty with China. The fact that Trump says he's in no rush to call Xi also shows that we're not going to get resolution on this for a while either. So it looks like there will be some continued uncertainty in tariff land, sending the US dollar to the downside. If you take a look at this daily chart as well, this is not a great look. We're hanging out right at this previous resistance, turn support at 107.40. We'll have to see what happens here, but this seems like quite a dangerous area for the DXY to be hanging out right in right now, guys. A little bit of a bearish look for the first time since basically end of September. Back to you.
Hey, thank you, Adara, but we got reloaded. No. So the only thing that we've been doing right now recently is obviously we're watching out for that Intel trade, but we just got more shares here on Apple as it came right in to our level again. And our stop is 61s. We talked about that. So 229.50 is where we're short right now. 229.48 just ahead of 50. So this is now about 17 cents in the money. So I am starting to get out. We have about a little bit more than half left right now. Still could be, I'm going to put another bid at 30s. There it is. So we are slightly getting out of this position. I do have a bid in the teens. See if we can pull this thing back in for us on Apple. What a funny day today, honestly. I don't take this day lightly. It was not the easiest day. I mean, and I think I got a little bit sidetracked. Like, look at Uber right now. this should be a 40-cent winner, right? We stopped out, and I'm kind of glad we did, but it goes down to 70s there and then pops back up. So good that we got stopped out at O's and didn't wind up losing anything, but now it's 50 cents in the money. You know, Palantir, again, like, was a great trade, and this is going to be a big trade. Not as much as made yesterday, but a good back-to-back day 2 play. That just came up to VWAP. Feel like we could have done better getting out there and or reloading it here. So that was a potential problem. But Apple right now it's going to take over P&L too, obviously, but at the same time, like, this could break higher if the futures want to take 21.6. I just feel like if we're going to look at the triple Qs right now, because we're off the show pretty soon, you know, this can get going right back up to here on the Qs. And I think that, you know, a break of 525 really sends the market through here. And then we've already had bad earnings, apparently, right? From Microsoft, from Google, from Apple. Like, they've all now been absorbed into this market that we see every day. So now we just have to look forward. If the earnings are in the rearview mirror, then what's still to come? We still have got Amazon and some names that I know the market likes. So we'll have to wait to see now what's happening. And even right now, look at Apple just pulling back upside here. I feel like this market, and we started the day a little redder than where we were right now.
Nuclear names are still going. This is
okay. Yeah, Neil on the nuclear names. They're going apparently nuclear.
That's 100% nuclear.
Yeah, crazy.
So SMR here, just to contextualize this,
Apple's
it already went $1.40 from the bottom, and then broke out this local high at, of course, 24.20, because why not 420?
Yep.
And then look at the gap that it has. It's a huge gap, another 10% higher in Oklo. I want to see when they report. Neither one of these report anytime soon. OKLO at the end of the month. But this is a bigger break on OKLO, just by a little bit. But look at this move. Like, it's just continuing to go higher and higher and higher. I love the nuclear names myself, but a little surprised to see this much action. Let me just go back over to SMCI, because we took this one off of that VWAP reversion on SMCI. It's running into trouble. He's gone. There was a refresher at $32. So the difference between a refresher and like an iceberg order or just a massive size order, like, it would actually print the level, and then someone would just throw orders back on that are really small, like a few hundred shares here, maybe 1,000 shares. They would print it all, and they just come back. So it was kind of holding it up at 32, but it's now just blown through it. So revert in, revert out. If it's going to be trend down, if it does anything, and I don't think it'll be this parabolic the third time, but if it reverts any kind of a trend like this, I would get out of that trade. ACB still looks good. Got to figure out a way to get into these nuclear names. And I got away from AMD. Oh, ACB just trailed out. I got away from AMD, which I think was a good thing. We're shorting it at VWAP. It broke VWAP. It's now getting to that high. So the actual high is 108.70. If it reverts trend at 108.70, I would look for another short. But I had to be patient. If it's not going to hold VWAP under, then I wait for the actual high of the day. And then last one, we only have 5 minutes to go. What a morning. ACB just broke its trend back in. So if it held VWAP before, let's look to try to buy the dip off VWAP again. Let it make the bottom, buy the dip off VWAP, and see if we can get a hold into the high of the day one more time. Their thoughts on Rivian, says Daniel, and Felipe asking about Meta specifically. I know my answer on Rivian already, $12. So it's not doing anything today, but the reason I can say that without looking at the chart is because I've seen the chart. So actually a breakout could happen here, maybe do like 13 change. But $12 has been like the buy zone recently on Rivian. And on a downward trending stock, usually you want to catch the low, ideally.
Yeah, cash that trade outside. Okay, so I just all right. So Apple, by the way, good outs. Like, Apple right now is cruising to a new high. Right now, I feel like it's going to take out this 230. We almost just did right there. So out at that 229.60 break, we talked about that. And now that 230.60 comes into play now. I mean, Apple was beat up. It was one of the red names there today. Fighting that trend now might have just stopped in and around that level there of 230. But the futures are just right now topping out. Let's see, 21.6. We're kind of at these levels that we had just talked about. This could be a nice run now northbound here for the NASDAQ. So be very, very aware and capable that this could be a break long right now. We're 4 cents out on Intel. We're going to give it a little bit more room to the upside because, again, just don't want to stop out immediately on this trade, but there it is. So our best ins has been 60s, it looks like right here. I just took a 50. Was that a 58 or a 59 I just took there as an average price? I just took some more 58s. There on Intel. So giving it a chance to work its way back into the 50s again. If that can happen, good on us, but no guarantees of that as we fight that stupid news story there about, not stupid, only because I'm short. It's great if you're long. The Chinese, their supercomputer, quantum computing. One thing that we didn't get yesterday was, of course, what is for
This looks very promising.
Yes.
Very promising.
Very important there. It is today. Pretty good, I think. Could be good, yeah. Indian spiced chicken drumsticks with a cucumber raita. Must be some kind of a sauce, I guess. Steamed basmati pilaf with snap peas and umami dressing. We'll wait to see, but that should be good. I just wondering what I ran into the delivery guy today, and he's like, "Oh, hi, Sean, how's it going?" I was like, pretty good, not too bad. How are you? And he said, great. And then he told me, he said, "Oh, don't worry. I told the boss, I guess that's the chef there, that you like tuna on your salad." So I was like, all right, thank you. And so we'll see what comes through today. I don't remember telling him that, but I'm guessing he might have got it from our lady of Lunchland there. Okay, so right now, Intel does make a little bit of a pullback in. I am bidding a little bit at 55s, not that much. I just trying to basically absorb some of this pain so far here on Intel. Would love a move back in, and we do have a position right now. It's too bad because Apple actually gives us that whole pullback. So we get stopped out, and look what Apple's doing right now. Tanking, basically, like 230 down, 70 cents straight down there for Apple. I just wish Intel would do that. But we'll wait to see now what's going on with Intel. So shout out to our caterer as it's been pretty. I've been pretty happy with things lately, so all good on that front. I was looking at Apple, but it's Intel right now that's on my mind. Looking for 55s, and my next bid after that is 50s, and then we're into the low 40s to see what happens with that one. But that is what's for lunch. We haven't had the menu in a couple days.
And we're happy to bring that to you, and hopefully our salad is going to be delicious because we don't get that spiced chicken drumsticks, which sounds so incredibly good. We'll probably get some
you get one,
egg salad. No, I'm gonna steal one off the tray, but the egg salad that I'm probably gonna end up with my salad is gonna be tasty as well. So
you're gonna borrow one. We'll put it back next time.
Let me hold a drumstick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no issues with that. There's always plenty. Like, I joke about it, but we always get some.
What's the algo boy?
The algo group does eat a lot of food. You're right, Sharif.
There's two of them, and it's like they eat for 40.
Yeah, well,
plus Brancos. Remember
when Baxter was here, he wasn't messing around either.
I told Baxter, eat everything, man. How do you think I want to pay for his food?
Sean's son was in the algo room as well. And let's just say that when he was here, you wanted to make sure you got your lunch quick. I'm just throwing that. He's a growing boy. I don't begrudge anybody. Get that, get it in, man, when you're growing. It's 11 o'clock already. If AMD fails, it's not the high of the day per se because pre-market it was all the way at 110, but it is right up at that top. And I was just in and out flat on a trend break, but I'm like, it didn't break the trend. I don't know what I was seeing on my chart, but it didn't break the trend. So I just got in and out, punched in and out, paid actually the spread and some fees. But if we fail this high and come back under, it'll be a trend reversal for me on AMD. It is 11 o'clock. They are the Bash. What? They are the Bash Brothers. It is Sharif. It is Joey Options. Go get them, boys. It is Midday Madness and Learn to Trade.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy Joey Dang Options. Dang. And I'm Sharif. And we got Shaggy 937. Let's go. I don't think I've ever called out your name, Shaggy, so I'm more than willing to do that. Shout out to you. We got Let's Go as well.
Let's go. Wasn't me.
We got beer producer Benton. Come on, you gunners. We got Apple G King, big boy. Gang, gang, gang. Ike Release. We got, who else? MB3. We got the OG Gore, MKB Trader. Will Trade for Food. That always gives me a little bit of a chuckle there. Los Palos Hermanos. You've been calling that one out. We got my man Elan. What's going on, Elan? We got Boo Boo 8. All right. We got Mohammed Forex. Why you swearing, Mohammed? Take it easy there, Mohammed. Come on, bro. Bright Awakening. We got Grubs. We got Pretty Panda. Shout out to my man Pretty. We got Gator. We got Larry Prater. 2002 Toyota Hilux. Sure. Bax. We got Vinay. Who else we got? We got Always Rise. Really? We got Two Wheel Rider. And shout out to Chad Alon. I hope I didn't butcher your last name. We got Diru, Sam Huis. Who else we got? Joseph, we got Eric. We got Green Hub, Vizbot. Malcolm Aldridge said that one before, I like it. Joel, Mercado. We got RGH. It's just moving too quickly and I suck. Kobe the Kid. What's going on? Kobe the Kid, I think you changed your name because that picture looks awfully familiar. I know that's you, Kobe the Kid. Showtime 1, Joseph, Paul E. And last but certainly not least, we got YG13, Warren, and Scott J. Good morning to everybody. Hope everybody has a fantastic morning and has been printing up several storms. Joseph,
yes, sir.
We're going to do this lesson on the future.
We are.
But before we do that, we got to tell them how these sectors are doing.
Yeah, we got to tell them how these sectors are doing. Ram giving us a hard time too back there, so it's all right. It's all right. All right, guys, let's see what's going on here for the top performing sectors this morning. And what do we got in first place? I don't think you guys could guess it. It's real estate, guys, up about 0.87%. There we go, exactly. So get in those REITs, guys, because it seems to be trading to the top side in second place. I bet you won't be able to guess this one either, but maybe you will. It is utilities, up about 0.8, and then XLV sitting in, well, I shouldn't say XLV, but the healthcare sector sitting in third place there, guys, up about 0.6%. And let's go from third to last place. I remember I used to do it as the win play show, but for all my track stars out there, but here we go. Third, she's a runner. Whatever happened to that guy? Materials. So here we go. In third last here, guys. Materials down about 0.2. Consumer discretionary down about 1% there, and then the communication services being led by Google here, guys, down about 1.7% on the session. So tough look here for Google and company, but I think this thing is an absolute buy at any time, any dip, and from its history, it's a repeat offender, as the boys like to say. You buy those dips on Google because sure enough, price will start to appreciate.
All right, Mohammed, I told you to stop swearing, brother. Streamlabs is going to time you out, and you got timed out. See what happens? I told you.
What do you say?
He wants me to look at gold. We're going to look at gold.
We'll look at gold, man.
We got a lesson to do.
Digital gold.
Digital gold. Oh, you mean Bitcoin?
Bitcoin. I've been talking smack, baby.
In case you guys don't know, Joseph and I have a bet on. Now, let's just refresh everybody's memory about the bet in case you didn't join us yesterday. By my birthday, May 25th, 11:59 p.m. and 59 seconds, if Bitcoin hits 125,000 by then, not on that day, by then, Joseph sends me 2 shares of iBit. If it doesn't hit 125,000 by that time and date, I send your boy over there, Joey Options, 2 shares of iBit, and he's $100
richer there. USD. So that's like 500 CAD. So that's like 500 CAD.
We're already going back. Already on Canada. All right, guys. Habitual violator. Yes, habitual line stepper. Shout out to Celery 2 and anybody who knows the Chappelle Show. Let's get right down to business, though, baby. We're talking about the futures. We started out the lesson on Monday about the futures today. We're going to talk about the different assets you can trade and invest in even, if you want to get in on some futures trading. So intraday futures trading offers leveraged exposure to the underlying markets, but it requires a strong understanding of each instrument's quirks and features. Shout out to Doug DeMoro, and anybody who watches knows exactly what I'm talking about. Here's a breakdown of the popular options that we typically look at. So let's look at these underlying instruments. So the NQ. That's the NASDAQ futures. That's going to be the NQ contract. We have 4 different contracts per year: December contract, March contract, June contract, and I don't know what's the other one, Neil. I don't know. December contract, I think. Okay. So with these ones, with the NQ, you get a couple of variations. You have the NQ, you have the MNQ, right, which is just a smaller version of the same thing. It's a bit cheaper. Each tick is worth a little bit less for up moves and down moves, obviously. So the NASDAQ, this tracks the NASDAQ 100. So it doesn't track the NASDAQ composite, but it tracks the NASDAQ 100, okay? So it's the top 100. It's basically non-financial companies. They don't have to be tech only, but it's non-financial companies in that NQ 100, okay? So it's a stock market index of 100 large non-financial US companies. That's the NQ. The ES, that's the S&P. That's the futures contract for the S&P. Much like the NASDAQ, you can trade the MES, which is the smaller version of the ES there, okay? Again, each tick up and down worth a little bit less, and obviously a contract worth less as well. So you can have less money in your account to trade that. So this tracks the S&P 500, a stock market index, as we know, of the 500 leading U.S. companies across various sectors. So the NQ and the ES. Now, I know that there's the Dow. I know that there's the Russell, the RTY, and the YM. We're not going to discuss those today because most of the time we're involved in either the ES or the NQ or some variation thereof. Okay, so there's ways also to trade this if you don't want to go into the futures and get the leveraged products and have to pay for that data. You can also trade it through the equity route, through ETFs, exchange traded funds. So the first one, which is the ETF version of the Triple Q. So this tracks the NASDAQ 100 index, similar to the NQ and the MNQ, but it is an ETF, so it's a basket of securities. Same thing for the ES. You have the SPY, the SPY. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. This tracks the S&P 500 index, similar to the ES, but again, as an ETF, as an exchange traded fund. Okay? So keep that in mind. Then you have your leveraged ETFs. So these are like 2 times, 3 times the movement of whatever derivative they're trading or whatever futures contract they're trading off. So the TQQs, these are the Pro Shares Ultra Pro Triple Q. This provides 3 times daily leverage returns for the Triple Qs, the QQQs, the one that we just showed you there for the NASDAQ. It amplifies your gains and losses. So that's what being a 3 times daily leverage product is. Now, if you want to hold these leverage products overnight, you should know that they reset. Okay, and then there's decay that ensues with that. So you should really be careful about holding the leverage products as investment as opposed to actually holding the Triple Qs or the SPY. And then you also have the SQQ. So this is a Pro Shares Ultra Pro short of the Triple Q. So unlike the 3 times daily leverage, this is minus the 3 times leverage returns of the Triple Q. So profit. You profit in this case when the Triple Qs fall, and you lose on the SQs when the Triple Qs rise. What's going on? Do we need to?
No, we're good. But I mean, the market's absolutely just ripping right now. Good. NVDA putting in a new high of day. And, excuse me. And then then the SPY and the Qs are also up there. Yeah, that's real funny. But yeah, continue. Go ahead.
Unreal, bro.
Yeah.
Takes pleasure in people's.
Yeah, I remember when I was like, one time I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna pour salt in the wounds, and she just started laughing.
Happy.
Yeah, she was so happy.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah.
Get it, Ram. All right. So what are some of the peculiarities and the differences between these contracts and these different products in general? Let's talk about the index versus the ETF. So the NQ and the ES, these are futures contracts. They expire on specific dates. Like, for example, the March contract that we're trading off right now expires sometime in March, right? The Qs and the SPY, they're ETFs. They offer more continuous holding. They don't expire. They just go on. Okay, the leverage products like the TQQs that we just talked about, the SQQs, these magnify your daily returns by 3 times for these specific products, but they're riskier and they're not suitable for long-term holding due to the compounding effects. Okay, you can Google a little bit more about that if you want to understand why you shouldn't be holding these leverage products for more than whatever smaller time frame. The market cap here, the NQ specifically focuses on the large cap tech. We said It basically we're looking at the 100, the Nasdaq 100 in this particular case, while the ES offers you a more broad exposure across all sectors. So you're not just looking at the top 100 kind of tech-focused non-financial companies that the NQ offers you. The ES, which is looking at the S&P, is a broader composite sort of the market, with all 500 companies there being represented in the prices. And this is kind of what we're looking at there. This is the NQ December contract. It would expire December 21st, 2018, just to give you kind of a look there. And this is the Qs. So this is the actual futures contract. You can see that because it has an expiry, while this is just the actual ETF. So when you hear people say, oh, I bought the market. Well, what the hell do you mean you bought the market? You bought the entire market? No. Well, I bought basically either the SPY or the Qs. What they're saying, I bought, an investment into a large exposure of the market when people say that. So what do we need to take into consideration here when we're trading these bad boys intraday? Liquidity, first and foremost. The NQ and the ES, they're very highly liquid, okay? Making them easier to enter and exit trades, whereas, the leverage products, the TQQQ and the SQQQ, they can increase bid-ask spreads. And we see this oftentimes when we look at leverage products. I know Adara loves when things are spready. It's her modus operandi. It's where she shines. But when we're looking, just to get in and get out with really with ease, having a wider spread can be a bit challenging here, okay? So the leverage products typically have a bit wider spread. It's not a hard and fast rule, but the leverage nature make them sometimes a little bit less liquid. And the volatility. The NQ, for example, and the TQQs can become more volatile due to their tech-heavy composition. The ES and the SPY, on the other hand, offer, as I mentioned, broader exposure to the overall market, potentially less volatile as an alternative. Again, that's not a hard and fast rule. Sometimes the ES will be down more than the NQ because the MAG 7, for example, didn't get hit that day when the overall market did. So that's not a hard and fast rule, but something to keep in the back of your mind. Trading each instrument. So the core mechanics of buying and selling are similar for most of these instruments. However, consider the following factors. The NQ and the ES, the futures contracts in other words, these focus on price movements, margin requirements, so your initial deposit to hold a position, and the contract expiration date. So I'll submit to you, you're going to have to throw up some big boy money in order to be able to trade these unless you get very aggressive leveraging from your broker. We'll talk more about the Q and the SPY and the TQQQ and the SQQQ when we get back from Adara.
Sorry for the interruption. I wanted to bring up LYV. As you can see here, a bit of a topping tail candle for this one, a little bit of added volatility. And that is because we do have Third Point, which is a hedge fund here, announcing they have a new position in LYV. This is Live Nation, in case you missed it. Also here, there wasn't much of a move on this, but I'm going to put it out because around when the show flipped, around 11 a.m., we did have Google announcing that they released their newest Gemini 2.0 AI model suite to everyone. So now that is readily available to all. We know it's really been trying to work on that agentic AI. So nice push there for GOGL. Did not mention it earlier because of the lack of move, but I think it is worth noting. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And just so everybody knows, I want to remind you guys that there is this website. It's a really good one. It's called, what's it called again? AI Studio. aistudio.google.com. You go over here and then look on the right where it says model. You get all their models, their experimental models, all the different models that they have for different features. Play around with them, look, and you can kind of explore what they're good for. So that's aistudio.google.com. It's free for everybody, okay? So let's go back to the lesson. We were talking about here trading, the nuances of each instrument. So as I mentioned, you're going to have to deposit more money into your account in order to trade the NQ and the ES, which are a lot more expensive than punching in one share of the triple Qs or the SPY, okay? Speaking of the triple Qs and the SPY, similar to the NQ and the ES, but with no expiry concerns, right? You can consider expense ratios, your annual fees that usually we pay for ETFs that we got to cough up associated with ETF products. So that's where you're going to run into some expenses there that you wouldn't really typically run into if you were to hold the equity directly, like owning Apple's share. The only time you would pay anything for owning Apple's share is your data permissions, and then if you were borrowing it on margin, you'd have to pay that annual interest rate. But if you own it outright, you wouldn't pay anything. If you own the triple Qs, you own the SPY, you got to pay that ETF, that management fee, okay? So the triple Qs, the T triple Qs, excuse me, and the S triple Qs, due to their leverage, you should really be focusing on short-term holding and avoid compounding effects. Strictly manage risk with stop-loss orders goes without saying because it's a leverage product, so the price swings are going to be more pronounced. Now, the contract size. The NQ, the E-mini, okay? This is the E-mini. This represents about $1,000 per point on the NASDAQ 100, okay? The MNQ, a smaller version of the NQ, represents about $20 per point on the NASDAQ 100. The ES, this is kind of the movement. The ES represents $500 per point on the S&P 500 index, while the MES is basically similar to the MNQ, a smaller version of the ES. This represents about $50 per point on the S&P 500. The tick value. A tick value is the minimum price movement a contract can experience. So here's how to break it down. For the NQ and the ES, both have a minimum tick value of 0.25. That means they move up in ticks of a quarter. So for example, 21,500. Let's just take that as a starting point. The minimum tick it can move up is 21,500, 0.25, 0.5, 0.75. Okay? So the NQ and the ES, that's what they do. The MNQ and the MES, due to their smaller contract size, they have a proportionally smaller tick value. So the MNQ has a minimum tick value of, again, 0.25 index points, which translates to about 50 cents. So it's 20 multiplied by 0.25. And the MES has a minimum tick value of around 0.25 as well, index, which is about $1.25, give or take. So it'd be 50 multiplied by that 0.25. Okay? So keep that in mind. So just as an analogy, imagine the NQ and the ES as standard buckets, holding $1,000 and $500 of water respectively. A single tick would be adding or removing a quarter cup of water. The MNQ and the MES are smaller buckets holding $20 and $50 of water. And a tick would be adding or removing a smaller amount proportional to their size. So essentially just smaller versions of a larger product, okay? So the key takeaways here, the NQ and the ES are larger contracts for experienced traders, while the MNQ and the MES are smaller and better suited, for more, I would say, intermediate, not even beginners, due to their lower cost. The tick value is crucial for understanding the potential profit and loss in each trade. Just remember, guys, always use stops. And I hope everybody, Joseph, prints up a storm. And we got to tell them.
We got to tell the people.
Do not forget, please, to like and subscribe. We're awfully close to that 500,000 subscriber mark. And needless to tell you guys, once we hit that 500, Joseph, it fundamentally changes the algorithm with YouTube.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. And we'll probably get another plaque that we'll put up.
Yeah,
and
put that
we already
up
have
there.
the YouTube rep meeting with Brendo yesterday.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, it was very good stuff on our end here. So very happy about that. Hopefully we can do a bit better with that 500,000.
Yeah. Well, I think you get that exponential growth, right? Once you hit that 500K, that's a massive new milestone, and then sure enough, you can just continue to soar from there. But guys, we're in some Google here. I'm looking for this thing to bounce a little bit. As of right now, it's not doing so, rejecting the volume weighted average price almost to a T. So let's see if this thing can move. I mean, if you look at it from a daily perspective, we're running into some key support levels here. Are we going to bounce off this 188? Maybe. But what if also we breach to the downside? So we have to be prepared for that. 189 and change, I'm going to have to get out here. Or sorry, 188 and change, I'm going to have to get out of this trade and look to reassess the situation, because Amazon is continuing to the south side. So officially, Burden and I were talking in the chat. I said, hey, man, maybe it's a sympathy play with Google here on Amazon just due to the cloud services, right? So the street looking for that growth within, even though it's still there, it is starting to dwindle in Google, but also in AWS as well, too. So that's where maybe you can see a little bit of effect in Amazon's stock price as Google continues to the south side as well, guys. But I still think they're going to knock it out the park on their earnings report, which I believe is this Thursday. So looking forward to that one. But yeah, as of right now, sitting in this Google, hopefully that we can pull back a little bit back towards the volume weighted average price, as I mentioned before. If not, then yeah, that's it for that trade. NVDA failed the break. Yeah, me and Branks got a nice swing on that one. So looking for that to hit 125 and change, and I think it will. Let's take a look at NVDA from a daily perspective and see what we got going on here. I mean, we were talking like 114. This thing was an absolute steal. I don't know if you see that price again. I could be totally wrong. But if you were grabbing it around these levels at the low, then congratulations to you. I told you guys I had a swing from 127. It dropped down to 122. I'm like, yeah, let me get out of Dodge here and see what else I can do. So then what I do, I just bought it a little bit lower now. So that's working out really nice. Looking for us to enter this gap on NVDA. I mean, they don't report until next month as well too, Sharif. So that's one thing we have to look forward to. AMD wasn't, I mean, I think Brian Shannon had such a valid point on AMD. The stock is just dead, and it's going to need a lot for this thing to turn around from a daily perspective. So it's going to need to have some really big surprises on their earnings reports. So now you have to wait another quarter unless some massive catalysts come in between there. But as of right now, that's not something I'm going to be looking to buy the dip on, because if we pull up the AMD chart here and you continue to buy the dip, well, like, when did you start buying the dip on this thing? Because it just keeps dipping, and yeah, it's not looking too good if you ask me. Now punching through some key support levels as well too. So I know he likes to use the Katina man likes to use the reference of essentially dead money, but we're back at November of 2023 levels. So unless you got out at the top or you've been bag holding since then, it's not looking too good for you on AMD, my guy.
AMD. Okay, let's do this. We're involved already, guys, in a trade SLXN, up 32%, give or take. It holds VWAP like a dang T. No, it didn't actually wick below it, but that's fine. I want to do that for effect. No, seriously though, it's a good-looking chart for resistance flips to support. Here's what I'm talking about: $1.52. You can see we topped out there, whiffled and waffled at that $1.44. Then the volume stepped in, and then we made that high day into 172. Lo and behold, after we made that high day, Ram, we dropped back into 152, and lo and behold, we held 152. So this area of resistance flips to support. I like the look. It's putting in higher lows. It's still off the high though at the $1.72. We have already taken a print here up at 65s. Now I'm waiting at 64s. We took a print at 64. I'm now waiting at 66 and 68. Let's see what this one does. I've also set up a dip trade on Aurora Cannabis. I was trading this in the sim in the morning. I trade in the sim in the morning, and then when I get into the show, I'm trading live. So I was trading this one quite successfully with Neil. I know he was involved. He had a long there at 511. So I'm looking at getting it at 525, and not just because I'm born on 525, but that's where VWAP is. Yeah, bro, I'm so superstitious like that. So I'm looking for the VWAP dip on Aurora Cannabis, and that happens to be a little bit lower than 525. It's like 518, give or take. So we're gonna set up the order there. Come what may, we're gonna look to weasel into Aurora Cannabis. I'm also looking at Big Bear AI. Shout out to AK in the chat for bringing this to my attention. I already knew about it because Brendo talked about it in the morning. Adara brought it up again when she did the small cap recap. So this is holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart like a dang T. So I'm thinking here, are we due for a pullback? I'm not really sure. It looks awfully strong at these levels. It's looking to take out high. So we're definitely looking at Big Bear. But guess what? I'm looking at SMCE, SMCI. Get it, Adara. And the reason I'm looking at that, because we got into VWAP. This thing's up 7.5% on the day. Apparently they're putting Blackwell together. Things are good again in wherever this company operates out of. I think it's Silicon Valley. So we're at VWAP right now on SMCI. We just bottoming tailed into $31, and then we bumped up again. We're still putting in, though, lower highs and lower lows. So we haven't changed the trend in that regard quite yet. But I think I'm going to weasel in here with small share size. There we go. Oh, it didn't even let me in. Crap. Why is this thing so spready, bro? All right, there we go. We're going to take the print there. There we go. So now we're long. So I'm going to give this to 15s. Let's go 31 15s, and then we're going to give this one about a 10 penny range to the bottom there. So we're long 43s, Joseph. Let's wet the beak at different incremental levels and see if we can extract some profits off SMCI for a VWAP hold. Let's see how that one does. Okay, back over to SLXN before we send it back to Joseph. Just got another print there at 66. 66. It topped out at 67. I'm now waiting at 68, and then I'm going to put another order at 70. Joseph, how it goes on your side, my man?
Good stuff there. A lot of us in the chat are just talking about some AMD, and just take this in. What I'm about to say is from my perspective. So I mentioned to you guys multiple times, like, yeah, I'm not trading NVIDIA, I'm not trading this and that. But that's just due to my style, and I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on this. So a stock like AMD, you're not going to get that buyer exuberance as Sharif likes to say, and the pops aren't that strong. Okay, so in my opinion, it doesn't fit my system, right? So the best thing to do for your trading system is to avoid the things that are not working and have proven continuously not to work. AMD for me is one of those, and so was NVDA for a long period of time when it was stuck in that consolidation phase. So just forget about those stocks, right? And then find things that are working for your system. Look for relative strength. I mean, if you're a short seller, then by all means, this is what you want to trade. AMD and the likes of some of these other weaker stocks. But for me, AMD and NVDA were not equal to my playbook, and it wasn't working for me. So it's best that you just forget them and then find stocks that are working for you. It may take some time, and you will take some losses in between that just to figure out, hey, this isn't working. And then you just go and you look for relative strength somewhere else in the market, because as Jimmy Cramer likes to say, there's a bull market somewhere, and you just got to find it. And that's part of your day job, I think, if you want to be a permanent trader. So if you want to be a trader, you got to find where stocks are strong and avoid the ones are not. Like, I know AMD is a really popular name, but let's get real here, man. The chart, unless you're a perma bear, that thing sucks in my opinion. So I'm just, yeah, it does, man. So it's not something that I would be looking to trade. So look to implement that into your system if you're looking to just avoid things that aren't working for you. So find what's not working, and that's why we do the data collection as well too. Imagine we did a trade taking long AMD every day at 1 o'clock. Chances are we would be negative. So what do we do from that standpoint? See you later. Like, we're not trading you anymore. So that's just how I think about it, and that's just over my years of experience of what I've learned. If I want to be more consistent, then that's what I have to do. I got to find things that are stronger and that equal to my trading system. So AMD will break above 110. I mean, yeah, it's trading now, but is it going to continue tomorrow? Is it going to continue the next day? And that's what you need to ask yourself, guys. But here we go. In some Google, starting to recover here. We didn't get stopped out, so looking pretty good thus far. I think at this point, if the market continues to rally, I mean, that volatility is really starting to step up here in the market. So I think that we can get a breakthrough Google, especially with some, especially if we round about. What do we got over here?
Neil, man, he's enjoying that.
Oh man,
way too.
Wow,
much.
pull it up, bring it over
great,
here,
bro. That reaction was 100.
Okay.
Get it, Neil.
Sean just did the what's for lunch. I don't even remember what kind of chicken it is, some Indian spice or whatever. It is ridiculous. It is so good. I don't mean to do this to you guys because I know like, maybe you're trading and you're not eating right now. I got my lunch in front of me.
Don't worry about it.
But it is absolutely delicious. And on top of that, let me try to show you this too. It's like the salad. It's got like this little stuffed chicken in my salad. It's kind of. Can you see that?
Oh, they can see
There's
it.
Stuffed chicken, some like
Just make sure it doesn't
some
fall,
like cooked
though.
onions in there on the salad. Yo, they're stepping up their game today, so I'm enjoying it right now. I mean, and it came early. Like usually, it's a little bit closer to lunch, so I'll be nice and fed for the lesson of the day. And the lesson of the day is hit the like, hit the subscribe, because the more you grow the show, the better food we get to eat. And you know I'm always hungry, everybody. I'm always hungry. I'm born. I was just telling Brankles, man, with the rehab and everything, like getting in some more activity. So I'm always hungry. So, no, seriously, hit the like and subscribe because we have a great community out there. This chicken really is good. I'm just throwing it out there.
Ram's like, I still got raw tuna. Help! It's because you're mean to the lunch lady, like you're mean to everybody else. Ram. That's why. All right, guys, we're doing real well on SMCE over here. We just popped up into the $0.75, Joseph. So please, as dang punch with this trade, as Adara always says. So let's throw. We don't even have any orders right now, Joseph. So we're gonna throw something in the mid-90s here, come what may. I think we took out a 60 penny level that I perceive to be maybe as a little bit of resistance. There's a lot of interactions here with 60 pennies. Now we're squeezing into 70s. Let's see what this one does. Definitely holding on to some shares here. Joseph, did you see this? Adara sent this to me.
No.
There's a new bill being targeting your friend Elon. He's raising the ire of people in Washington, Joseph. They don't like what he's doing.
No.
Okay? He's cutting too much. He's sticking his nose in places where they don't want it, Joseph. And so here's what's happening. So non-petty are they that they didn't name the new legislation after him at all. So it's not called, where the hell is the name of this thing? Where is this, Adara? Eliminating looting of our nation. In other words, ELON, Eliminating Looting of Our Nation Act by mitigating unethical state kleptocracy. Elon Musk, M-U-S-K. This is hilarious, dude. I don't even want to read the bill. I think reading the bill would ruin like this. This is hilarious, bro. All right, eliminating looting of our nation by mitigating unethical state kleptocracy. I'm just throwing it out there. It's a nice little bill there. We'll have to see how it ends up doing. Joseph, here we go. We're gonna get taken out on SPCE, and there is the trade. We get printed at 94s. Pleased as dang punch with this trade. Let's see what it does with 32. We're still holding on. No, actually, we're out of this trade. So let's see what we do at 32. So SMCI, guys, moving back to the high side. Hamada, look, it's not funny what Elon is doing, plain illegal. Brother, I didn't really want to get into the whole thing. That wasn't the point. The point was just to really show you the name of the bill. I get, he's really aggravating a lot of people that don't want to see the cuts and him sticking his nose in, government data because they feel there may be conflicts of interest, and they may have a point. But that wasn't really what I was trying to tell you about that. What I was trying to tell you is the name of the bill was quite funny. All right, so we're still holding on to some SLXN here, Joseph. It's zigging and zagging. We got the print at 66, but we're still waiting for the move to the high side.
Hey, good look there. BBA. I know a lot of people in the chat are going on about this thing, so we're going to pull it up and see what we got going on with Big Bear. Continuing to the top side, guys, looking really well. So, wow, we're up quite a bit. Let's see what we got from a percentage metric off these lows, folks. On BBAI, so up 31%, a little bit more than that on the session. So that trend seems to be intact. A lot of bottoming tail candles here. So can there potentially be some more topside on this thing? Wow. Okay, we're gonna zoom out here and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Big Bear AI just absolutely blowing through some key resistance levels, printing a new, is this all-time high, folks? Oh, we're almost, no, not even close to there, but we're a big-time recovery on this thing. So if you guys have been involved in this for quite some time, then congratulations to you. This thing looks like it's working really well, especially on today's session. Look at that price expansion here, guys. So that average true range really starting to pick up here in Big Bear AI. So, good look there from everybody who's been trading this. I personally, these stocks that are under like $15, I usually don't look at them enough. But with this quantum coming in with Rigetti and all these other companies and Big Bear AI, how could you not? So really good look there. Maybe we'll look for some continuation on this thing another day. But as for today, I don't think I'm going to be trading it unless we have a potential short signal on the intraday time frame. So what I would look for up here, guys, if we were extremely extended, I would want to see somewhat of an inverted hammer or somewhat of a hanging man candle with an isolated volume signature to take this thing back down. But as of right now, it's not looking like the shorts are going to show up today. So keep those pants on, I guess, and continue to hold this position here on Big Bear AI, guys. Let's also see what we got going on with Google. We're rejecting VWAP once again, but Apple is continuing to climb higher, as well as the broader markets here too, folks. So, those putting in a new high a day, this might drag Google up with it. So, as well as NVDA, and I was talking to some of the boys this morning, and I'm like, referring to Apple, I'm like, okay, yeah, iPhone sales aren't doing the best in China. They're down year over year or whatever it may be. But these guys have 98 billion in free cash flow. So that's saying essentially after everything is said and done, CapEx and everything along those lines, these guys have 100 billion in free cash. That's essentially unlimited money. So no wonder this thing always gets continued to get bought up. And the same thing with Google. They got around 50 billion in free cash flow and all these top names. So when you have that much money on the sidelines to do whatever you please with, these companies just get bought back up, and that's the reason why they're the top of their class, I think, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph. I mean, that's I think pretty much the reason.
Yeah.
God, they don't have to go into the debt market to raise money at higher rates. They got their own cash, which is why small caps get smashed in higher rate environments. That's kind of the look. Guys, Neil just called out Meta to me, and he's got a bang on call there. It looks like we defended 700. Obviously, we did wick below. We went to 699.01, but we're well above that now. Meta, kind of V-shape retracing off that 700 breach. So keep your eye out on this one. The closing print on Meta, we're negative on the day technically. It's about 704 and a quarter. So we're still below that level right now. Meta still negatory on the day, but a great recovery off that $700 touch and bounce. So we're going to keep an eye on Meta here. And chat, you guys know these sometimes these derivative products. Is there a Meta, like a cheaper version of Meta that I can trade? I know that there was one.
Yeah.
Say that again, Adara. FBL, Facebook long. I like it. There it is. Thank you, Adara. The volume on this monster, okay.
It's not the most liquid. It's not too liquid either.
It's a 4 penny spread, but I think it's probably a lot better than the 110,000 penny spread on Meta. No, I'm kidding. Keep an eye on this one. So FBL, if you want to trade a bit of a cheaper product and indirectly trade Meta, obviously, but keep in mind that it's done about 500,000 shares, so it's a little bit less liquid. I'm keeping an eye on Meta here. I could absolutely be persuaded to weasel into this trade. Good luck right now, because we know Meta's been a dang rocket ship. Just because it's down on the day doesn't mean a whole lot. It's been putting in higher lows and higher highs for the better part of a while now, Joseph. SMCI is taking out 32, and so this is the level that I want to look at right now, because there was a lot of interactions with 32, and so far still on SMCI, Joseph, we have lower highs. So we have that area crest above 33, then we have that 32, and let's say a third, a quarter, and now we're trying to work above 32. So that lower high, lower low situation that we've been in for the past, I don't know how long, almost hour, could change if we put in that higher high right now. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on SMCI, see if we can weasel into this trade. Let's have a look at SLXN. It's doing bupkis right now, to be honest with you. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
I think given all the Elon Musk talk we just had, I think it's a good time to debut our brand new TTV research graphic here, and it just got posted on X. This has to do with the many businesses that Elon Musk has involved himself in over the years, because there is a lot of talk from market participants that, will Elon Musk be able to focus on Tesla given all the business he's been involved in? But he's really always been busy in that regard. So I had this graphic here. You get to see the revenue in gray and the stock price here in this white line, how this has grown despite all of the many interests here of Elon. So we're starting here with the IPO 2010, first year that we get the revenue and the stock price at year end. And I mean, in 2015, we had the co-founding of OpenAI and the first ever successful first stage landing for SpaceX. We had Neuralink, we get the Boring Company, we get the purchase of X for $44 billion here, formerly known as Twitter. We get Neuralinks. There's a lot here along the way here, including his new appointment as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency. And yes, that is his actual logo, just this dollar sign. So if you want to look at all of Elon's many business interests alongside the growth of Tesla as a company, take a look on X at TTV Research. I just thought it'd be interesting to look at this, because there have been a lot of concerns like, will Elon be able to focus? And he's clearly been doing that and then some over the last 14 years already. So interesting stuff. Take a look at that, guys. Back to you.
Get it, Elon.
Go. You gonna blackmail me with money?
Hi, Bob.
You're gonna blackmail me?
Like Sorkin was like a deer in the headlight.
You're gonna blackmail me? You're gonna blackmail me with money?
Yeah.
That's funny stuff. But yeah, guys, here we go. Big Bear AI still climbing higher. NVDA also putting in a new high day as well, too, folks. So looking really well, dragging the overall market with it. And some heavy volume just came into the SPY as well, guys. So let me know if you've seen, you see what I'm looking at. But we took a little bit off here, trimmed a little bit. So as Sharif liked to refer to as just wet in the beak there on that trade. So here we go. Let's continue to monitor some of these strong stocks, and hopefully Google will really start to pick up some steam. I think if we can break 190 and that volume steps in, we're going to get somewhat of a recovery here on the session. In Google, still down about 8%. So, I mean, I think there's a long way this thing can go to the top side. I think it's going to continue to climb, even though right now it may not seem it. We had this really tight consolidation phase here, guys, where it was just chopping around in this range, and it's quite orderly for a consolidation phase, but now heading into that 188 where there's some key support, so be aware of a potential lick grab, but then this thing just continuing to move to the top side. So yeah, like I mentioned, man, just the free cash flow on these companies is just too high. You got to buy the dips on them, and I think eventually they'll just start to recover and climb higher. There's too much going on for Google. There's so many things for Google. I don't even know all the companies and everything that they're involved in. Like, it's just like I forget a couple of them. It's like, oh yeah, they're doing that. So yeah, that's what I think about Google and company.
All right, let's talk a little bit. Say that again, Neil. NVIDIA, 120?
Yeah, 124.
124 incoming right now on NVIDIA. High a day. It's up 4.5%. 123.99 HOD. Let's bring in the side chart and chat about it. I was going to talk about Google's earnings. Well, we can do that later when things slow down a little bit. But there it is, NVDA, baby. It's having itself a day right now. So we're still dancing with that 144, but it's been one hell of a pattern. I mean, you guys called it out in the chat when we went live on the show. Right at 8:30, this thing was really moving, and it was taking out the pre-market high there, yesterday's high at 121 and let's say a quarter there. That was the yesterday high, so we break through that. We've been looking higher highs and higher lows. It's an aggressive upward channel. It's been getting farther and farther away from VWAP. And what I mean by that is each successive trough, which is the pullback, is a little bit higher and higher away from VWAP. There goes 124, 124.05, up 4.5%. Keep your eye out on this one. There's many different derivative products. And I don't mean options when I say derivative, guys. I mean like other kind of ETF leverage products that you can trade NVIDIA with. There's NVDL, NVDS, NVDX. There's a bunch of them. A quick Google search or go into ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever the hell you want to do, and you can find out all about those ones. Okay, so we're doing really well right now. I'm pleased as dang punch, as Adair likes to say, on SLXN. Adair, we just took out the high of the day there, so we're looking now at 175. It's time to wet my beak here, Joseph. There, we'll take out some there on SLXN. I'm also involved right now in Aurora Cannabis. Now, let me tell you, my 525 didn't fill. So this one started getting away from VWAP and Aurora Cannabis, so I punched in at 29s. It did give me an opportunity to get in at 26, but it didn't hang out for that long. So I've got small share size here, and that kind of disappoints me a little bit, but we'll try to we'll do with the best we can on this name. So taking out some at the top there on SLXN. Shout out to Pretty Panda, who brought this to my attention, but I told him I was already involved. Pretty, you got to look at the position board, my man, because it showed that I was involved in this one. So that's what we're looking at right now. Dang it, BBAI is on one, Neil. It's about to take out $7, up 40% Big Bear AI. No small cap gapper. I think this is, now north of $1 billion, is it? It was north of $1 billion. Yeah, 1.7 billion we're talking about. So this ain't no small cap gapper, but it's trading certainly like one. Lots of volume on Big Bear today. We've got 108 million shares traded, and we haven't even hit noon yet. So there's ample amount of liquidity on this name. Keep your eye out on that one. Okay, so here's what SMCI did. Sorry to jump in between these, but I'm trading all of them at the same time, so I do have to manage them. So I was waxing poetic about this lower high getting broken. That's what happened. Look what we did over here. We broke the pattern of lower high. We put in a perfunctory high there of 32.40 and change, but then we're coming back down into 20s. Is this the hold? I mean, is this, just price action that people are seeing because we're coming into a resistance area, and then so you're getting some sell? So I'd like to punch in back into SMCI at this level over here, but it's not giving me that continuity above this area high. So let me think about that one. We're up big right now on SMCI, man, 10.25. It's not like the old days when this thing would move easy double digits on a daily, Joseph, but yeah, I'll keep my eye on this one. I don't have to jump into it too quickly. So that's what I'm looking at right now. What do you got?
So yeah, guys, Google, wow, absolutely just breaking through VWAP as I mentioned. It looked like it was going to do, and this thing's starting to recover. So we're just trimming as we continue to appreciate. We were down over 8%. Now we're only down about 7.8%. So climbing higher is Google. Watch out for these key resistance levels here around that 190.20 level. But as of right now, this thing's starting to cook up really, really nice. And I do think it's only a matter of time until we start to recover. But we have a $2 super chat. What do we think about Tesla? Average in 380. Okay, now I was talking about this earlier. I feel like Tesla's like somewhat of a wind-up toy, right? Like you wind this thing up, it gets going and it's going for a period of time, but then when it dies, it's like absolutely dead. And I think Tesla is something along those lines, right? Like you can see that this monster run that we went on since November, and then especially after the election, but now we're just slowly starting to dwindle, heading towards some key support levels. I mean, we missed it. It didn't have the best earnings, and a lot of this is like pricing in like what robo-taxi may or may not be, right? Because it's still a couple years away, and at this point, it seems Waymo seems to be leagues ahead of this thing. So I might have a little bit of an issue here with Tesla. It is one of my larger holdings in the long term, but I'm also positioned really well in this, so I can hold on through some of this volatility. But as of right now, in my opinion, Tesla is kind of like that AMD play. I'm not going to put it on the same scale of it, but it's just not overly in play. A lot of choppy days. That average true range is really starting to tighten up, so you're not getting those buyers stepping in and getting those really big sessions. I think we're going to need some news catalysts in this thing to get it going again. I do think it will, especially with Elon's doing with Doge. But I mean, at this point, do you really want to be trading it down here? Sure, you could be selling some covered calls or doing whatever. But from an intraday perspective, I think there's better vehicles to trade, Sharif. I don't know how you feel about that.
Oh yeah, I definitely 100% agree with that. Yeah, no question about that. All right, guys, let's talk about this earnings report here because we're involved in a trade, but we're going to let both these trades cook right now. So Alphabet's earnings were quite interesting. So they had a revenue beat, right? Which was, a revenue miss, excuse me, which we're talking like peanuts when we're looking at the overall number. 96.47 billion is what they brought in. The street wanted 96.56. So you can kind of get the idea there. Very small miss. The earnings per share, though, they beat. So they were able to shore up costs and keep things under control. They printed 215. The street wanted 213. Net income, guys, they took home in profit. This is profit. $26.5 billion on the quarter. What are we doing wrong, Joseph? We need to be making this kind of money, obviously.
Yeah, well, that'd be nice.
Right? So that's a lot of money to take home. That's profit. Good look there. YouTube ads continues to grow. A little bit shy of $10.5 billion in revenue. The street was looking for 10 and a quarter. So that's a decided beat right there. It's the cloud, and I put that in green, that missed, because Google has been consistently taking market share away from Azure, away from AWS. Not market share, but sorry, that's the wrong way to phrase it. They were growing at a faster rate than AWS and Azure because, well, those two platforms were kind of already a bit more mature. Google Cloud was more the newer entrant, obviously. That missed, 11.96 billion. The street had a lofty expectation of about 12 and a fifth. They did grow, though, 30% year over year, but when we juxtapose that to, I think, what Amazon or Microsoft grew, I think they were at 33 or 32. So technically, they're outgrowing Google now, even though Google is the third largest. Traffic acquisition cost, they were able to print a little bit less than what the street was looking for. Advertising growth revenue, though, this was not a good look. It slowed to 10.6% for this year. Compare that to a year ago, and it was growing at 11. This is the bread and butter of their business, advertising revenue growth. So it's slowing down. It's not negative, but it's slowing down in terms of growth. To build on your point, Joseph, investment plan, that AI, that CapEx, baby, they want $75 billion. So a bit halfway in between Microsoft and in between Meta. So they're kind of in the middle ground there. The street was looking for 58 and 4/5. So way higher than what the street was looking for. There you can see all the information. The Waymo expansion, though, Joseph, this is really interesting. They're going to expand to LA, San Francisco, Phoenix. They're going to launch in Austin and Atlanta. They even got Tokyo in their sights. We're talking about the Jaguar I-Paces that are retrofitted to fit their model. I don't think they're profitable. And I think the iPace and all the gizmos and gadgets they got to throw on there cost a lot of money. So, yeah, I don't think that they're going to be as profitable as Tesla with the streamlined robotaxi. So that's just kind of my look there. Now, Google's announcement yesterday had the effect of bringing up Broadcom. And we watched that in real time yesterday on the Market Recap Show. We saw Broadcom spike when Google dropped their earnings, despite the fact that Google stock was going down. What the hell is happening?
Let's go, Google, man.
Get it?
Yeah, let's go, man. It's
Are you
buzzing.
long goggles?
Yeah, I'm long goggles,
Joseph?
man, from 189.45.
That's a monster trade.
Yeah,
there,
let's
brother.
go, man. I told you it was going to pop. 30%, sorry to go back a little bit here, but 30% year over year growth in cloud, and you're going to sell the stock off? Come on. Yeah, CapEx is a little high, but these guys are 30% year over year. If any other company did that, they'd be soaring.
Tell those analysts,
Yeah,
Joseph.
tell them, man. Like, that's why you buy the dip on these things.
Absolutely, I agree 100% with
So-
you guys. All right, guys, so when we were talking about Broadcom moving up when Goggles was releasing their earnings, there's a reason for that. So we know Google has their own proprietary AI chip. It's called the TPU, the Tensor Processing Unit. It's not NVIDIA that's making those TPUs. It's Broadcom. So they're expanding their business dealings with Broadcom. So it seems Broadcom apparently can grow about $60 to $90 billion in more serviceable market from the likes of Google, who they're doing business with now, but they're also expanding possibly into Meta, ByteDance, Apple, and OpenAI. So Broadcom really, they're back above $1 trillion, and so they're looking to expand some of their business dealings with Google and the like. So that is how Google did yesterday. There was more I can say about Waymo because that overlapped with Uber's with report as well, because they were talking about how they were going to do things with Google there. Okay, so let's go back to some trading now. We're in SLXN. So this one dropped into VWAP, but I did have an order waiting at the volume weighted average price, and I got filled at 56s. That's why my cost basis dropped from 61 to 58. So we're in the money, but we're not taking any out here. Let's go ahead and take out some right over here because it popped. Nice move there. We'll layer some orders on this bad boy to see if we can catch some spikes on this you-know-what. All right, back now to ACB. This is at VWAP. So I've already put my stop below 510. It's going to have to hold up here. Now, VWAP may not feature here. If it doesn't feature, I'm looking at 5. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Oops, I just got to do like this. 1 second, because I just updated my platform today. Restore it. There we go. Okay, so let's bring in the side charts, and let me show you what I'm looking at. So we've got VWAP that was holding up at least on the way up. It may not hold up here though. If it fails VWAP, I'm out at 510, but I'm looking at getting back in at 5. The reason I'm looking at 5 is not just because it's the whole dollar and it could be psychological support, but you have a double top rejection at $5 in the earlier trading day. That's the kind of the pre-market high. We got into $5. We couldn't do any better than $5. So if we come into that level, that's the pre-market high, and I'd like to be able to weasel in there. All right, let's throw some orders now that we've got a bigger size here on ACB. And yeah, let's throw those out there. We'll see what we get. All right, and we won't get upset. Joseph, what's your look on that die?
Yeah, I'm just talking with Nakul in the chat. He's asking me, Joe, MSTR reports today. Do you think I should close my bull put spread, considering we were talking about spreads yesterday, today and reopen after earnings? That's a tough play, man. You got, like, again, I can't manage your account for you, but what we can do is we can just talk about it. Like, how much in the money are you, and are you willing to give up some of those gains if MSTR decides that it wants to move to the top side, right? I mean, we heard Neil say, like, we know what their business plan is over there at MSTR, so... and this guy's just raising an extreme amount of money and just buying more Bitcoin. So that's a tough one for me. I don't know if I would, like, MSTR isn't something I'd be looking to play, to be honest with you. And that's just me. I would rather just get involved with spot Bitcoin itself at that point. But just ask yourself, like, if you're in the money on that trade, are you willing to accept the fact that, hey, it may go more in your favor? Or are you willing to accept the fact that, hey, I have gains here, but I could potentially lose them? And then whatever you weigh out the pros and cons of those, and then just accept whatever one you favor most. most, I think. If you have multiple contracts, I mean, the classic saying, no one's ever gone broke taking profits. So, I mean, do that, and maybe you'll be happy if you have multiple. But again, I think that's really up to you on what you want to do and where you stand in that position. So also expiration is key too. If you don't have that much time, maybe walk away with some of the money that you have or close half of that position. That's just my opinion. I know I've been talking about it. I closed some of my IBIT position the week before, and you know what? I'm at peace, man. I'm like, yeah, I'm happy that I sold that, locked in some nice gains, and then waiting for the next trade. And what do? We buy some NVDA at 118. I mean, there's always going to be another trade, guys. So don't get too attached to those positions. Official Unburdened and I were talking. It's like, yeah, just lock in those gains and find that next trade because they will appear. Just like Google, I know 2NY was talking about, hey, I just grabbed some more Google down here as well, too. So congratulations to you on that one, 2NY Cent. So appreciate that look. But guys, Google's just roaring. And we were talking about this not too long ago here. I said, if we break through VWAP, I think that volume's really going to step in and we're going to start to recover on the session. So we're only about negative 7.3% now on the session. So I like this look here on Google. And yeah, no problem, Nakul. Hopefully you take some profit and then just reassess the situation, man. You can always find another trade and probably a better one at that, brother.
Absolutely. Well said, Joseph. All right. Keeping an eye on these trades right now. I was able to take out some profits here on ACB at 30s. I'm layering the orders. It's whiffling. It's waffling at VWAP. It's not giving it up, but it's not bouncing off it either. So we're not out of the woods. We're going to have to see how this one trades. Also, SLXN, still above VWAP, but I am concerned now with this break of the higher low situation. So here, higher low, higher low, higher low, and then it kind of all falls down right over here. So going to keep an eye out on this one. My out is the breach of the area low. The area low was put in at 1050 and the low there, 151. So we're going to have our stop at 149 on SLXN. Profitable on it, but definitely looking at doing a little bit better right now. What else we got over here? What else? Yeah, Big Bear AI. Okay, so this one breached $7. This is my missed trade of the day. I mean, I don't know why I wasn't punching in on this. I have this sick compulsion that I need a pullback in order to get in. You're getting one right now. So Big Bear AI breached 711, the high of the day. Shout out to Sev. 672 is where the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart is hanging out. And this has been very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average all morning. Now, we've got a topping tail candle, though, on the 5 that looks a little bit ugly.
I just shorted it.
You shorted Big Bear AI?
Because of that topping tail candle. I like that you're talking because I've seen it too. I mean, if it breaks the high, then we're at a dodge, right? But I like that for a potential topping tail.
Okay. There you go. Joseph short right now. The big beared one, and well, we're gonna wish him luck because, well, I'm not involved in it, so I don't feel bad taking the opposite side of the trade, but it's still holding at the 10 exponential moving average with a 711 high. Let's see how this bad boy ends up trading. Still looking at ACB for this one to hold at the volume weighted average price, looking for that curl, not forthcoming quite yet. How's my man SLXN doing? We're still basically flat on the trade right now, having already taken profits, obviously, but waiting for it to either bounce or give me that 152 add. But again, my stop goes below 149 on this. Let's see what else is moving because there's other names, obviously, that are moving on the day. SMCI, we mentioned, up 8.5%. AMD obviously got shellacked on earnings, but it has been putting in a decent trend, especially off the lows. This one is short sale restricted. So it's kind of harder. I don't want to say it's impossible, obviously, because nothing is impossible to short when it is SSR. So sometimes we get what we call an SSR bounce. I know Neil has an entire trade built upon that. So we'll keep an eye on AMD. It's above 110 right now. So it's taking out the whole dollar. It's taking out the $10 level. It's on its way up to 10.25. To go green, though, we got to get up to the lofty price of about 119.5. We'll see where this one ends up topping out. The 200 exponential on the 5 is at around 111, a little bit less than 111. So that's what I'm keeping my eye out on right now, Joseph. Shout out to Ozan. You're killing me, Ozan. Anytime I see your name in the chat, you're always yelling the same thing. Ozan Keeley. Is it Sealy or Keeley, Ozan? Let me know. Shout out to you. Joseph Wilson. What's on your side of the desk?
No, you know what? BK Stoney just mentioned something curious, Sharif. So we're going to have to modify our bet a little bit here, all right? So this is how I think this is my proposal to you, okay? So we'll read what he said first. So here's why Sharif's bet is better than Joe's. If Sharif wins, IBIT will be at higher, so he will receive more money from Joe than if he loses because IBIT will be lower.
We're not modifying the bet, Joe.
Bro, what do you mean? No, we have to modify.
Shook on the bet.
No, we shook on.
Shook twice.
Okay, yeah, but dude, we have to modify.
The contract's been executed.
No, we have to. No, it's a smart contract. No, we're gonna modify the smart contract. We're gonna modify it here. No, but if I'm right, you have to pay me the IBIT as if it were to be at 125K.
I'm
right?
not doing that.
What do you mean?
The contract has been signed, sealed,
crazy.
delivered, Joseph.
PK Stoney, you just caused complete chaos because you're absolutely right in this one. I think we need to do that. We're going to have to get some lawyers in here now.
Bro, when you go to the dealership, you strike a deal for the car, you think you got a good price.
Okay.
You get home, all of a sudden on your phone, you get a notification that there's a cheaper version of your car.
Yeah. So I'm bringing it back.
You already signed, bro.
30 days, bro.
No, there's no 30 days. There's no cooling off period in Ontario, bro.
All right. I see that. So is that how it's gonna go? You get it at the price of 125, and then I get it at. I just think at 125. So if it's not above 125, then I get it at the price of as if it were to be at 125 because you would get it at the price of 125, right? So
how about we kind of split the difference?
Okay.
So how about we do a range from 100 to 125? We'll take 112 and a half.
Okay.
How about that?
I'm cool with that.
112.
Yeah, I'm a fair player, man.
Okay. All right. Look, we can change this. I get what you're trying to say. What you're saying makes sense.
Yeah.
What you're saying makes sense. But
exactly.
Hey, we signed it.
we signed it. The smart con. You can't go back on the smart contract, guys. All right, so here we go. Good times, man. Jordan,
we're having a good time.
Yeah, great time. Yeah. We're just trimming some off Google here as well, guys. But let's take a look at this Big Bear AI trade that we got going on. Because as soon as Sharif mentioned it, I was looking at it and I'm like, okay, I'm ready to get involved in this thing just now. And then sure enough, let's see, BBAI, oh my days, tab, NY. Okay, so here we go. So this is what I was thinking on this, was that topping tail candle up there. And I said, we have definitive risk now, right? Like if it breaks the high, we're going to get out of dodge on that trade. So, but as of right now, Sharif, looks like we're working. That topping tail candle seems to be in play. We're up about 38% on the session. I don't know how deep this pullback is going to be, but we'll take it as far as we can and just slowly peace out as this thing continues to move to the south side. So, but a lot of people were saying that the short float in this thing is pretty high. So, very interesting stuff where it's only a matter of time that will tell if we're either going to continue higher or continue to the southeast.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's have a look at what else is moving over here. Well, my stocks ain't moving right now, except the fact that ACB still holding up at the volume weighted average price. That's the good side. The bad side is we're continuing to put lower lows and lower highs. So I am concerned a little bit about ACB holding up at VWAP, but my plan stays the same. If it breaches that 510, I'm out, that 505 area, which is the area trough, I'm out, but I will be looking at that $5 to hold up because that was the pre-market high. It did reject that level in the pre-market. We'll have to talk more about that though. Quickly, we'll send it to Adara, but I want to shout out Nick Dub, OG, Super Chat $9.99. Wanted to show the channel some love, sitting on a big winner on BBAI. Target is $10 to $12. Love AEYE and serve SERV for their swings. Shout out to Sharif. Thoughts on SERV compared to Sound on daily? I will give you my opinion on that, Nick Dub. We're just going to throw it to Adara, and we'll get back and talk about that.
This part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase skills, access account sizes ranging from $5K to $500K, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. So scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. And no matter where you're trading, if you were able to kind of get this push to the upside, it's a great look here for the NASDAQ. This is a 15-minute chart. We have not had a red candle in now 5 candles. So great look for the NASDAQ, going from sharply red to green on the day. SPY also green on the day, though slightly less so. And of course, a lot of the weakness in the NASDAQ was initially inspired by 2 earnings misses, or I guess poorly received reports. That would be Google and that would be AMD. Tonight we get even more earnings. We've got Amazon's tomorrow. We have ARM, Qualcomm, Ford tonight, so stay tuned for that. We also had some Fed speak. We're getting a little bit more here at 2:30 p.m. with Fed's Goolsbee, and then I get at 3 p.m. with Fed's Bowman. But Fed's Barkin here basically saying that he thinks the economy is in a state where it's pretty healthy right now. We're going to have to wait and see if that stays the case. But good look for the markets today. And also a lot of these tickers having this pretty interesting move. This is Oklo. A lot of these nuclear names were really strong. I saw no catalyst beyond the fact that they just have really, really large short floats and a lot of people interested. But yeah, I mean, we get this push to the downside, I guess ending around 11 a.m. and then they push higher. We got Palantir looking pretty similar there, though Palantir is rejecting a little bit still, as is MSTR. So this drop and rebound is the story we're seeing with a lot of tickers right now. Be aware of that pattern because it's certainly happening in the market today. But you know what else is happening? As mentioned, earnings. This is our earnings graphic here from TTV Research on X. Tonight we do have ARM, Ford, Qualcomm, and Symbotic, which recently got a move in a Walmart-related deal. MSTR as well here. I was seeing they were supposed to report yesterday, but they're reporting today. But then tomorrow morning, also a pretty big earnings day. We have Peloton, we have Hershey, we have Roblox, we have Eli Lilly, we have Tapestry, and we have Philip Morris International as well as Honeywell. So check out those earnings. We will give you all the details on those. And in the meantime, we're going to give you Neil and his lesson of the day. No longer eating a chicken wing, maybe. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. The lesson of the day is always read the fine print. And, okay, not really, but I have to opine on the little bet that Sharif and Joe have going on there. And you know what? Kudos to Sharif for splitting the difference there and deciding that he wants to do that. But you know, whenever you get into any endeavor, like look, let's say you make a trade, right? And you think you cross in with an aggressive limit order on a breakout trade, breaking out at $100, and you cross $1 for the spread, and you're thinking you're going to buy like 101 cent or 2 cent. Like you put a limit order that crossed all the way to 101. If there's a liquidity vacuum, you could get filled at 101. Like that is the price that you bid on that order. Just because it's a ton of slippage and you might not like it, you still put that order in and hit enter. We've all been there. So I'm not harping on Joe or anything. But yeah, that bet, it obviously does favor Sharif. No questions asked. And I get it. It would be a little bit more fair to make an adjustment so that the notional is the same in both directions. But life isn't fair. Trading's not fair. Everything is never going to be fair. And that's just how it is. Now, what I wanted to say the lesson of the day is I want to talk about opportunity cost. And A+ and B+ trades and A ideas and B ideas. The day is going to constantly change, and what started out as the stock that you like the most doesn't necessarily have to be the stock that you like the most by the end of the day. However, there are certain circumstances, I'm going to use NVIDIA as my example today, where if you start out liking a long, and you're taking shots at it, and you're focused on it, notice how I did not trade NVIDIA from 10 o'clock to 11:40. When you're taking shots at it, okay, it broke trend. Fine, still a stock that I'm focused on. Why am I not trading it when it still holds long, it holds VWAP, it holds high or low, I don't take it till a breakout of 124? Nothing about it stopped being a long trend idea on NVIDIA, yet I got away from it. I'm up on NVIDIA, but then why is it not much better than it could have been? Okay, you could have had a couple of longs in there. That's fine, you can't catch every trade. Here's the problem. Intel, which wasn't a part of my plan. I went over and like everybody was talking about Intel, and you saw me say like 5 times, oh, that doesn't seem like that big of a deal in the short term. Maybe it's going to run into a resistance level and be a fade. So I kind of said to myself, if it's going to do a revert off of here, I like reversion trades. This is going parabolic. I don't like the fundamental part of this move. Let me take a couple of shots at this. Well, focusing on that, get in, stop out, get in. Don't know why I added there. Stop out at the local high. Those are shots that we could have had in NVIDIA. if I'm more focused on NVIDIA. And I'm purposefully not talking about Meta off the bottom, which was a win, because that defeats the purpose. The purpose of this is I was looking at chip names, liked the long in NVIDIA, stopped focusing on the long in NVIDIA to go short something else that wasn't even part of the plan. Like AMD, that was part of the plan, so I don't mind trading that. You know, I can take L's on AMD with some shorts, win early, lose late, because we were looking at the 110 level to try. But I never thought about Intel as a short until the news came out. So there isn't a very good reason why I should jump away from NVIDIA, which is on trend and going higher. Where's my offer? Which is on trend and going higher. I was offering on the wrong side of 65. Which is on trend and going higher. To go over to Intel for the mean revert. I like the mean revert, but do it on a stock which was part of the action plan. And that's what you need to be able to do sometimes. If you don't have a reason to get out of a trade, don't get out of the trade. It's still on trend. You're holding it for a break of the trend line. It's holding above VWAP, so why are you stopping going long? Like if you're buying the VWAP dip on NVIDIA, why do you stop going long? It doesn't make any sense. I get it if you're PDT and you can only make one trade. But when you're at a prop floor, you're not. You know, and that's a miss. Probably don't take that one. But those are a couple of missed opportunities because we're not paying enough attention to the stock that was kind of the number one long idea for myself today. There weren't many stocks that set up for longs. There were lots of longs. The NASDAQ is up right now. There were plenty of things that are good longs, obviously. But there weren't many things in the morning that set up that way. And this was textbook. It was trending up. Had a positive story with the CapEx spend on Google. It not only, it did a breakout that failed initially, so you start out in red, but it holds VWAP and prior day high. That's what we like to call confluence, and all kinds of confluence. So you've got to be able to stick with these stocks. It's easy to get distracted by setups that are good, which is fine, but make sure it's better than the thing you were doing before. That's always important. It's easy I don't mind jumping around. I'll take any setup that's out there that's a positive expectancy. But you shouldn't move away from something which is still looking very good and is one of your top ideas of the day. And as always, let me go to this. TNT Frags in the chat just put this in. ARM is going crazy. So I like ARM. Go ARM. I got to pull this one up. ARM is up this much. ARM is going crazy. See, like this is, I wasn't looking at ARM, but this is a perfect example of if you were going long on ARM today, you never had a reason to stop looking at the long. That's what I'm getting at. This is actually a better chart than NVIDIA's chart. So shout out to anybody that happens to be long ARM. Great character from the TV show Cops. I love that show. Long ARM. What was it? Berserko. That's who it was. Berserko. Great character. Thank you, Sharif. But yeah, this is what we're talking about here. Don't necessarily get away from your A+ setups and your best trades when there's just no reason to stop trading them in the direction that they want to go. So there's your lesson of the day. And of course, always read the fine print and know what you're getting into when you make a bet.
There he is, Neil Roberts, every day around that lunch hour. Lesson of the day. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Guys, keeping an eye right now on ACB. So CGC is kind of running with ACB. They're both marijuana names. CGC's basically half the percentage up on the day as ACB. It's about 22%. ACB about 43%. So they're both at VWAP. They've both been holding VWAP for going on about 25 minutes, half an hour. But I am concerned a little bit because even though we're getting that VWAP hold, it's starting to look awfully flat bottom breakish. And the reason I say that is because we keep putting in lower highs while defending that 520 area where VWAP is. So I don't think I'm going to stay in the trade for that much longer. We're profitable on it. I don't want to give it back. But keeping an eye on ACB. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
Keep an eye on Meta and Snap here. I'm seeing reports from the Washington Post suggesting that the Chinese owner of TikTok, or ByteDance, I guess here, apparently they seem to be, quote, slow rolling some of these negotiations for a sale, but they're still waiting on confirmation or a green light, the okay there, from the Chinese government. So it looks like there are still some attempts here to sell TikTok. We know they were given 75 days. That was as of January 20th. that happens. So we're gonna have to wait and see here. But the time on TikTok is certainly running out, and it seems like they are trying to negotiate this sales still, guys. Back to you.
This looks like awfully program bias on the dead one.
I agree on that one. Yeah, so Shreve's just showing me some Apple here, guys, continuing to climb higher, looking good. And I was talking about this not too long ago. When you have $100 billion just sitting in free cash there, just buy this thing at any dip possible, in my opinion. So here we go. I mean, like, look, you can see we were put in this really lengthy consolidation phase, and then we broke out. And I think that had a lot to do with just net inflows into the market and Apple being in so many different ETFs. We're going to have to get out of BBAI here, Shreve. I'm going to send it to you for a second.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Big Bear AI, guys, continue. Look, it held the 10 exponential like a dang T. Big Bear AI did have that topping tail candle. I know that's why Joseph got into it, and that's usually a pretty good sign with these names that sellers may be taking control of the trade. But this one looked like it was just a 2 or 3 candle pullback. It ended up still defending the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and we're continuing on our merry way. This one hasn't closed anything below that 10 exponential, Joseph. I mean, literally actually hasn't. Since in the pre-market, I mean, it started getting going there. The volume started coming in at 9:15, and it really hasn't looked back since. It defended VWAP at times as well. So Big Bear AI is on one today. It's doing the dance right now with $7. Let's see how this one ends up trading. I'm still involved in ACB and SLXN. SLXN straddling VWAP here, but there isn't too much in terms of small cap gappers today. There was RNAS and CPIX. Let's bring those in and talk about them because I was trying to weasel into some of those trades, but they're both below VWAP right now and not tradable under my system. RNAZ, here it is. Let's have a look at this bad boy. So there's the volume weighted average price. We get that big spike up, was up 60, it's up 63% right now, was way higher at the top there, but it gives up VWAP, can't hold it. I can't trade it until it gets back above the volume weighted average price. We'll keep tabs on that. CPIX is the one that was working its way into VWAP. And then it just, looks like it's going to reject it right now. Nice move back up off that $4.40 area, reclaims 5, works its way back up into 5.25, but now we're putting in a red candle and looking like we're going to give back the move above the volume weighted average price. So I'm keeping my eye on CPIX. If it can stay above VWAP, if it can work its way above VWAP, give me a couple of closing prints at least above that level, I'll get involved. The pre-market high for CPIX is around that 485. So we already decidedly took out that level on the pop up into the high of day at 643. So I don't need to worry about my first rule. What I need to worry about right now is my second rule, which I won't trade these small cap gappers as a long south of VWAP. They have to be trading above the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, I just don't get involved as a long. And I don't typically short these small cap gappers at all. Very, very seldomly. So holding ACB at VWAP, holding SLXN, looking for a spike back up, but none is being had at the moment. I'm keeping my eye on the scanner over here to see what else is popping off, but it's a light day today in small cap gapper world. Now, if you're looking at ACB, you might as well look at CGC as well because that's trading in sympathy with ACB. They're both marijuana names and they're both Canadian companies. Cannabis Growth and Aurora Cannabis. So CGC is breaking down below VWAP. It got a spike up, I'm assuming, because it's trading in sympathy with ACB. It is. But Cannabis Growth does report, actually. When does this company report? Is expected to show a fall in quarterly revenue when the report comes in February 7th. So CGC reports in 2 days. ACB, I saw somebody asking in the chat, reported this morning in the pre-market, which is kind of why I got that move up in the pre. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're still looking at those names. Let's have a look at the MAG. Apple's on one right now, Katina, man. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows. It looks like, I don't know how you feel about this one, Katina, man, but it looks like program buying at this level over here. Apple steadily moving up little by little. You know how Apple trades. It doesn't trade as a parabolic name. Very, very seldomly does it do that. But there, looks like a predictable trade with nary a red candle since 11:15. So it's 12:19 right now. We haven't had a red candle in over an hour. It took out this 230.5 area that we kept rejecting in the earlier time of day. I know the Katina man had a couple of banger shorts off that, but it ends up taking out that level there. And it's continuing on its merry way. Softy as well, into that high day as it goes at around 413 and change. Yeah, so that's a look right now. NFLX, oh baby.
Oh.
Adara, did you see Netflix? Above $1,000 goes Netflix. We'll have to see if it can close out that level because it could not yesterday. So got into about $1,008, and then we gave pretty much all of it back, going down all the way to $978. Netflix, baby. It keeps putting in higher highs and higher lows, Joseph. Good look for Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, I like Netflix. I like Netflix for the long term, especially. You know what's going on with WWE and all this live sporting events going on over there, guys. So that is Netflix. But yeah, here we go in some Google. I just took off the shares on here, so the 5 minutes, so you can actually see what was going on and where we entered in at. And here we go, around that 189.20, and then just continuing to the top side, guys. Is Google. So this pullback, I like to see this volume dwindling on the 5 minute, which it seems to be, and on these lower time frames. So we're going to wait for price action to turn back around, and then maybe we can continue to the top side. But Pathik pointed out some valid points here as well. On NVDA, you said, Joe, check out this topping tail candle on the 15. And you're right, brother. I would like to see this a little bit more isolated. But then again, I don't really watch the 15 minute too much, so I don't know how it's going to react. But you can see it happen a couple of times here on the pullback. You get a pullback here on this hammer candle, the inverted one. And then sure enough, we're getting one here as well too, folks. So let's see if we get that pullback into VWAP, because this thing has been strong. I was talking to you guys, looking for 125, and we got almost close, 124.69 and change there on NVDA. But I think the market is strong, and if this pullback volume is relatively low, then I think we can continue to the top side. It may be somewhat of a grind, but I mean, nice trending market. We're going to just continue to try and follow it. But guys, wow, good thing we got out of that BBAI. Let's pull it up here. It has now breached those it has now breached those highs that I was referring to. It passed that topping tail candle, so it just blew through that. Now up over 47% on the session. So looking really, really good. Something you don't necessarily want to do is fight those trends unless you get those definitive reversal signals. And even if so, you got to follow those rules, because if they don't work out, then you don't want to be caught in bag holding something short when it's just really going parabolic. And that seems to be the case here with BBAI, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Okay, QBTS, guys. Shout out to Jeremy Newman. I'm going to look at that one for you as well. Who was asking me? Ronak. He wants me to look at AMD. I'm going to look at it in a second. But QBTS up and to the right. You have OKLO as well. I know they're different. One's quantum computing, one's energy. But, you know, sometimes they move together because of the relationship with you know, the amount of power needed for the AI. I don't know if it's really quantum related, to be quite honest with you. So QBTS at the high of the day right now, 634, 632. 634 is the high day, trading at 632. This is the 5 minute right now on QBTS. Great look, very directional. You can tell it's holding up at the 10 exponential. A dip buy into the 10. I think this is a good directional trade. When you look at the local area highs, we're above yesterday's high. Looks like we topped out at 6.25, but Monday's high still eludes us. It's about 639, 640, so we could theoretically reject off that local high. I'm talking about QBTS. Let's have a look at the Advanced Money Destroyer. This one reported yesterday. Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher look. I love Lisa Su, man, you know, and obviously I want her to do well. I don't want there to just be one horse in the race. NVIDIA, we've seen Broadcom trying to weasel in the race as well. But AMD just can't get their MI300 produced enough to get any market share. And there's a reason for that. It's because Taiwan Semiconductor makes like 80 or 90% of these advanced chips, okay? And they basically, NVIDIA is taking out all their capacity. Now, we know there are new plants coming online in the near future. They're not online yet. Apparently, AMD has earmarked some of their production output for those new plants, so that will be saved for AMD. But until that happens, it's just we can only theorize and speculate about how they'll do. So AMD just can't produce the MI300 despite interest from these hyperscalers. You got Amazon, Meta, they're all interested in that MI300X that Lisa's got cooking up over there at Advanced the Money Destroyer Labs there. So AMD, look, caught a bit of a what we call a short sale restricted bounce. As I mentioned, this is a trade where it's harder to get short because you can only get short on an uptick, meaning you can only punch short once the stock moves up in price. That limits the available time or the ability to punch short. So sometimes you get a bit of an up move, and that's what we got right now. So it's interesting here, this level that we held. So the aftermarket low was about 106.5. And what's funny about that aftermarket low is it ended up also being the pre-market low. So we end up defending that level for whatever reason. That 106.5, 106 2/3 ended up coming into play. And now we're above that 110 area with an 111.61. This has got a good move up. I think that it may have some resistance at around this level over here. I'm talking about that 112.5 to 113 on AMD. So that's a look. All right. We took several outs there on ACB as it did pop off that, what's it called, the volume weighted average price. So we were able to sneak some outs there. I'm still concerned about this one putting in lower highs with a flat bottom at 520, hence why I'm settling for baby moves into the 30s to de-risk a little bit here on Aurora Cannabis. Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. A lot of people are talking about AMD here in the chat. Let's see what I know you're just talking about it, Sharif, but a lot of people are continuously going on. I mean, yeah, trading really well up to about 111. Entering that gap here from, from yesterday and selling off. So starting to fill quite a bit. And when I was watching it yesterday evening, while I was watching Sean, Adara, and Sharif on the show, I'm like, wow, this thing dropped all the way down to 106 and change there. So remember that show 106 in Park? Is it still on? Is it still on?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was a good one. But anyway, so it went that low, guys, and now recovering. So, I mean, we talked a lot about it, just saying, hey, and what Brian Shannon said about it as well, too. It's just a dead stock right now, and I'm going to stick with that until it's proven otherwise. So we'll keep it at that. So, yeah, guys, continuing to hold on to some of this Google. You know that we got at a BBAI. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of a rebound. Maybe this is an add up here. I think it is, to be honest with you, on Google. So maybe we'll just dab a little bit there and see what we got going on. And maybe go and test this high again around 190, 150s on Google. So we're going to look for that continuation within the trend there, folks. And go with that, and there we go. So nice little add on that pullback on Google. See if we can get that leg higher. Let's see what we also got going on for top volume on the session, guys. And usually the king of the party is NVDA, and it still is today. We know we had that switch up with Palantir yesterday, putting in a lot of volume, rightfully so, on an absolute blowout earnings report the evening before. So really good look there on NVDA. So 152 million shares traded on the session. AMD in second place with 73.2 and SMCI with 61.7. I know that I was watching SMCI the other evening and it just was popping out of nowhere, and I'm like, that's interesting. And Adara was telling me there's just looming, like rumors about the looming report. So that is interesting to see. But guys, yeah, let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat, and we'll be sure to go over it. Let's see if we can get some of this pullback here on Google. I think that buyers are going to continue to step in. We're still down a whopping 7.5% on the session, and I think a company this good is eventually going to get bought up. Is it going to recover all today? Probably not, but I mean, we can bite in a big chunk out of that and see where we can go from there. We're not close to the pre-market highs or anything along those lines, but we also have to take a look at it from a daily perspective, and we'll do that just now because you can see we're running into some key support levels, which is really important, but we're bouncing off them, and we form this consolidation range in Alphabet here, guys. So I'm bullish on this thing. I think it's a buy the dip opportunity. I know Tom Lee would be like, yeah, it's definitely a buy the dip opportunity in Google and some of these other big names like Amazon as well too, who have been selling off. And Brangles and I were just talking about NVDA earlier as well too. being down to 114. If you could catch those bottoms, I think that's definitely a really, really good long-term play there, my guy.
All right, man. I'm thinking about going long on the dead one Apple right now. And the reason is it's pulling back into the 10 exponential moving average at around 230.75. And I'm simultaneously keeping my eye on the fuge. And the future is defending. I'm looking at the NQ March contract, just so you guys know. I'm looking at that 21,700 point level, which keeps defending. So we'll see if that level holds up and whether Apple wants to hold at the 10 exponential. I don't feel I need to be first. I don't want to just punch in because it got to the 10 exponential. That's not really the move here. Okay, we need a couple of things. One, I need to see definite proof that the 10 is featuring with Apple. And that has to mean a closing print above that. So that means I'm going to probably miss a better price because I'll wait for confirmation. And number two, I need to see the future hold up above that 21,700. So we're continuing to hold up above it right now. I'm talking about 21,700 on the NQ March contract. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm keeping my options open, not punching long, not punching short. We'll keep an eye out on this bad boy. I'm also looking at the big beared one because it's coming in to that $7 10 exponential as well, 738 HOD, and now it's coming back into 7. It didn't really whiffle and waffle with 7 and use it as resistance or support, mind you. It just kind of went through it. So I'm thinking about how I want to base any trades off this $7 area. 7 happens to be the 10 exponential, which it's been very respectful of on the day. So this could be an entry, if we get in here, we can give it to 7 and then get the hell out if it breaks down below 7. But it's kind of going away from it right now. Yeah, well, whatever. Let this thing do its thing. So we took out more shares there on ACB as it popped up into the 30s again. The reason I'm doing this with ACB is because I really feel that this might be a flat bottom break because of the lower high situation. It's holding VWAP, but I'm not getting anything like an inkling of a higher high. So this concerns me a little bit. Not going to lie about that. So we're taking out shares here to lock in some profits on this bad boy. We'll see what we get there. I'm just going to go long BBAI, and I'm going to put my stop below 7. So we're going to go ahead and put it like this, and then we're just going to risk a little bit over here because I'm not going to sit there and watch this one keep going, and I'm not involved. So we end up losing on it. That's fine. But I have to take a shot over here. So we're going to layer the orders, and obviously it comes back down as I get in. We're going to layer the orders to see if this one pops back up. And then we'll see what we get there. SLXN, I've moved up my stop on this one. We're profitable on it, but I feel this one is, again, very similar to ACB in the fact that it's putting in lower highs with that flat bottom. Let's flip to the 5 so I can kind of make my point there. There it is. So we're kind of putting in this bull flag. I just don't want to be caught on the wrong side of the trade. Okay? So we're going to keep an eye out on SLXN. It's going to have to hold VWAP for me to stay involved with this name. All right, back to BBAI. Let's see if this one wants to pop back in maybe into that $0.25. We'll take out some prints there. We've layered out some orders, but there is some selling now in the high teens, Joseph. So we'll keep tabs on that pretty panda. The chart with the most blast potential is CPIX. I know, brother, I got it up on there. It's up 30%, but it's below VWAP. Yes, I got my tinfoil hat on and I hit my head a lot in my young days. Got to put the kids to bed. Greetings from the EU. Shout out to pretty dang panda. You made me chuckle there, brother. Hey, what's going on over there? Goggles is moving there, and Katina Man's getting excited.
Yeah,
he's back. How was the sesh, brother? The sesh was good. He got in some swimming. The Katina Man's long 190.50 on goggles. So get ready, baby. Goggles going all-time highs. The Katina Man's punched in. Be ready for that. No, we're kidding, of course. But yeah, Sean, long, Google. He's met with your boy Joe. They're both long on goggles. We're going to wish them the best of luck. Jose.
Yeah, let's go here, guys. We're going to touch on Google, and then we're going to get into some Palantir, Alex Carbon Company right after we get through here. So here it is. I said, hey, we had that pullback. We waited for price to just slowly start to curl around here, Sharif.
Sir.
And then we just hammered some additional shares into that one. So looking for that climb higher. If we go and touch this pivot high, then we can take the majority of it off and then leave a little bit of a runner to see see if we can continue to climb to that 192.
She's a runner.
She's a runner. Who was that guy who was saying that? Yeah, that guy was like Fetty Wap. Remember the run Fetty Wap went on?
Just ask Adara. That's the only thing you really need. Adara will know immediately.
Adara, who does you're a runner, you're a track star?
Oh my God! Who is that guy?
Who's that guy?
He's a runner. She's a track star.
Yeah.
I remember the name of the guy.
That was like his only.
That was not
track.
Fetty Wap though.
That was his only like really good song.
Get it?
And then Fetty Wap went on a monster run as well too, which was fun. But then he went to jail after, which isn't fun. So I mean, here we go. Not like I've been or anything, but here we go, guys. In some Google, continuing to climb higher. What I wanted to talk about was Palantir and some interesting signals that we've seen on this thing. So I had to double check and look on this, but what I'm going to refer to is some potential bottoming and topping signals as well too at key levels. I always tell you I'm looking for these at extreme highs, extreme lows, and the volume weighted average price. Mooski, that's his name. Thank you, Ram, for that one. But anyways, guys, here we go. So first you see this, there's a little bit of selling pressure on this hammer candle, but as you can see, for about an hour or so, just continue to sell off, puts in that isolated pivot compared to this prior bar, as the boys like to call it, and then, or the previous candle, but then we climbed all the way to the volume weighted average price sweep, and then we rejected VWAP and put in a gravestone doji. This is a really, really strong short signal. Now, if you were to see that on the other end with a hammer above VWAP with that type of print, you're gonna punch long. And on this type of signal, you wanna take that short, because what happens here, let's break it down. And the reason why I followed what the candle prints do so closely is because I find that each one tells an individual story. And I like to be able to read and say like, hey, what's going on here? So what happened here is we open up this candle and then we push all the way up to VWAP and reject immediately. Okay, and then now we push, and then now we close as a complete gravestone doji or an inverted hammer, whatever you would like to call it, and then you get that pullback down to the downside. So again, these types of candles are really good for a risk profile S-type trades, because you play the break of them, but then you also have definitive outs, because then it's like, okay, here, I'm using this one candle as my trading thesis. I got an in at the break of it to the downside, and then I got an out at the top of it to the top side, right? So that's my out, and exactly what I just did with Big Bear AI. We were at an extreme high, broke the low, didn't get the move that we were looking for, but as soon as it breaches the high, you got to get out of the trade and reassess the situation, because the chances are of it appearing once again are pretty high. So just pack your patience. Don't get too frustrated that it's not working right away or all the time. They will work, and you will find that you will have the ability to take advantage of these trades. So that is somewhat TA on Palantir. Hopefully you guys like that. And then here we go with Google's still climbing higher, kind of chopping around right now, but I do believe we can go and touch 192 on the session, and that's the target that we're going to hold for here, Sharif.
I like it, Joseph. All right, we're taking some prints here on ACB. I'm waiting for that 35s. Let's go. I've been waiting at 35. There it is. We'll take it out at 35. Now we're waiting at 40. So I perceive to be maybe a bit of a trend change here with the lower high. Technically, if you're basing this area as your previous area high, well, then we're still a lower high. But I was kind of looking at this over here where we're kind of incrementally putting in these higher highs. I'm waiting now on 40s on ACB. Let's see how we do there. All right, Big Bear. We take out some at 30. Now I'm waiting at 33s. Let's layer some other orders. I'm going to take out the high of the day. So technically, the high of the day on your Big Bear there is 38s. So how many more outs do we have? So we're going to wait on the north side. We're going to wait at 40s, okay? Let's see if we can get something on the bared one at 40. So good luck right now on some of these names, but we're not out of the woods. I'll submit to you, Big Bear AI looks like a bit of tug of war right now between buyers and sellers. It's not putting in those higher highs and higher lows as aggressively as it was earlier. So I might be, I might have to take the scraps here, so to speak. We're profitable on it right now, but looking to do a little bit better. Keeping my eye on ACB, and I almost got stopped out here of SLXN. And another thing, I had a dip trade here at 152, which was for exponentially larger shares than I typically take on the show. And so I just happened to catch that by accident because I was cleaning up my stop and I saw the dip trade there was for monstrous shares. So happy that I was able to catch that and not make that mistake. So holding on to SLXN, looking for that VWAP hold and a move back higher, but it doesn't look as if it's forthcoming right now. There goes BBAI, Joseph, through that 33s, and now I'm waiting at 40s. Like, we don't have a big winner on it because it took forever for me to get in into this name, but there is some selling now at the third of $1. There goes the third, but there's stacked offers right now at every dang level. We saw some stacked offers at 33s. You're seeing and get at 34s, and there's a whole lot of buying right now. There's a hidden seller at 34s. We're unable to take him out, so we'll have to pack our patience there. Big boy selling at 34s on Big Bear AI, so we'll keep tabs on that. Back down goes ACB into that 30 penny level. I still like the higher low, higher high situation that we could be in.
They smoked their earnings, eh?
Yeah, look at that, eh? Look at this guy's taking a page out of the Darren's
You like
book.
that one there, eh? Smoked that one.
Pedro Khan, Sharif, Joe, BBAI. Can you say short squeeze? Say less, my man. Let's bring down trade ideas and have a look at what the short interest is right now on Big Bear. And there it is, Joseph, 21.71%. So your point well taken, Pedro Khan. There's some shortage there for sure. There's a lot of people going short on this name. We'll have to see, whether or not we can get that squeeze. Keep an eye on SLXN. Here we go. Kind of double bottomed off 55s. It's trying to work its way back into 60s. As you can see, I'm layering my orders for a move back up if one is forthcoming. So we're doing okay, but again, it's a kind of a crappy day to be trading these small cap gappers. There isn't that much to write home about. There isn't that much to execute on, and you're not getting big boy moves like you typically would, or like we've been seeing lately with these small cap gappers. So that has me a little bit concerned, obviously, because that's kind of what I do. I trade these. Here we go. Boom on Big Bear AI. We take out the top there, sir. There goes a high of the day. Now 41s. We get the print at 41, Katina man. So Big Bear AI. I know you were looking at that one earlier too. Shout out to the Katina man. That one takes out the top. And I'll get involved in this, mother, again, if it comes back down, right? Here we go.
Let's go.
So I'm looking here at 710, Katina man. If we can come back into that level, I'll definitely be putting an order there. So Big Bear AI on one right now, guys. It's up 50 dang % on the day. Wowzer, this isn't a small cap gapper, Joseph.
No.
It's a billion change, right?
A big boy.
It's a big boy, yeah. No, Joseph, for real though, it's 1.86 billion. We're closing on $2 billion, so we can't really be calling this a small cap gapper. But it's trading like one, Joseph. 50% there. Get it officially unburdened. I love that name. Shout out to you, my man. Love when you're chiming in the chat.
I love Officially, man. That's my guy.
Yeah.
Officially is my guy, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
So we'll look over here. Still in ACB, looking for this one to curl. Now, we're starting to diverge a little bit here between ACB and CGC, Joseph. So we're getting higher lows and higher highs on ACB. You're not necessarily getting that on CGC. Hence why it's not always the same trade when you're trading a sympathy play that's involved with the main name. And what I mean by that, in case you're a newer trader, when I say a sympathy play, so for example, Aurora Cannabis, well, they sell cannabis, ACB, but so does CGC. And there's a lot of overlap between them. They're both Canadian. They're both involved in retail and medical cannabis. So sometimes when one reports better, you trade the other one in sympathy, with the idea being that because they're in the same sector, they both may benefit, right? But that isn't always the case. And so right now, it looks like CGC putting in those lower lows and lower highs, while ACB kind of trying to curl a little bit over here. So that's the look there. I hear Katina man keep yelling about goggles, and it is on the way up, Joseph. It's got that 190, 160. I know you're involved in it. You were definitely over $1 in the money there. So we're gonna hit a delayed dollar club for Joseph Wilson. And I know probably the Katina man's already $1 in the money there, so I don't want to ask him. He 190.50. The Katina man's
gonna top. It's gonna top that here shortly, I think. Here, Sharif. So here we go.
Sure.
As the tape starts to pick up,
You got something ready to go on?
He hit me with it last time, and I never exacted any revenge on Randy because I love Randy, right? What'd you say, Ram Ram? Adara, you heard that? When I file my wrongful law or my hostile work environment lawsuit, I'm subpoenaing. See that? Adara is willing to perjure herself for Ram Ram. She just said, I stand by Ram Ram, right? Despite the fact that Ram Ram is constantly engaging in hostile work environment activities. Adara, don't perjure yourself. It's not worth it. All right. We're having fun on the show.
Coming over here
What happened? My bad energy broke her glasses. I'm responsible for this over here, right here. You see this?
Why the
I owe her glasses, Katina, man. My bad juju. Sorry, Joseph.
Why the lens is so dirty though?
Well, because she was touching it with her fingers. She's got finger smudge all over the
What kind are these? Where'd you get them?
Ram.
Oh, they're real broken. You lost the screw and everything.
Good.
Do you have the screws?
See what happens when you mess with me, Ram Ram? Karma comes back, and it comes back quite swiftly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just saying.
Sharif, let's talk a little bit about Tesla here. Good time here good time here on the floor so far, guys.
Always.
Putting a good one. Having lots of fun here. So make sure you hit the like and subscribe. If you like joining us. We like to have a chuckle once in a while but Google is continuing to go. Katina Man's in the dollar now, dollar club for Katina Man. He's not even paying attention. Just came back from the gym.
Man, you're over
and then now he's in the dollar club money over there.
Yeah, well,
just hit it, man. Just hit it. We know you want to hit it. There he is.
There he is.
Here we go. That's what we're talking about. But I mean, guys, let's talk about dead stocks right here, and that's Tesla. I mean, like we were going on about this before, talking about AMD and other things. Look at the overall market here. All right, it's another hot dog cannon by Katina Man. He's got it going over here. Everybody does. But let's get back to reality here and see what we got going on here with Tesla. But I mean, guys, the overall market is continuing to just soar to the top side, and this thing has done essentially nothing but sold off. I mean, why do you want to be partaking in this? If you're short, cool. That means that good for you. Then you can short this thing. But even so, look how deep the pullbacks are on Tesla. It's like you sell it, goes right back up to those highs. Sell it right back up, and then it sells again. So I mean, what do you want to be trading, Tesla? Or would you rather be trading Google that's in play, had earnings yesterday, really starting to recover on the session, now above the volume weighted average price? Or would you rather be trading NVDA? I mean, with things that are dead, like just forget about them. They'll come alive again, especially Tesla. I told you, this thing, it comes in waves, right? You got to be prepared for that. Tesla, when it's really in play, you can almost long that thing every day for essentially and just continue to the top side. But then when it starts to cool off, you have to be able to realize that it's cooling down and that price is not going to move how it was a month ago. So that way you got to get out of Dodge and find something new. So that's my opinion on Tesla. I'm not saying that it's not going to come back because I think it will. A lot of people in the chat said it has that cult-like aspect to it, and I couldn't agree more on that one. It's exactly what it is, and what we're doing is we're kind of pricing in robotaxi. This guy doesn't have anything on the road yet. You know what I mean? So it's just like, man, what's going on here? We got to wait for this guy to honestly put this fleet on the road and then maybe start generating some revenue. Who's he going to team up with, Lyft or Uber? How do you think things going to get? No one. He's going on his own. So it's like, okay, there's a lot of logistics to figure out here, Sharif, and we're not even really there yet.
And we wouldn't even talk about the licensing that he might do with Ford, GM. They're eons behind they're eons behind Elon.
Elons, man.
Right? Behind
Elon's behind. You know what I mean?
No, seriously though, Joseph, he wants us to license that, obviously, to these OEM manufacturers who can't do it themselves. I'm talking about you, Ford, Stellantis, GM, yada yada. You guys get it. That's Andre. Let me know when. We're good. All right, Hive Digital Technologies trades on the NASDAQ under ticker HIVE, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. It's a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. You can learn more by following them on social media at Hive Digital Tech, or go to their website, HiveDigitalTech.com, and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Shout out to the great folks at Hive. All right, guys, here is the deal. We took some out there right now on ACB. I got the print there at 40s. Now I'm waiting at 45. This one is curling up off VWAP. As you can see now, we're getting that higher low, higher high situation. Again, though, I am a little concerned with the lower highs. If you look at this trend line, we broke it, but we know these trend lines are not perfect, obviously, and they could mean absolutely nothing. So we'll see if we can get that 545 print. Very interested in, continuing on this one. I don't mind adding if it gets parabolic, but I got my suspicions about that. SLXN, we're like 2 pennies in the money, showing me 60s here. It hasn't been popping off, though. It's been holding VWAP. It looks like a bull flag on the 5, but we're not getting that continuity to the high side. We haven't been to the top end of the range of the flag component of the bull flag for a hot minute. The last time we were up there was 45 after 11. That is about an hour ago. For the better part of an hour, we've been straddling the low end of the bull flag. I'd like to see some moves possibly into the high side there. None forthcoming, though, at the moment. So we're going to have to pack our patience. BBAI continues to go up. It still hasn't popped off above my last out there at 42s. I still have, I almost had the high of the day. I'm like a penny below that, but it didn't come back into that 710. That's the level that I earmarked. I like the interaction with 710, thinking, if it pulls back, maybe that 710 ends up holding. Shows what I know. It didn't come back into that level. I'm packing my patience. I don't mind waiting a little bit here on Big Bear AI. I'm seeing a new entrant onto the scene. It's a quantum name, maybe one that we haven't talked about, one that we haven't talked about all that much. It goes by the ticker QNTM. Here it is. Let's load this bad boy up. It just got into day's high. That's the first bull flag. Now we could be in the formation of the second bull flag here. QNTM, not up a lot, 25%. Here are the details. $16 million market cap with 6 1/3 million shares traded on the day with a float of 40.2 million shares. Where the hell's my trade ideas? There it is. And now we're going to go back over here to QNTM, find out what the short float is on trade ideas. Let's pull that bad boy up, QNTM. What do we got? We don't have a short float here. And by the way, the float, according to trade ideas, is sub 1 million. That conflicts with what I have, which is 40.2 million. So a bit of a conflict in terms of data there, but we are taking out the highs, guys. But as I watch this, it looks like it's spready. It's trading spready. So let's go ahead and load this up on a trading screen. QNTM on the NASDAQ, I believe. No, it's about a 5 penny spread. That's not that bad. But it is whiffling and waffling at the high right now. $8 would be a hell of a dip trade. Doubt I'll get that right now, though, because this one was, it used 8 as a resistance, to be expected. It's a whole dollar level, sometimes psychological areas of resistance. But yeah, this is a good move up right now on QNTM. It's earned its way onto the side chart. It's going to replace RNAS, which is doing bupkis right now. QNTM, Joseph, could be a continuation here into that 8.5.
Good look there, brother. And there was an interesting comment in the chat from somebody. He said, yeah, Joe, every Tesla on the road can be a robo-taxi with an over-the-air software update. And yeah, exactly.
Caveat, Joseph. Hardware version 3. So he has different hardware versions, the cameras, the sensors. So there's a lawsuit right now alleging that you have to upgrade from 3 and up in order to get FSD. He had made the assertion that all the cars that had the FSD component would be able to, have that robo-taxi. Apparently not. Apparently you might have to fork up a $1,500 or so update to upgrade to version 4 or 5. So I just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but when I talk about it, I'm referring to the autonomous fleet, essentially, like the driver. Right. So just to clarify that, the unmanned vehicle, the one that doesn't have a steering wheel, we need to see those on the road before anything can really start going, and then we start pricing things in. But I mean, a lot of people say like this is going to add $1 trillion to its market cap, et cetera. Like, that's a lot of money, whatever the market cap may be, around like 1.4 or 1.5 right now. So that's essentially doubling in price, which is absolutely insane. But as of right now, it's not there. The market's been trending higher, and Tesla's been doing bupkis here, guys. So that's the look there. There's one thing that we haven't looked at today, Sharif.
What happened?
IBIT.
Ooh.
Haven't pulled that one up today.
You haven't
I haven't
cracked
talked
on
about
it for all 10 minutes.
Stop. I have not pulled up the chart just yet, but here we go, guys. Down about 1% here on the session. Holding on to those lows, so around that 55.40 level is IBIT. I know a couple people in the chat were shorting this and making money bag yos off this. So there we go. I like this. But one thing that is absolutely roaring right now, we're going to drop the IBIT because we're not too worried about it right now, but that is Palantir. Palantir is really starting to climb now north of that $100, that 3-digit price tag on Palantir. That volume on the lower time frames really starting to kick in. Look at this massive engulfing candle it just put in on the 5-minute and on the 1-minute as well too, guys. So we're going to look for somewhat of a pullback here on Palantir. If we can retest VWAP, then I think that's going to be a long to the top side. I thought this trend was going to continue, but maybe it needs to breathe a little bit. We were up over north of 20% yesterday on the session. So, I mean, a little breath in this stock, there's nothing wrong with that. It essentially hasn't appreciated in price really off of those highs, down a couple points. But I think if we breathe here, that volume is sustained, we can definitely find a long here on PLTR, guys. But the naive New York, is the playmaker on? Yeah, I mean, we got 5 minutes, guys, so get those votes in. We're only at 1,000 native New York image. So the playmaker is always on, man. Monday to Friday, we're putting up that trade. So let's see what's going on with that. Good job on the voting. Let's get those a little bit higher and see how far we can take it.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well said. Forgot to mention that. The playmaker poll, in case you're wondering why we've called it the playmaker poll, we've named it after one of our most cherished viewers who's no longer with us. He passed away, I think, a couple of years ago now, Katima. Are we going on a couple of years almost? Yeah, it feels like it's been like that. Darwin, the OG in the chat, had a great idea to actually name it after him. So we just want to put that up there if you're wondering why we're calling it the playmaker poll. And he's a fellow Dallas Cowboys fan. He was very nice to send me a couple of jerseys that were my only Dallas Cowboys jerseys come from him. So shout out to the playmaker. Obviously goes without saying there. All right, we're involved in QNTM because this thing's going parabolic. I've got a very tight stop below the $0.50. I've already wet my beak at 69s. I'm now waiting mid-70s, seller at 70. Boom, there it is, taking out the top there. Now I'm waiting at 77s. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit in the 80s now. Let's see if this one wants to squeeze. So it's got a nice little move under it midday. I'm talking about QNTM, showing me 75, 76, boom, taking out 77s. Now I'm waiting at 82. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher now. If we get that 82 print, I'm going to want a 92 print. So we're going to see exactly what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to Neil. We're looking for that 82 print, showing me 79s. Now, here we go, coming back down. I'm long 62s. I'll give this to 50, okay? So we're long at 62s. I'll risk a little bit. Here we go. Showing me 82s. There it is. And here comes 92s, and bang, there it is again. I love these small cap gappers there to the high side. Here comes 9 likely on QNTM. I think the high of the day is 95. So very close to that $9. Now, keep in mind, we got an initial bull flag on QNTM starting around 11. We whiffled and waffled from that 11:30 to 12. In my estimation, this is the continuation of the initial bull flag, which is the second bull flag. So I do expect a period of consolidation once we're done moving up. So this is the 5-minute look on QNTM. As you can see, we move up there, kind of a bull flag. There's a continuation, second bull flag. So I'm expecting something like this to develop a little bit over here. Where it happens and when, your guess as good as mine. But we are going through 9. 9-10 now, HOD. This one is on one. And I don't know what the short float is on this, by the way, because I wasn't able to find it on Trade Ideas. But I want to tell you that there's conflicting data with respect to the float. I've got 40 million and change. Trade Ideas says sub 1 million. So we'll have to continue to see what the situation is there. Let's manage our other trades, though. We're involved in a bunch of others. So ACB, Best print I got there was at 40s, coming down into 529. I'm long at the $0.25. Let's see how long this one wants to hold up for. Man, QNTM is on one, bro. It's taking out 9.10 now. It's 9.13, looking to take out highs. I'm also involved in this piece of crap, SLXN, which has been doing nothing for the past, I don't know, couple of hours. We're positive on it, but I just want to get out of this. I hate these trades that put me to sleep, to be quite honest with you. We should really be putting our mental capital behind stuff like this. That's really going right now. This is about to take out the highs again, 940 now high on QNTM. So I'm willing to bet you that the short float on this is probably a little bit larger. It's either that or it is a sub 1 million float, because the way it's moving right now, awfully similar to a heavily shorted name or a low float name, or both. So we'll keep tabs on that. Tom Gist, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Tom. Does AMD appear to be making a bull flag? Joseph, you want to take this one?
Yeah, for sure. I will definitely take this one. Let's see what we got going on with AMD from a 5-minute perspective. And also, when you put that in the super chat, Thomas, just bull flag, that can be on multiple time frames. So if you just say, hey, does it look like this on the 5 or whatever it may be, can give us a lot more clarity on the question. I don't know, Sharif, do you think this is bull flag-esque here?
It could be.
I mean, but see, the thing is though, like if we're like, hey, it could be, we don't want to force it. You know what I mean? It's like you want to look at the chart and be like, yo, okay, this is bull flagging. This is a little bit more definitive. As of right now, on a 5-minute time frame, not too sure, but we can zoom in a little bit and see what we got going on from a 1 minute, and then that might give us some more clarity. But as of right now, for a bull flag, I'd want to see that pennant-like action. So forming either like higher lows or lower highs with a definitive base on either end of that. So I'm not seeing that right now, and I'm not going to force it, and I'm not going to say no either. So I don't know how Sharif feels about that one.
Well, Darth Buddha, great question. You need to identify the trend first. The flag is determined by the trend. As you saw there, we were definitely coming off a downtrend. So your point's well taken. The point that I wanted to make, we have to send it up to Adair for the crypto update in 1 second. We already have a couple of green candles there. So if they were to weasel in, theoretically, you could put your stop below the low of that candle and then risk, I don't know how much that is, you tell me.
About 70 cents or so.
About 70 cents to possibly weasel up to what, 150, 114?
Break that high. Yeah, exactly, and run into the next support here around 112.39. So, yeah, that's what I would do. Just put the stop right a little bit below that 110 level, and then see if you can take it up to about 112 and change there. But that's what we would look like on AMD, and that's where we would kind of set up our risk management. But let's see what.
Yeah,
you want to send it to Adair? Yeah, we're going to send it to Adair here now, guys.
It's crypto time, and Bitcoin is still basically struggling here at this, I guess it's kind of low for the last little while, around that, just below that 98,000 level. But you know why this is really key? Because everyone's favorite Bitcoin hodler, MicroStrategy, is actually reporting after the close. So keep an eye on MSTR. I'm not seeing any earnings estimates for them either, but keep an eye out here in X. I'm currently working on a graphic showing their Bitcoin purchases over the years. They really only started purchasing Bitcoin actually in August 2020, so definitely check that out. We'll have to see what Michael Saylor and co. have to say about Bitcoin and how it's doing right now, so definitely keep an eye on that. In terms of other crypto, I want to take a look at XRP, because XRP is one that's been pretty weak as of late, despite its relative strength off the election. With XRP, you have to keep in mind it was buoyed not only by the election of Donald Trump, but also by the announcement that Gary Gensler would be stepping down from the SEC. We know that he specifically, when he was in charge of the SEC, there were some issues with regards to Ripple and XRP. So that was viewed as pretty bullish, but now we've actually broken below the AVWAP from that Gary Gensler-related volume spikes. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. XRP giving up a lot of this move. We made highs, or recent highs here, anyway, around that 3.4 level, currently trading around 2.4. So let's see if XRP is able to, I guess, rise up from that. But I think it's worth noting Ripple, pretty weak here, and it has been for a while, guys. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe. All right, before we get to the playmaker, Joseph, QNTM just wigged into 10, $9.95. It's up 42 and change. This one is really squeezing. Shout out to Trader B, who told me in the chat that we've got something around 12 and change, 12 and a quarter, 12.5% of the float is borrowed for short. It's not the biggest number we've ever seen in the world, but it really depends on where the majority of shorts are in.
because then once we can get to that price, we can squeeze them, and then we get that parabolic effect because there's double buying, right? If you don't know what a short squeeze is, in order to get out of your short, you have to buy, right? So if you're buying and then someone else is covering shorts, that's double the amount of people buying. That's why we get this squeeze. Joseph, let's do this SPY. We got to do the Playmaker poll, baby.
Try to fire it up here, guys. The Playmaker poll. All right, so let's get this one going here. So we got our 39th trade, man. We're going to hit that 40 data points really soon, guys. Let's see what we got going on here. So the entry price, Sharif.
602.80.
602. Oh, we're buying up here. All right.
Hey.
What's the beak wetter
We're
there?
always buying, Joseph. I don't think we've ever sold.
Yeah, we're buying up here.
We're taking it out at 604.80.
604.80.
And then we're stopping out at 601.80.
601.80. There we go. We're not right in at 104 there, guys.
BBAI is selling off aggressively, guys. Oh, and I just got short BBAI. I'm going to cover a little bit here. There we go. All right, let's see if we can continue to move down. I've got some short. If it comes up above 7, I'm basically taking it all out here, over here, because this could be a 7 dip and pop. So I don't want any smoke on, especially since it's trading above the volume weighted average price, and there it is. So I'll just cover it there on BBAI. All right, this one is really moving. So we can flip long. I'll flip long on this if it holds 7. It dips below 7. I'm assuming it was a specialist breakdown to push everybody out. If this starts trending above 7 again, this will be, to me anyway, an obvious specialist breakdown and a curl right back up. So BBAI. Now we were complaining that there weren't too many small cap gappers that were really moving. Now we got a couple that are really moving. One to the high side, one to the downside. I'm talking about QNTM. I'm talking about BBAI. So there's plenty to trade during the midday. Let's see if we can catch maybe something to the high side now that we've reclaimed 7. Joseph, I didn't want to interrupt, but this whole thing.
I don't know if I had anything going on, man, but we can take it back over here. So 30K volume on the BBAI. Okay, so we're talking some options now. The incredible Mr. Lib. Good seeing you in here. I haven't seen you for a while there, Mr. Lib. So 30K volume in the BBAI, 8 call 321. Okay, all right, so let's take a look at that one there. So let's pull up this options chain on BBAI, and then what does he got? January, February, March 21st. Let's see what we got going on there with the March 21st. Okay, not letting me pull that one up there. So
you want me to pull it up? What
So March 31st expiration cycle on BBAI. Saying there's a lot of open interest. Oh no, the actual volume, not OI there. So there is some volume on BBAI contracts. Let's see what else we got going on from a daily. Okay, here we go. So yeah, I mean, as of right now, this chain isn't very vast. So yeah, February 21st is the next cycle that we got going on here, Sharif. They don't even allow me to look at the monies really. So not something I would necessarily be looking to partake in from an options perspective. At that $5 strike price, we got 34K open contracts as of right now, but to the put side, not looking really good. You might not even be able to buy puts on this thing right now, Sharif, according to this chain. But let's see what Adara's up to.
We just talked about MicroStrategy, and now we actually have pretty crazy news. They are no longer MicroStrategy. They have announced they have rebranded as Strategy. This is their new website. As you can see here, they have a little Bitcoin in their logo now as well, excuse me. But Strategy is the new name of this company. They said that this is basically a new Bitcoin-focused logo. They now also have separate websites for their software and their merchandise. So I guess really trying to rebrand, it seems like for kind of a monetary or branding play. Anyways, they also said they're going to be discussing this transition during their earnings call at 5 p.m. Eastern. So ahead of their earnings, we get a very odd Bitcoin-focused rebrand, including a new color scheme for Strategy. Guys, back to you.
It's a nice grading.
Now I'm buying it. Now that they've changed their name, I'm going to buy it.
You're buying MicroStrategy?
No. I couldn't deal with that volatility, bro. I mean, I know he's up to something over there. I mean, you can love him or hate him. I don't care which way you fall down on. It's just the volatility that I don't want to deal with day in and day out, bro.
You're in Pantub.
What's that?
You're in Pantub.
Yeah, I got enough volatility there, bro. The beta on the dang cybersecurity names. Dude, it's like, it's been calm late. Yeah. I don't want to jinx it.
Adrian Diaz says, take my money.
Yeah, well, look,
sign up.
Shout out to Sailor, man.
Yeah, shout out.
Guys, there's a new small cap gapper that has found its way onto the scene. It is currently up-halted right now. It's going by the ticker RFAC, halted at $15.55. This one really can't seem to stay open for whatever reason. It's a $48 million market cap. It's only done 288,000 shares on the day, mostly because it can't seem to stay open. It's been halted multiple times. All of the halts have been to the upside. It's squeezing big. I have no idea what the hell the news line is on this. I'm looking and I don't see anything. So I don't know why. RF Acquisition Corp, what is it? Oh, it's a blank check company. This is a SPAC. Okay, so we haven't seen SPACs in a hot minute. It feels like it's 2020, 2022, 2021 again. RFAC, guys, is the ticker. It is a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company. These companies are blank check companies that are only listed for the sole purpose of going into the private market, buying a private company, and taking it public, circumventing the IPO process that most of us are familiar with. So this is a SPAC. So keep your eye out on this company right now, halted to the high side, 1555. Have no idea why it's moving. Don't have a headline there. Nothing coming in on my blotter. If you have a headline, I'd love to know. Tag me or Joseph in the chat and let us know. So that one's made its way onto the side chart. It's currently halted. Let me tell you exactly when this bad boy halted. We're going to have to put it up on a trading screen over here. All right, who are we going to take out? We're going to take out, no, not QNTM. We'll take out Rocket Lab. So here it is. What's the ticker? RFAC on the NQ. Yes. So this halted at 13:05, 40-something. So we should be opening up shortly if this is to be a 5-minute halt. As I mentioned, though, it's halted multiple times. So we could get maybe a longer halt this time, a 10-minute, 15-minute. They usually come in increments of 5. So these volatility halts will usually be in increments of 5. So right now, I think we did surpass. We'll see if maybe it'll open up. Sharat Rahman, Sharif. Thoughts on Hood, please. Will it pull back slightly, or is this the best buy in point? Let's have a look. I haven't looked at Robinhood. My understanding is they're pulling back on some of the contracts or what's it called? The contracts, but they were gonna allow you to do bets on the Super Bowl. I think they pulled back from that. Am I right about that, guys? Let me know. I seem to be remembering something like that. Just looking at my news blotter to see what the situation is on Robinhood. There it is. Robinhood receives formal request from CFTC to roll back pro football championship market. So they've received from the CFTC basically the request not to have these kind of sports contracts in their offerings. Yeah. So that's a look right there. Okay. So RFAC opened up and it's halted to the downside. So this was up at 1555. This is the first down halt, I believe. Halted at 1367. It stayed open for all of 30 seconds. We'll talk more about that in Hood when we get back from Madeira.
Can you just give us a little bit more context here on Robinhood? So on Monday, they announced they were going to be partnering with Kalshi there on some sports betting, specifically for the Super Bowl. Then the CFTC, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, comes in and they said they basically formally request that Robinhood not allow their customers to access these sports events contracts. Robinhood said they'd actually only rolled out the feature to 1% of their customers. So that is a very small percentage of their customer base. But they said, regardless, they did, even though they said they were disappointed, they did honor the request. So that basically, days after announcing this rollout, I think one day after announcing the rollout, Robinhood did suspend it for the time being, though it has not been stopped. It's just been suspended for now. So we'll have to see what happens there, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that color, Adara. Always coming in with that deets. Guys, I mean, we didn't really get much of a bad reaction to that from the CFTC. I got to tell you the truth. I thought, maybe we'd sell off, maybe because they didn't have the offering to, the larger part of their clientele. But this is the 15 on Hood. Let's go to the daily. So obviously, as you can see, I mean, it is up into the dang right. How you get in, I don't know, bro. Like you're really good. Look, 45 looks great there. There's a bit of a top there. You can see here, reject. So maybe something around 47 to 45 would be good. You could also try to use the moving averages. You can see most of the closing prints are above the 10. The deeper retracements come into the 20. This is the daily chart on Robinhood. You could figure out that way. But if you're interested in the company as an investment and not a trade, your entry should be less important. I don't want to say it's not important, okay? Because a lot of people use technical analysis who are fundamental analysts. They use technical analysis just to work into their entries and their exit, but not really to determine much other than that. So I'd say maybe 45. If it pulls back into that level, I'm a buyer because of this top over here, and maybe at around 47 and change, because that's a 20 exponential moving average. I hope that helps. I don't know how to say your first name, Malihi? Momo. He's telling me about IVVD. Let's have a look. Ooh, what is going on over here, bro? Yeah, it's not bad, Joseph. The volume, though, it's a little light. 16 and third million shares on $1 a name. Yeah, so, it's a little light on volume, but it's very trend respectful right now. This is the 1 minute. And this started really moving at around 10 to 1. So this is a midday kind of trade right now. So I'll keep an eye on IVVD, but there's other stuff that's moving. That's why I'm hesitant to want to look at that. Like QNTM just pulled back into 9, and it bounced off aggressively off 9, right into that 9.25. So this is the kind of the second bull flag that I was talking about right now, the formation of the second bull flag. Whether or not we get a third on QNTM, your guess is as good as mine. But I did expect this after the big move up that we would have this sideways consolidation. That is kind of the flag component of the bull flag or the bear flag, this sideways move. Sometimes we get a pennant because it's compressing with higher lows and lower highs. We'll see what this one does over here. Good look though, defends 9, right back up into that 9.25. Joseph, who are we paying bills?
We're paying some bills today, guys. Worksport introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport, folks. So there it is. The QR code is on the screen there, and you can click the link in the description, I'm pretty sure, as well, too, guys. So check that out if you're interested in some Worksport. But just to go back to that hood talk a little bit, yeah, man. I know Darren and Sharif were chiming in on it and giving you more in-depth than I could. But one thing is that I don't know if I would want my brokerage to be involved in sports betting.
Too late.
Too late? What do you mean?
Too late. Have you looked at IBKR's website lately?
Yeah, what is up with that, dude?
Know, bro.
What do they got going on there?
I don't know,
that?
Joseph.
That's insane. I think someone's gonna have to intervene with that. Those are two totally different worlds that I don't think should be intertwined whatsoever. And nor am I overly happy about it. So. What happened?
Political, economic, and climate forecasts we can now bet on using IBKR. Not that we're sponsored by them, and I'm not trying to give them a shout out, but that's
climate.
Yeah,
so I can
bet on the weather, Joseph.
If it's going to be 25 degrees tomorrow or in Phoenix.
Yeah, bro.
That's no. I don't know. Okay,
that's the last digit that the Dow closes at.
That you can bet on the last digit, the Katina man says that Dow closes at. I don't know, bro, man.
I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like those intertwined. I don't think those should be mixed together whatsoever. That's just my opinion on it. But I like what John said in the chat. There's one bet that I would like to take, and I know you can take those in a lot of betting sites now. I wonder what the odds are on seeing Taylor Swift multiple times during the Super Bowl.
Well, Darren's
so yeah. So guys, let us know if anybody can get me the odds on that. If it's plus, then I'm gonna have to take it, and I'm not even a gambling man really like that. But if it's plus anything, I'll take that over on.
Plus for how many times?
Over 1.5 or 2.
No.
Yeah, you think so?
Tell them what they're saying, though.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, but just tell the viewers what Sean and Neil are saying, because people won't be able to hear.
Okay, so they can't really say. So I'm saying it's plus 1.5 maybe, like that you're going to see her. Sean's like, it's easily 5 or 6 times, plus 5 or 6 there on that betting odds. So I'm curious to see what it is for Taylor Swift appearing at the Super Bowl. It's definitely a minus, but I mean, showing up multiple times, you have to take the over on. You have to take the over on that trade, I think, man.
I don't know how to sports bet. So is over means that she's likely to show?
No, but like, so if it's like over 2.5 times, that means you need her to appear 3 times on the screen.
Oh, got it.
Right?
Yeah, so how many times she appears?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Okay.
So I said 1 and 1.5, 2 maybe, but it's probably definitely over, closer to what Sean and Neil are saying about like 5 or 6 times that they're
And
gonna
if they
show her
win,
face.
it's a definite way
that's
over.
easy.
Because then
yeah,
she's going to be all up
like,
on...
I know my friends do the length of the anthem and the coin flip and everything along those lines, right?
We haven't talked about that.
Yeah, the
Who you
coin
got?
you got to take the Chiefs, man. I think you got to take the Chiefs. Like
I don't
think,
want to take the Chiefs.
but they're just too good. You know what I mean? They just know how to get it done, like Tom Brady. Okay, this was a good question that I seen come up. If these two iconic franchises in their prime, Tom Brady in his prime versus Patrick Mahomes now in the Super Bowl, who do you think would win that game?
That's a good one, man. I'm just going to go with the GOAT, right? Obviously, Mahomes is, got some respect on that guy's name. Obviously, he's a once-in-a-generation wonder. But, yeah, man, Brady, I'm just going to go with my guy, Brady. I don't know.
You're with TB, eh?
I'll go with Brady. I don't want to cheer for the Chiefs, but I can't cheer for the Eagles, right? Because, well, they're a division rival, and that just doesn't work like that, right? So, we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to have a good day anyway. A buddy's doing a party up in the old stomping grounds, Markham.
Oh, Markham.
So going back up to Markham.
Nice.
How about you? Are you doing anything for the bowl?
No, I'm not a big bowl guy, man. Like I told you, I used to play football, and like I was, out of all my buddies, I was like, I eat, breathe, and like slept football. Sundays were my thing, and then I fell out of love with it, bro, because all my friends kind of ruined it for me too, to be honest with you. It's just like, man, I fell out of love with football, and then that's when I fell in love with kind of combat sports, man.
Oh, well, there you go, bro. Who can complain about that? Did you see...
Too many flags in football. When I was watching, it's like every other play is a flag. Too much is going on. The stop and start. Yeah, the stop and start was just too much for me. I'm like, I've had enough of this. And I was out of my prime, and I wasn't playing anymore. So
I can definitely agree with that, man. So. Guys, we just weaseled into QNTM for another quick trade on that one. Took quick 20 pennies, but ended up giving back 10 on the stop out. So here's the deal. It's holding above 9. It's bull flagging. I think we may not get a third flag, but at least we'll get to the top end of the range. That's my bias so far on QNTM. Well, the top end of the range is right at that $10 area. That's the high of the day, $9.95. We're showing $9.07 on the ask right now. It's defending 9. It's kind of putting in higher lows, but it's also got that lower high. So this one looks like a pennant, a bull pennant so far. We'll have to wait and see exactly how this all pans out. But this feels like it's defending the level, especially with 9. Now it's got 3 candles on the 5-minute chart with higher lows. Not necessarily higher highs, but you got those higher lows. So I'm punching long right here, and we're going to try to get in some maybe towards the lower end of 9. So we're long at 23. Shout out to Jordan. So we'll throw out some possible beak wetters to the high side over here. But simultaneously, what I'll do is I'll throw some dip trades over here as well to kind of try to DCA into that $9 area. My out is going to be the area low. The area low is 883. So we're going to go ahead and put that right now on this one. We're going to go ahead and give it a bit of space between the trigger and the limit because, well, we know how these ones do, right? They can have huge areas of illiquidity. Let's see if this one wants to pop up. I'm waiting at 33s. It's showing me 28s. Not forthcoming quite yet. Are you losing connection?
Yeah,
so we're both losing connection on that. It's really annoying.
It just
I don't know why it does that. Yeah, it constantly does that. All right, so I'm waiting up here on QNTM, Joseph, waiting at 33s, then 43s, but I'm also looking to defend 9 with my ultimate out below that 882. Okay, I just saw that ACB lost VWAP. So I think this is the end of my trade over here. We're out of the majority of the position. But as I said, this 518 area has been holding. It's no longer holding, and it's given up VWAP with lower highs. That's going to be the end of the trade right there. We get out there for a little bit of the loser on the last piece. Still positive on it, though. Now trying to keep an eye on QNTM to see if this monster wants to squeeze. Here we go. 33s now showing up on the ask, but it's not printing because it's got a cross. Okay, now we got the print. Let's see if we can get 43. We didn't get the fill at 7. So we're still holding light size right now on QNTM, looking to see if this one wants to move up. 43s incoming possibly, showing me 40s now. There it is, moving up to the high side again. Now let's set up. Oh, I took everything out. I suck because I didn't get that dip trade. I suck. All right, so we'll do a little bit better next time, but still positive on it. Want to see if this one wants to continue to go. Some selling coming in at the $0.50. You can see the 5-minute candles all top out in and around the $0.50. So we're definitely getting some selling in and around there. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just talking with Gorev in the, that's right. I'm just talking with Gorev in the chat here. Yeah, so 101, we're going to get out of this, Gorev. We put in that engulfing candle here on PLTR, if we can pull up my chart real quick. But now I just think this is a pullback. So looking for just the repeat case here that we got going on. So a nice strong move to the top side. And then you kind of have that choppiness, well, not choppiness, but the bearish candles aren't as strong as the bullish. So you get that pullback and then you get that other run to the top side and then pull back here again as well too, guys. So let's see if we can continue to the top side. I just think this is a pullback. Holding these support levels pretty key around 101.18, Gorev. So again, I think that's just the pullback territory, and then maybe we can go and test these pivot highs as it seems to be playing out. But one thing that we need is that volume to step back in here in order for us to crack that high of 102. And if it goes on this pace, I think we will at some point, but only time will tell, and we have to be a little bit patient. The Qs and the SPY are still hovering around those highs, so I guess we can call this a pretty strong market. Are we going to take a second leg higher? Because as of now, we've had the inability to breach any lower than what this phase has, this consolidation phase has put in here. So around 602.33 seems to be the low as of right now. What do you got going on there? Show them what you got on.
Back in, bro, right back into QNTM at 50, and we just took out almost the high of the day again. We got it in at 89, so this one very strong. Here comes 10. There goes 10. 10.05 now, HOD on QNTM. It's up 47.5%. This feels very much like a short squeeze. I think Trader B in the chat was telling me about 12.5%. I wasn't able to confirm that. I don't have the data on it right now. And in addition to that, in addition to not having the data I'm getting, or for the short float, I'm getting conflicting data on what the actual float is. My platform saying 40 and change million. Trade Idea saying sub 1 million, about 700 and change. QNTM, baby, it's on one right now. Trade it carefully. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time, and the bottom can drop off quicker than you can say, how do you do? I don't know. That's probably a too long of a word there. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Definitely interested in getting back in on QNTM. I'll look to take the squeeze. If it continues to move up in the way that it's doing right now, we'll definitely look at that. Now, it's been very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And here's what I kind of mean by that. Even though it's been very wicky and the range per candle, especially in this area, has been quite wide, giving you almost $1 from top to bottom of one 5-minute candle. Look at this. Higher low, higher low, higher low on each successive wick. All 3 wicks, though, respect the 10 exponential moving average. Look at it come down, though. This is what I mean when I say they're around for a good time, not a long time. It's going to hold to the downside, maybe. It just got into 9 after wicking into 10.05. This thing is on one right now. Let me just move back my charts. What's going on? There we go. Sorry about that, guys. So I'm keeping an eye on this one. I don't know if I should be picking this one up off 9, but again, it defends 9 and it defends the 10 exponential moving average. So volatility in spades, but giving you a predictable range with that $9 area continuing to bounce. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Great day today for these small cap gappers. It didn't feel that way initially because there wasn't that much that was running and we had to take the scraps. I'm talking about SLXN. I'm talking about ACB. Those weren't really moving in any aggressive way, but now we've got a couple of good ones right now, so hopefully we can keep an eye out. My man Jay Lee, looks like a Google long here. It dropped down. Thoughts? Joe, you think it's worth going long? My stink bid from the morning just hit. Joe had a banger on with Google today. So did the Katina man. Let's have a look at goggles, see what it's doing right now. So GOGL, obviously an earnings play yesterday, guys, in case you're wondering why the hell a $2 trillion name is down 8% on the day. That is why. Let's flip to the 5. And get a good look over here. It's kind of distorted. Let me remove this bar so that we can get a better look at the price action. So we're getting lower highs, Jay. Area crest, area crest, area crest. Now we're kind of putting in lower highs. I don't know, Jay. This feels like it might come back into VWAP. I'd like to see maybe a dip trade at 190, Jay. I don't know how Joe feels about that. That's VWAP. It's the $10 level. It's the whole dollar level. You could easily see that about 49 pennies away. Joseph, what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, Sharif, just looking at it right now, you're right. We're forming those lower highs here on Google. And I mean, from a session standpoint, we got to look at the overall sentiment, right? We're still down, and we haven't recovered as much as I was thinking we were going to on Google. So that primary trend to the downside can be fully intact still up until this point. So one thing that we need to be wary at is if you want to get in here around the 190s, that's fine. But I think this thing is a little bit longer term of play. But one thing that we need to keep in mind here, Jay Lee, as well, is we got to take a look at it from a daily perspective and see where we're sitting at on the daily. I have no doubt in my mind that this gap will get filled eventually because the majority of gaps do get filled to the top side on these strong stocks. So we'll keep that in mind. But one thing is we just need to be wary of these key support levels here on Google. Right now we've been bouncing off them really nice, which set up multiple trades for us. But as of right now, I think we're getting to that latter half of the session here around 130 or so. So just keep that in mind that momentum has phased out of this stock for now. So it may be a little bit slower of a grind. I mentioned hey, I do think this thing will recover, and I bet my bottom dollar that it will essentially. But as of right now, getting into that long, I think we need to be a little bit more patient just because of the overall market as well too. Starting to pull back a little bit. I mean, we're still extremely extended from VWAP on the Qs and the SPY, so we got to keep that in mind as well. So, I mean, it's your call, right? If you like it down there for the long term, I like this stock, but as of right here for a long, I don't know how much I love it. I would really need to see volume to step in, right? Because as we form these lower highs, what we need to do is hold this base, and then that's when you get that volume and momentum to step back in, and then maybe you can break through some of these key resistance levels. So as of right now, maybe some more potentially downside, especially if this support level breaks. So yeah, we're just going to continue to monitor that and see what we got going on. But as for PLTR, hopefully that answered your question, Jay Lee. Just obviously just write it in the chat. We'll be sure to get to it because we know you're in here every day and a regular. So much appreciated for your contributions. But here we go, guys. PLTR holding the volume weighted average price really well. Let's see if that volume, it's kind of the same story here, Jay Lee. PLTR and Google's identical price action patterns here that we got going on. So what we need is that volume to really step in, and you'll see those larger signatures come in the momentum come in the time of sales. So yeah, that's what we're waiting for. I think this thing is still strong. I mentioned how from a percentage metric what we were up not too long ago, and the stock is just breathing up here, I feel, and then possibly take a second leg higher, which I think may be the case. Because, again, let's take a look at it from the daily and just see, So, yeah, I mean, this is still an inside day on PLTR. But if we open within this range, I do think that you get that 3-bar play type price action. That's what I'm looking for. And then maybe this thing goes 110 by the end of the week. That's what I was thinking. And I know a couple other people in the chat were thinking 110 on PLTR as well, too. So it may or may not come to fruition. But, I mean, you can... This thing is strong, hit it out the ballpark on the report. So I think that this thing is still a long-term buy, Sharif. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, good point there, Joseph. All right, guys, QNTM. I mean, this is what I meant when it's around for a good time, not a long time. There you go. I mean, this is exactly it. And you really need to be careful trading these. Because, I mean, you can blow up accounts. And I know a lot of small cap traders out there, they kind of do it overnight and get everything... just make a whole lot of money real quick and then end up blowing up the accounts because of this. And I've seen it multiple times. I mean, I started out trading these small cap gappers during the pandemic, and I was part of a paid community, and so many people were blowing up their accounts because of this stuff. So make sure you are using stops, sound risk management, right size. So here it is, $10 off the high there, 10.05. It's at 886 right now. It's the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. Not an area that I'm going to pick it up off. I personally like it at $8. I want to see what it does initially at 8.25 because that's where VWAP is. If it comes into VWAP, holds, fantastic. But there is price action. Initially resistance. We'll see if it's support this time around at $8. So the whole dollar level is interesting. Right now, it's got a bit of a hammer candle forming on the 5. Bouncing off that 20 exponential to a T, right off that 850, and it looks like it wants to work its way back into 9. 9 may be resistance level here because we actually used 9 a whole bunch as support when we were kind of doing the dance up there above 9 in between 9 and 10. So I'm concerned that 9 flips from support to resistance at around this level. So we'll see. We'll see. Roland Joe, great point, brother. I just noticed that was incorrect in my lesson. Sharif, isn't the NQ tick value $5 a tick? It says $2.50 in your lesson. You're absolutely right, Nick. I made a mistake there. Thank you for pointing that out. It is actually $5 per tick on the NQ. Again, 2 different versions of the NQ. There's the MNQ and there's the NQ. So just have a look at which one you want to trade, obviously. The MNQ.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but One Dance TV, my cousin, got the family chiming in now too. So shout out to my cousin.
Is that your cousin?
Yeah, it's my cousin. Yeah.
All right.
Friends for a long time. That's my main guy right there, Andre. I remember story back in the day. So we were during the COVID. He's like, "Yeah, Joe, what should I buy?" It's when I kind of just got into the venture. So I got him into Moderna really early, and then he held on to some Moderna for a long time, and then sold at some pretty good price levels as well too. So he's out there working.
When did you have a first look at Moderna? I remember trading
early,
that at
dude.
$37 and a half.
Yeah, I forget what the price was, but it was so cheap. It was like at the beginning of the pandemic and before it was like just the talk of the starting talk of the vaccines, and I did essentially what I did with the weed companies, right? I was just like, what is the top performing, like who's going to be first in line with the vaccines? And then that's when I stumbled across Moderna and Pfizer, and then that's when I just bought them, and I'm like, hey, yeah, let's go.
Moderna was the leader there.
Yeah, absolutely, Moderna just went through the roof. Unfortunately, I trimmed it way too early, but I was onto something with that one, so I'm 2 for 2 on that. I'm 2 for 2 on just typing in what is the leading company and things when I had next to little knowledge on those.
Keep it simple,
Andre,
stupid. You know what I mean?
That's what it is. Yeah, seriously, and that's what we did. So shout out to my cousin Andre out there. I know he's working hard. So thanks for chiming in, my guy.
Good to have you, Andre. BBAI consolidating, says Rohit. All right, we'll have a look at that in a sec. Ronak Kumar. Is it possible that every mega cap stock is up, yet VFV is down? I don't know what VFV is, got to tell you the truth. We'll have to have a look. Not a ticker that I quite remember. VFV. Vanguard. Oh, the ETF. Okay, I see what you're saying. So this is the Vanguard 500 ETF. Why am I not getting any information on this? Let me throw it up onto the watch list over here. VFV. There we go. I don't have access to that. Oh, is this in Toronto? Oh, it's on the TSE. I don't have Toronto data. I'm sorry. I have to look at it on my actual trading platform, the firm's software here. Give me a second to load that up. VFV, and then it's on the TO. Come on, TO, show yourself. Where is it? Where is it? TO is the Toronto Exchange TO, right? Joseph? Yeah. There.
Sorry, what's that? TSX?
There we go. There it is.
Okay, TO.
All right.
Sorry, I was looking for something.
So here we go. Well, yeah, we're flat on the day. Well, I don't think that's that weird, brother, because the ES, this is the Vanguard 500 ETF in Toronto on the TSX, the Toronto Stock Exchange. So it's flat, 0.01%. But when you look at the actual ES itself, we're only up 0.17. What's a SPY? The SPY is only up 0.18. So there's going to be a bit of variation, obviously, between that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not a good look that it's down in Toronto and then up in New York. I get that, but we're not talking a whole lot here. Who was that? That was Ronak Kumar. Jay Lee, I'm short BBAI 690. Think it's going to trickle down to the 6s. Where's BBAI right now? It's holding up at 6.5, Jay. 650 is where I'd be buying because that's a volume weighted average price. I'm talking about BBAI. Do we still have it up here? Yeah. So we're holding up for whatever reason, but this is looking very bear flaggish and then flat, bottom, breakish. We're putting in lower highs, guys, 7 area crest, and then we're looking at 693, and then 686, and then 685. So lower highs every time with that 675, 670 defending. Good point, Jay. I hope you print up a storm now that I'm no longer involved in it. Benson, it's Canadian. Okay, got it. Thank you. Shout out to Benson. Yesterday, it was the case. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, brother, today, I mean, there's not that much of a difference. I mean, there is. It's, you know, 0.5% that's different because I think we're up 0.2 on the ES, or we're actually up 0.2 on the SPY as well. And where are we at right now with this name? We're flat on it. So there is a difference, a fifth of a percentage point. I don't know exactly why. I got to tell you the truth. I'm not sure how this is weighted and what's going on there. But great question. I don't have an answer to that, sadly. I don't really trade much, if anything, off Toronto. I know the boys in the back used to do the TSX close. There's a special type of trade that we do in the close. Haven't done that in years, to be quite honest with you. So.
Oh, no.
What's going on?
Oh, I meant to take off PLTR, but I just added instead.
All right, guys, I'm keeping my eye on QNTM because it's defending that $8.50 level, which is the 20 exponential. 8.25 is VWAP. So we had two very aggressive red candles on the 5 on QNTM from that 10.05 HOD right down into 850. Since we got into that 850 level, though, we've kind of held up. I'm not going to go long here. I perceive 9 to possibly be some resistance. I'd rather trade this north of 9. So we'll see exactly what the situation is with QNTM. Interested in BBAI if it continues to do what it's doing right now and holds up, but if it goes,
You see?
Yeah. If it goes flat bottom break, I'm not plugged in.
He's not locked in there.
My bad. Go ahead, Joseph.
That's all right, guys. E-Signal, guys, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. There it is.
XPX with a great point there, Joseph, about why VFV on the Toronto Stock Exchange is changing or has a different percentage up on the day than its American counterparts. It's because of the US CAD difference, according to XPX123. I don't know if that's accurate. It seems to jive for me. Do your research. There's so many different AIs and LLMs that you can ask for why it's doing that, but it's moving up now as I see the overall market seems to be taking a bit of a move back up. And I've been trading the dead one all day, and I haven't been trading it. I'm talking about AAPL. So maybe we can look at this one now because I perceive this one to be doing a bit of a curling effect here. On Apple, looking to pop back up. We defended 21,700, not strictly. We actually got back into the closing print from yesterday at 21,670 on the NQ March contract, and now we're above 21.7, and that has a lot of these Mag 7 names possibly to the high side over here. I'm talking about Amazon popping off. Microsoft, Google's curling back up as well. Not so much on Tesla. We're still below VWAP there. Meta as well seems to be a bit of a stagnant name on the day, despite the fact that it defended 700. We'll see exactly what the situation is here on the future, but you know, maybe we could take out that 42-point level, 21,742 on the NQ, and get into that 50-point level. Not forthcoming quite yet. You're really doing a number on Ram's glasses, eh?
Well, I don't know. I feel like they're... You know what I mean? I like them, but I tried to see. They're just blue lights, though. They're not even really. They don't do anything.
They're too thin. I don't even feel like they're on my face, Ram. What did you do to these women? Like they're like
them.
They're all crooked and stuff. What have you done?
Yeah, man, it's chaos.
It's for me, apparently, according to Adara. I don't know. I didn't touch them, Adara. I'm not taking blame for this. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Ram, you got to take care of your stuff a little bit better, bro.
Your stuff there, man.
Not good.
Yeah, what happened to the iPhone? Did you get a case for your iPhone yet?
Well, apparently she's not using anything. Her man gets her because they were fighting.
You're still not using it?
I don't know if they're still fighting or not. She's using it
again. She's using it again. Yeah.
Get it, Ram.
She got a case now. So.
She got a case.
Yeah,
okay.
She got a case. Yeah.
Oh.
She's not allowed to have it without a case anymore.
Yeah. Well, I know, but why would you want to have it without a case?
That's crazy.
Well, this isn't too bad. Like, I mean, this is the 13 Pro Max. And
I think that's the ultimate iPhone rookie mistake is not having a case. Because like you got like,
that's like
you got a drop and a half max before the whole back is shattered.
Basics, Joseph.
Like literally. Man, I remember I dropped this thing. So, dude, listen to this story. So I'm on my way to the Dominican Republic. Get out of the cab, drop my phone because it was sitting on my lap before I even get to Pearson, shatter the screen and everything like that. So then, anyways, I'm obviously having some fun there. Drop the phone in the pool, and then like every time I tried to talk on the phone, it would just electrocute my ear.
No,
I swear, yeah.
Hold on, was that before they got they were water resistant?
Even so, right? This is the 10 or whatever. So whenever I was like this on the phone, it's like zapping my ear the whole time. Yeah.
All right, guys. What else you guys got in the chat? Eddie R. Sharif. The case is for when Show throws to his. The case is for when. All right. I get it. Okay. Ronak. Buy the 16 Pro Max. You have any money? I'm not buying it. No, I'm just joking. No, I tell you,
Selena doesn't like it. She doesn't like it.
Eh?
She doesn't like the new iPhone.
You told me, but you need that. You need 15 Pro and up for the Apple Intelligence. You can't get Apple Intelligence with anything less than the 15.
What do you got, the 13?
This is the 13 Pro Max. Yeah, so it's a few years old now. I should definitely get the 13 Pro. I mean, the 16. I'll hold off on it. I got enough expenses at the moment. Daniel T. Intel is still cooking. All right, let's have a look at Intel. Where's it at over here? Just want to have a look at what INTC is up to. I don't know why I can't find it on my watch list, but anyway, let's load it up. We know what the ticker is. INTC, let's see what Intel's up to. Oh, it's up 2.25 on the day. I don't really, that's right. We had this headline, so it looks like they're teaming up. Intel partners with Japanese labs to build quantum computers, says a report. Japan's National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology to build the next generation quantum computers using Intel's chips, according to a report by the Nikkei Asia. U.S. chipmaker has reportedly signed a memorandum of understanding with AIST and will begin operations this spring in a city northeast of Tokyo. The report said, citing people familiar with the matter, the deal is expected to be made public soon. Okay, so it's not even public. They plan to develop a quantum computer with tens of thousands of qubits. The machine would prove useful to pharmaceutical companies, financial firms, utilities, and business logistics, the report says. Okay, so, all right, so decent look there. We'll have to see how Intel does. They're up 2.25 on the day, so not a bad look.
Sorry to interrupt you. Was it Google who was getting into pharma too, or something along those lines?
Google and pharma?
Yeah. Or Apple, one of the two.
Amazon?
No, maybe, but one of these big names who just recently reported said that they got this new expanding like pharma sector going on or something along those lines. Yeah. Fact check me, chat, because I thought I heard something about that from an analyst last night. I just can't remember what company. So is it Google or Apple that's working on some pharma stuff or something along those lines? I'm not too sure.
We got to send it to it there.
To be aware here, Amazon AMZN. This came out, I think, about 5 minutes ago, but it's really circulating on social media now. Reuters reporting that Amazon has sent out an invite for February 26th for the media. Apparently, this event is going to be when it introduces its long-awaited generative AI Alexa upgrade. So people might be saying hi to Alexa a little bit more after this comes through. This event is going to be February 26th. Again, only media invites as of now, so it's unclear if this is going to be a public event like what we see with the Made by Google events or Apple's events. We're going to have to wait and see here. But regardless, AMZN on watch here. Apparently, February 26th, the day we learn a little bit more about its AI Alexa. Back to you.
I got an interesting one. Hey, Alexa, play Taylor Swift. I hope I activated people's Alexa. I want to activate people's Alexa that are watching the show, Darren. That's my move here. Yeah. Not to spite you, not at all. But yeah, I hope that activated your Alexa. I know it's done that for Google, but we've done that before, Joseph, where we've activated people's Googles, right? So that is look right now. What are you up to on that side, my man?
I'm just about to message Gorev. I'm out of PLTR here, Gorev. We don't want anything to do with this thing right now, especially because the market is slightly toppy. BBAI coming back in. I know that was a hot one. So Google, yeah, it looks like you got some people. You got some people. No.
Yes, success. I'm so petty.
Success. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy, man.
Yes, now my Alexa's playing Taylor Swift. I win.
Let's go. Oh man,
I'm just having fun
you just
with
put
you
a couple
guys.
some more money in Taylor Swift's pocket for those plays
good
there,
point.
guys. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin now around 96,700, guys. So starting to come to the downside. I want to point this out here. Let's see if this holds. And I was looking at this from a while ago as well too, that I thought that, hey, maybe we're going to break out, was this candle. So you can see kind of the similarities with that crazy volume. But one thing that I'm noticing with these crypto plays is that you're not going to get that insane isolation from these candles, and you'll get those deeper pullbacks. But that's something to be weary of. This is a standalone volume signature right here, guys, on spot itself. So I'm curious if this is going to come into play as well, guys, because we do have us pushing all the way down to south of 92K and then pushing all the way back up, forming that hammer candle that, you know, I'm always looking for. Excuse me. So, I mean, but is that going to come into play? But if we breach 92K, thesis invalidated, that's fine. But if we stick to the top side, I think my next add on these things is going to be at the break of the all-time highs, or maybe at the lows. But the thing is, with me buying these dips here, you're kind of subjected to that dip to the lower side. And I think if we break, we're going to hit those mid 80s and then come back into this breakout range here on Bitcoin. But it seems that the demand is extremely high on this thing, so it's really tough fighting this trend. But let's see what Adair is up to.
Let's take a look here at some Meg 7 CapEx growth. This is the new graphic here just posted on X by TTV Research. So this is the cumulative CapEx in billions over the last 10 years, so per year, for Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Meta. I chose these four names because they've already reported earnings for Q4 2024, whereas Amazon, of course, is reporting tomorrow night. Couple of things are interesting. A, this growth is pretty consistent except for a 3-year period from 2018 to 2019 where the cumulative CapEx actually dropped each year. And then two, I think what's interesting as well is you've got more growth in some companies than you have in others. Google has steadily grown its CapEx, whereas Apple's actually kind of expands and contracts over the years. Meta's another one with pretty steady CapEx growth. So it's interesting here. Apple probably the most stable of the bunch when it comes to CapEx growth. And again, this is not guidance, this is their actual reported CapEx from 2015 to 2024. We'll have to see how Amazon fares, and I'll probably update this graphic to include Amazon after that report. But regardless, check this out here at X at TTV Research. I also have a Michael Saylor graphic down the pipeline that'll be posted later today, so keep an eye out for that. Back to you.
Can't wait for that Micro Saylor one, or, you know, now this company's not called MicroStrategy anymore.
Strategy.
It's just strategy.
That's crazy.
He's employing strategies. Guys, Tesla just lost the bid there. It broke 380. There's a lot of blood on the street right now for TSLA. So watch out with that one. Here we go, Joseph. This has been really kind of downtrend all day. We're well below that $400 level. We're taking out. Are we below yesterday's lows? Yes, we are decidedly below yesterday's lows. There is some support over here from Monday's low, right around 377. You feel like it's more like a 378 low. We're going to keep eyes on that. But Tesla on the way down, negative on the day, 3 1/3. You know, aside from Google, it's one of the worst performing Mag 7 names on the day. Obviously, Google the worst, having reported earnings yesterday, but off that. Definitely off the low, still 7 1/4 negatory. I'm long Apple right now, trying to see if this wants to curl off 230. It's kind of putting in higher highs and higher lows, but it's not getting off the schneid. We're defending 21,700 on the future. That has me optimistic that Apple can curl up, but Apple isn't curling. I feel like maybe 230 is just, you know, the level that we're going to top out today. So I've kept my stop real tight right now. We'll see exactly what we get here, Joseph. Looking for a curl back up on the dead one Apple. It's unable to break 10s for whatever reason. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs, but we're not really getting a move up. There we go. Now we're getting the move. So just complain, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Call it out. So I'm waiting at 25s. Let's see exactly if the Apple wants to curl off that or curl off that 230 and give me that 25 print. We're looking for that. Joseph, what do you got on your side there, bro?
Yeah, Alex Davis, that's funny.
What happened?
You just said something pretty funny, but yeah, Yeah, it's borderline.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So,
Borderline. Can't repeat it.
Can't repeat it, exactly.
All right.
But here we go with Tesla, guys. Down about 3.4%. It's what I've been saying earlier. Like you got to look at where we're at from a daily perspective. Is it in breakout territory? No. Is it in bounce territory? Potentially. But is it bouncing? It doesn't seem to be the case. So we're down over 3.5% now on the session as it continues to absolutely tank. And you're going to see that selling pressure really start to kick in here, guys, on this vehicle. So, I mean, this is not a long. I see a lot of people saying that they're buying their contracts down here and stuff. I just don't think this stock is ready to turn around just yet. I think we'll be able to determine when it is. And with that, we're going to get those indecision prints on the daily. And that's what I'm going to be keeping my eye out for. But as of right now, you can see what we got going on. As I mentioned before, and as I drew out for you guys, is that we're at some key levels. So 370, 78 and change, that's some big support here, guys. I'm not going to call this a head and shoulders or anything along those lines, but you can see that if we breach, and usually so, when that momentum steps into the downside through key support levels, you might see some more. I would have the next level around $3.50 or something, or 350 cents, not $3, 350 maybe for Tesla. And I think that's a price target that may be somewhat of a psychological number as well too, Sharif, here on Elon and company.
All right, yeah, Tesla is really dropping off here. All right, we're about 25 pennies in the money or so on the dead one Apple as it curls back off that 230. It's a higher low, higher high kind of situation where it gives you that curling effect, that rounding effect. They're off a predictable level. I mean, 230 is, it's a resistance level on the daily. It was anyway. And then obviously intraday, we're looking at the whole dollar, the $10 level, typically an area of psychological resistance and support. So we've got the print there, a few prints to the high side. Now I'm waiting in front of the 50 penny level if it is to make its way up there. I'll stop out though, anything below 230. I'm not going to give anything back on this as we wind down the show. About 6 minutes left to the big kahunas come on, but I want to mention that BBAI is starting to curl as well. So I was looking at this one as a possible flat bottom break, and we hit the animation. We did that whole thing. Let me just throw in my stop on Apple. There we go, just 229. We'll give it to like mid 90s or something like that. There we go, 229. There we go. So we'll throw that out. But I want to point this out over here on BBAI before we cover IVVD. So I was looking here at BBAI to be possibly a bear flag with a flat bottom break coming through that 670. But what I didn't account for was the fact that we're still a healthy amount above that volume weighted average price at 650. So this could be a curling effect here where it kind of tries to retake that $7 level, and then, if it really gets going, to take out that high day at 754. So BBAI should be in focus for you guys right now if you like these small cap style gappers. There's my man Randy having a look at BBAI. I think he's impressed by the name. IVVD. Let's load that bad boy up because it's moving as well. IVVD. Yeah, so this one is a good name. On the day, it's up 35%. A couple of bull flags formed over here. There's your first one. And now we're in the midst of the second one. Feels like a pennant with a bit of a compression pattern happening with higher lows, but lower highs. On IVVD, the high of the day is 182. It looks like we might take out this candle's high at 175. This one could be on one. It's got higher lows too. So in the compression pattern, obviously, you have that higher low, lower high situation. This one could be a good one, Randy, going into the afternoon. I love how they're throwing this guy around. Ram's showing Andre how to manipulate Randy there on the green screen. Poor guy is just being thrown around there. A shout out to Randy.
Dare laugh.
Right? So a good look right now, guys. IVVD, keep that one on your watch list if you like these small cap gappers. QNTM is still in play as well. I want to point that out. That's one we had a couple of good trades on. QNTM, where is that bad boy? It's still above VWAP. I mean, I like this at 8.25. I'm not going to throw it in any orders because we're almost done the show, but I like 8.25 for VWAP. I also, if 8.25 gives way, I'd be looking at 8. There is price action. Initially resistance there at 8. Joseph, we have a super chat from our man Nimrod. I think that's shekels, 35.90 shekels. Thank you very much, Nimrod. Sharif, can you explain again your small cap tickers method. Has to be above pre-market high, has to be above VWAP. Anything else? No. Those are the minimum requirements that will allow me to even keep it on the side chart. If it doesn't have those two things, then I remove it because it's no longer tradable under my system. Sorry to interrupt. Big Bear AI is curling. It's coming into 7 right now. So it held that 6 3/4. Andre, I want to show this, please. Curling off that 6 3/4 area. Andre, please, screen. Into that $7 area. Here we go with Big Bear AI coming into $7. But just to give you kind of an explanation of the method, let me find the best one to look at here. Yeah, Big Bear AI. We'll just put BBAI on the side chart. So no, this one is not good because it doesn't have a pre-market high. Okay, let me see which other ones have pre-market highs. Let me just have a look at over here. I'm just looking to see which ones traded well in the pre-market. ACB. Okay, we'll put ACB only because it was running in the pre-market. So this level, yes, there we go. So ACB, for me to get involved with ACB, it had to be above that $5 area. Well, why? Because that $5 area was the high of the pre-market. So if this is trading, even if it's above VWAP, but it's below the pre-market high, I won't get involved, okay? Because usually there's a lot of bag holders that could be holding that from the pre-market high that'll keep that one down. I don't want to be involved in that. So it's got to be above the pre-market high, and then that white line, that's a volume-weighted average price. But that doesn't mean that I'm just going to punch in willy-nilly blindly, right? It's got to be setting up the right way. Is it pulling into a key area of technical support? Is it putting in higher lows and higher highs? Is it respecting the 10 exponential? Is it bouncing off VWAP? So all the different things that you would ask yourself when you're trading any stock, I would ask myself with the small cap gappers. But the two filters that I want to say I use are pre-market high above that, above the volume weighted average price. Nimrod, great question. I hope that helps, my man. And I hope you print up multiple storms today. 1 minute left on the show. BBAI just took 7. So it's trying to take 7, I should say. It was at 705, zigging and zagging right now below the 699 area. We are taking out some shares there on Apple, 50 pennies in the money. As appreciate you, Katina, man. This one just took the $0.50. The high of the day on the dead one Apple is 231 1/4. So be on the lookout right now. Apple curling, and likewise the Fuge defending 21,700. It's also putting in higher lows and higher highs on the NQ March contract. Joseph?
Yes, sir.
It is now 2 o'clock. Send them off.
Yeah, guys, that's it. We'll talk some options tomorrow. Hopefully everybody's had a good session. Keep it green. Don't ruin your day. It is hump day today, Wednesday, so there's always going to be a new day tomorrow, guys.
Take care.
I mean, that's
Welcome
one thing
back.
about trading.
Usually there's a day tomorrow.
You always hope there's another day there.
If there isn't, then you've got bigger problems than trading. What happened to the? I just looked over and didn't even see
Randy
the other
threw it over
pair.
there, passing that ball over there.
I don't even know why I didn't notice that or did notice that just now.
Oh, hey, Josh Allen, how's it going? Oh, that's nice to know.
I don't even understand how we put a Josh Allen thing up after.
Josh Allen, we'll see you next preseason, my guy. See you later.
Did that at me with the Josh Allen thing in it?
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sure he'll have fun watching the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we're in. Excuse me. Okay. We're in Palantir and Google. That's it, man. I mean, it's same kind of things. I'm glad Neil's in QNTM again as we go. But yeah, just buying some. Look, we lost on Palantir there. It actually finally breaks the 200 period. Then we hold it and we went back into the long. So just testing here. It is in a downward trend. I think it's pretty smart to play this pop and then start to get some out. That's a 1.0. Well, we're in it right now. What is it? $100.94. So that's that take right there, literally on the 200 period. There's us losing it. There's it coming back upside there, breaking again. We just put a stop order to buy it back through. And that was pretty good. So here's basically the hit starts at 101.30s, 101.10s, stopped out on the break, then bought back up there. So it's kind of like a nothing burger right here. It will be a net negative unless this starts to go. So we're going to try Palantir here. Down 2.5% as the NASDAQ, trying to hold green as well. What a battle back right there on the day. You know, volume's really decreasing here in the afternoon, but oh man, were they upside there as the market just took off today. You know, despite having bad numbers from Google, AMD, and the likes. I mean, there's more of them. You can still see, though, some battle backs there on the NASDAQ, and Google's still holding for it. We are long that name as well. We're long back down here at 190, so a couple good dip buy opportunities and out, dip buy opportunity and debating getting out. So Google pretty good today. Just interesting to see the NASDAQ up. While Google's down and Palantir's down and Meta.
It just goes to show, right? Like this is the kind of stock pickers market. What up? Meta actually got to a 700.
Meta was at 718.
Yeah. So, but Apple's doing a lot of heavy lifting, bouncing off VWAP. It probably, if we continue this, has a decent chance to go green, as you mentioned there. Meta, it did get down to 700. Did a bit of a, I don't know, like a fail of 700 and then a hold of 700, and still looking a little bit weak. It's weird because it's green, right? Like I showed you Apple. Apple's red. Apple's bouncing off VWAP and going higher. Meta's green. Meta's under VWAP and finding resistance at 706. So that's what we mean about picking the stocks, and sometimes forget about the percentage it shows on the day and just look at the chart and what the trend is telling you. I'm glad you're back into Palantir. I actually I'm 2 for 4 on Palantir overall in areas. And I gave it back. I'm probably still slightly up on it, but when it lost VWAP here, I was in it, and it battled the 101. The 100 was okay a little bit earlier. So VWAP, no. 100, yes, is the way Palantir's been. I'm in this Quantum, Quantum Biopharma Limited. So it's
Long Island iced tea.
It's not a quantum stock. The longs. What was that?
Long Island iced tea blockchain.
What was the ticker for that thing again? I don't remember.
Long Island iced tea.
This isn't that. But sometimes you get a little bit extra if you have quantum in the name. But it did a huge double top at 9, and then broke its trend. So I got into the short when it broke. Kind of like it did this and kind of like lost $9, and there's it breaking the trend. But it's doing a bit of a battle. So 9 to 850, looking for VWAP there. I don't think you reload it again because it's holding a higher low. So QNTM, I might have said MT. QNTM. It's going to be a wild one. I mean, the market's holding green. You have a lot of stocks that are looking strong here. And aftermarket, we've got a few more earnings to drop. Qualcomm, ARM, and Micro. Oh, wait a minute. And Strategy.
Oh, you just ruined my thing.
Strategy.
I was going to talk about that. So we did have a complete name change today. The thing is, if you're going to have a strategy, a micro one,
Bitcoin strategy?
You might as well just have a generic strategy. And I think that's what they have. And there it is right there, MicroStrategy. Adair dropped that. It was funny because he's like, we have a breaking story. I'm like, the company changed its name. We had Square going to SQ to XYZ, and now you have MSTR. We'll keep that. But Adair, when she gets back. Oh, Instacart? No, it's Maple Bear, right? Yeah, Maple Bear. That's right. Good one, Ramin. She remembers, she was mentioning to us Maple Bear right there as an example. But
I like that name. Maple Bear kind of sounds...
I think, and I don't mind strategy either as a name. I just thought it was interesting that they come out and did that. So MSTR, no real movement there. That should not affect the price of the stock. All right, look, it's 205. Interesting to see Uber today. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, a lot of bad reports today. Like, Uber's down. Well, the thing is, we did get a nice lift.
Chipotle, we didn't even talk about Chipotle.
Chipotle's another one there to the downside. And then, what else I want to talk about was, SM. So there are some good shoots. There are some green shoots. We did have SMR. That's what it was. SMR, Oklo, names like that starting to go up to the upside. Anybody that's on a bear that's relatively big, Big Bear AI today will do that. Roaring, that's Big Bear AI. That's not the bearish market.
Oh, you got to hit the Gangster Bear. Where's the...
I have the Gangster Bear.
Do I have it? I thought maybe I got rid of it because I didn't like it. I think I probably got rid of mine. No, I still have it.
Mine, more like the friendly one.
Where's
the Cocaine Bear?
There's me.
Yeah, we have the same bear, man. We're both doing that.
Yeah.
What does this mean?
Yeah.
If we were on that Cocaine Bear there, do you ever wind up watching that movie?
I still haven't.
There was something, I saw something like Meth Head Shark or something. There was something I saw. Honestly, there is. There's something called like Meth Shark.
The problem is the original is Sharknado.
Sharknado, yeah. I think they made like 14 of those.
Ian Ziering, Beverly Hills.
Yeah, star-studded.
Yeah, and I forget what's her name?
Is MSTR reporting tonight? Yes, they are, I believe.
Yeah, MSTR is reporting tonight.
What? Who else is famous in that movie? Is there like Tiffany Amber Thiessen or something like that? Like some old...
Is that who it is?
I don't know. I just dropped that name.
No, what's
what I'm saying. I'm saying
I should
that.
remember. There's
Because-
other people famous. It's now I can't remember her name.
Go Bayside.
Whatever. Someone will.
Beep, ba beep, ba beep, ba beep. Go Bayside.
I'm so excited.
Sharif. Yes. Bring us back to earth here, man.
Yeah. What is?
Shout out to Kelly Kapowski, my favorite character on Saved by the Bell. Guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You already saw the boys. They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But you got to join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But only the top few make it on, and you got to be a sub in order to get into the chat. So let's have a look at the triple Qs first. The market going green here, defending 21,700 on the NQ March contract. This is a look at the triple Qs. We're up on the NASDAQ last time I looked about 1/4 point, as well as the ES, the Dow doing a little bit better, up 0.5%, and the Russ green on the day, beating them all up 1%. Let's have, though, a look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you, Google. An ugly looking chart, down still 7 3/4. It wasn't that bad of a report. They missed on a couple of things. It was mostly cloud and a little bit of a decrease in the growth of their advertising revenue.
Yeah.
I'm more of like a Jessie Spano. Is that was her last name?
You were just see. I was gonna say Lisa.
I'm really all about them all. To be honest with you.
I love that show.
Oh man, I wish our high school was like Bayside.
We were
You know,
cool.
I went to the same high school.
We were cooler than Bayside.
Right,
No,
yeah,
we
that's what it
weren't.
was, yeah.
We weren't. You know when
Shout out to Brampton. Brampton represents.
you always think it's like you look back, you're like, oh yeah, we were chill, man. We were the ish
yeah,
high school. Then you look back, like you see some of the old pictures.
Yeah,
It's like,
nah.
nah.
No, not really.
Nah.
Yeah, shout out to Screech as well. I think Screech has passed.
Yeah, rest in
He's
peace,
passed as well.
Dustin.
Dustin Diamond.
Yeah, rest in
Like
peace.
the best, like if you were to be like a stripper or something, Dustin Diamond, but that's his name. I wonder if that was his birth name or he just went with that for showbiz or something.
That's got to be a showbiz name. I mean, I don't know, so I kind of has to.
I said to First Reef to bring us back here, then we just went way off the base again.
Dustin.
Okay, all right, so right now here, look, Google's going to be a flat name for me, and I kind of feel bad about it because we did have a win right here early. It was a great one, and then we gave it back trying to chase this. We didn't give it all back. I mean, we're in some trades now making some money right here, but again, it was a great trade early, and then it just happened. It's earnings season. It fell back off that pre-market high, and kind of like what Sharif was saying. Oops, I went the wrong way there. Kind of what I went to zoom out. Kind of what Sharif was saying. Small cap gappers. It's kind of the same rule. Like if you're underneath the pre-market high and underneath VWAP, and then now let's zoom this back in a little bit here. Like you really shouldn't. There's nothing in my studies that has been telling me that I'm supposed to be going long here. If anything, it's right here at a predefined low. So like this long, lost, bought some back, like make a little bit, yada, yada, lose. This one I'm fine with. This is a 189 take back. So I thought, get this garbage out of here. Let's go back through. We were right on that one. Unfortunately, it makes that break and then fade again. That's pretty much flat. And then all the way up, Google just made it all the way back. I know Joe had a trade in here in and around 181 or 189, 190. Nice move back up to the upside right here. And right now, I'm waiting at 190 clean VWAP. If we can get a dip down into here, I guess we should probably reload a little bit, but I'm looking for it to break through 190 with a stop a little lower than that. So I want to give it a little bit more love down here into 190, see if we can get that bid, and then work on it from there. So for right now, still long Google, not very many shares, definitely willing to reload it and probably put on a piece now, and then much more at 190. And then if we lose 190, whoops, then that's that top right there from 1130. If we lose, then we'll get out. And we'll just say, okay, Google, you're going to be down that 9 or 10%, and we'll see if there's a day two play back to the upside right there. Palantir, we'll get to that. No, we will not.
Okay, cool.
It's just into there, 1013. So we buy that dip off the 200 period, getting a bunch out at VWAP. So let's not ignore that. We're right at VWAP. Let's take some more out here on Palantir. But yeah, that's my day in a...
We can activate some people's devices.
Yeah, we could say, hey Siri. We could say, okay, Google. We could say, what's up, Alexa.
No, I was just sort of, no, just when you said it, I just got that in my head for a little bit there. No, you know what? I want to zoom in on this chart because like there's I think I made two mistakes. First, let me go over to QNTM because it's holding above VWAP, which is one of Sharif's. I just heard Sharif's rules on these small cap gappers. Remember I was saying this, almost a quantum name, QNTM broke trend, but it was battling here. But that's still holding higher lows. So we were shorting it at the 890 area. We're not getting anything better than the 50s and 60s. But once it breaks out that local top, like respect the fact that it's not going any further, and just willing to jump out. Still up 35%. Volume's really not that great, but I don't mind jumping out of it. When it comes to Alphabet, tried a couple of reversions on this. I think we had the best one here is why it's not my worst stock of the day because we actually got a bottom wick. Even though we trailed out of it, it was still a decent enough move. It could have been the worst of the day. I'm with Sean on the VWAP 190. I mean, that's essentially, this is the area that buying came in the aftermarket. 188 was the anchor that Brian was talking about. So as long as it's holding those types of levels, it looks pretty good. And we're not going to get a chance to talk about Apple, so just very quickly. Apple is pulling back off of the high. So if it can hold a prior high here, I think Apple has a decent chance to go green, especially if the market's taking out this top. So, I'd like to see this close this bar above 231, about 10 here. And if it can do that in the teens, Apple looking very, very strong. Google over VWAP as well, but Apple just did a bit of a jaunt off of VWAP here and wanting to recover the whole thing. Now let's talk about a name that will not recover at all today.
Unlikely, Neil. It's trading still near their lows. AMD reported yesterday in the aftermarket. It wasn't a bad report. What really stuck out was the data center revenue. That is essentially a synonym for AI, their AI business. It's down 7 3/4. Also, growth stopped a little bit or slowed down year over year. So keep your eye on AMD. At least it's off the lows, guys. Still down 7 3/4. But I just want to shout out my friend Kelly Kapowski. Not my friend, but whatever.
Yep, I mean, this is what we're doing.
That's what we're doing now?
Yeah, we talked about Saved by the Bell being one of the best shows pretty much of all time. So shout out to those guys. What's up, AC Slater?
We didn't even give any love to AC.
Baywatch. They only had Saved by the Bell. I think only had like 6 or 7 seasons. If you look, I feel like
it wasn't
people think there was a lot more than there.
Yeah, it wasn't on as long as you think.
Right there, maybe not on as long.
There's one last thing about that. There's an episode on you're making me say Baywatch on Saved by the Bell where there's a fight between AC and Zach.
Oh yeah,
and it was
fighting for Kelly.
They didn't script it. Like they didn't have it wasn't like this is what you do stunt double any of that nonsense. So they kind of were going at it and just sort of winging it. So when he's throwing him around, it was actually pretty legitimate.
Yeah, he was a big dude, man.
And when you watch it back, because I watched it on YouTube, I was like, oh yeah, you kind of see that this wasn't one of those super choreographed because it was how an awkward fight should be when a couple of teenagers.
Mario Lopez.
Not that they were teenagers when they fought. But AMD stinks. That said, it's trend up. So while we're down 8%, it's actually been trending higher today. There's no question about it. It's higher highs, higher lows. Outside of the early morning, I had one winning short. Actually, that's not true. I can't say I had one winning short. I had 2. We had one here, and then we had one here, but I also shorted it there, and there. So that's like 2 for 5. Or actually, no, 2 for 6, because that was twice. Like 2 for 6 on AMD today, and red. I liked it to the short pop into the prior high and into 110, so I took it mostly at the levels I like, and then VWAP. But it's just a recovery day for AMD. I still, my long-term hasn't really changed on it until it breaks out this channel that it's in on the daily penalty box and look for maybe a trend into the bottom of this trend line, which, there you go. If you zoom out far enough, this bottom of the trend line now works out to 95, but it can still break out this top. If we break out the top, you could be taking out the 50 period and breaking the trend to the upside, which it's been a hot minute since AMD's been able to do that. So I'm willing. I think it's going to be tradable if it ever breaks this trend out to the upside, and if it breaks the trend to the downside, well, yeah, that would stink. But we're not there just yet. 95 looks like it should be a place to buy the stock in the long term.
So, what stock? AMD. Yeah, We just got, like, I don't know what just happened to Palantir right there. I mean, I am connected. It's probably nothing. I mean, the futures didn't do anything either. But there it is. It just felt like we were just getting out in the 30s. It's only 30 cents. It's not like a major move, but we'll take advantage of that. I am also, just because it was just so dramatic right there, I'll always buy a little bit on those dips, just in case there's a retrace back up. But I was going to look right there, 1.0. I'm still waiting for this. So as we zoom in, just letting people know that down below here, $100, $100.80, something like that is where we will be dip buying this name. Okay, look, so I didn't trade anything there. The only trade that I made was Intel, and that was wrong. We wound up losing probably too much on it because we had more shares than we should have. But there goes Intel. It does make that move back into the low 50s again off of some of these shorts. We were able to make money, lose money. So short early, out and lost. Then we re-engaged in the short and won until 11:10 when it broke that top of basically 1960. But able to take a little bit of money off of it, not as bad as it could have been. But so my only play in the semis today was with Intel. And yeah, they had that news about a giga this or that with China. So quantum this and that. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. I still like Intel for the long run and looking at it above VWAP, above the 200 period and hanging out or close to the 50 anyways. I think this is a long, not a short, so should not have been short this name, but we were anyways, so lesson learned on that one. All right, Tesla next.
Before we get there, Hive Digital Technologies, that's HIVE on the NASDAQ, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technology with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Let's go back to Sharif.
Yeah, it's a tough day today for Tesla, guys. I mean, we're just a little bit off the low. We were down more than 3 1/3%. There's really no bad catalyst off it today, just selling off. Not really sure exactly what's going on, but Elon Musk reportedly going to meet Indian Prime Minister Modi later this month on the chopping block, on to be spoken about is Starlink as well as Tesla producing those cars in India. That is a caveat that Modi has made clear to Musk in the past. If he wants to sell his cars in India and not be subject to tariffs, he's got to build them there. So we'll have to see exactly what goes on. But I heard Neil say that his favorite was Lisa Turtle, so we're just going to have to shut her out.
What up, Lisa?
I better see some Jessie coming up there very, very soon. And I'm talking about her later days. Okay, so TSLA.
You done know.
Right here. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about actresses and actors and everything like that. All right, so Tesla right here. Nice move to the downside, 388 and change. I mean, so this morning, I had wrote down Tesla here, 390 short. I mean, looking back at it, why were we even doing anything else? I mean, there is here in the beginning of the day. You don't get it. We had talked about this earlier but that short sort of just has been there all day. You know, you did have an instant move, then a nice retracement back. Now, the thing that we zoom back out about here is if we go over to a 5-minute chart right here, it's just about trying to hold these levels. So if you zoom back a little bit, you know, it's not horrible to think about trying to hold something here for Tesla. It doesn't really fit my personality to hold something, as you guys know, $3, $4, $5 down, but you know, it's there for the trade. So I'm not necessarily worried about Tesla longs versus shorts or even really trading this right now. It's pretty stuck in the range. I'd rather us, again, try to buy something down here, 370, 4, 5, 6, and then hold it to see if we break finally, or you just kind of play with the momentum, right? Yesterday afternoon, the momentum was up. Today, momentum is down. So I think you still play the fade on Tesla, long story short. This 200 period right here could be something at 385. Watching the 50 period keep going to the downside as well, 382. So yeah, just a bunch of fades here in Tesla is what I'm feeling right now. So yeah, some nice downside plays there. Tesla, I think it's great. Tariff talk, not the greatest.
No, and for that Starlink, and we were just talking about it in the chat, like that Starlink deal with Ontario, which is a province, kind of like a state, the largest one here by population and economy, that deal is going to go back on as long as the tariffs aren't there. So it's not that it's a huge deal. Just quickly, Apple lost 231, so out. I'm still looking for a VWAP dip. If we get down to, it's about 230, but VWAP's more like 229.75 or so. But if we get a dip that far, I'm buying at some Apple. I'm with Sean. Like, the levels have been really established here on Tesla. If we do lose 375, I think you probably enter a really interesting buying opportunity for Tesla. And when you have lower highs going into a flat bottom, my default is, until proven otherwise, be prepared for the move down and start thinking like 325 to 340 would be a nice area to jump back into. So yeah, that's kind of what I feel about Tesla. Today for the day trade, I think Apple looks a little bit stronger for sure. Apple looks strong. I don't think this is the one today. With the market at the highs, if you're at the lows and trending down, the only thing I would consider is, remember at 3 o'clock for the last 2 days, there's been some buyers in Power Hour on Tesla. You see the program kick in after 3 o'clock, who cares? If it starts doing any of this nonsense, just try to join it, maybe catch a local breakout. You saw what it did yesterday. It did it 2 days ago as well. So that's a different story if we get that same program buying in Power Hour. Sharif?
47 and going % right now on Big Bear AI, one that I was involved in during the How to Trade show during the midday. It is not at the highs quite yet, up at that 7.25 on the back of this headline. Looks like they're going to get a Department of Defense contract to advance AI-powered threat detection systems. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Big Bear AI, big move today. We'll watch out for continuation play tomorrow. And we got to shout out, obviously, Jesse Spano, the smart one of the bunch, guys. Shout out to Jesse.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no doubt that I'm interested in the smart one, because this is what I'm saying. It's got to counteract. I need someone to make the right decision. So
the most famous scene in the show history, I think, it was was it amphetamines? Yeah, I'm so excited she was on amphetamines. I feel like that was a case of the bad acting made it good.
A lot of caffeine.
That's what it's all about.
Someone said they only had 4 seasons, apparently.
It was caffeine?
I have no idea. I don't even recall.
Caffeine pills? She wasn't on amphetamine? Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's high school. See, Fresh Prince did it real. Like, Carlton was on some real.
On some next stuff.
Yeah, it was caffeine pills. Oh, okay.
I don't know. I was just
my memory of that show is just wow, very different. I thought it was hard. Anyways, it doesn't matter. BBAI, I made one trade on it several times.
You thought it was meth or something?
Well, I thought it was a stronger drug. Like, she's freaking out. She's like, caffeine.
My lips are way too chapped.
Teenagers have caffeine all the time now. Like, am I wrong? Like, No,
I was having espressos at a very younger age.
Yeah, like in high school, people before exams, like, everyone was having coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's...
our friend used to come to our house and have espresso shots out of the coffee machine.
Yeah, because you guys did it right. Sean's house was close to our high school, so sometimes at lunch you'd be able to pop by. Not swim, but, grab some food, chill out.
Right. Not swim, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I never got to swim during school hours.
That would have been fun to do, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think. Anyways, BBAI, it was very similar to QNTM just now, where a long upward trend, maybe not as parabolic, pulled back, held a higher low. There was a battle here underneath $7.
Okay,
so scalp, and then it finally broke back out. So I'm not trading it. I heard someone in the chat earlier, saw someone in the chat say something about Martin Shkreli is short this stock. Just let me know. Send me a link on that, man. If he is, I'd like to hear the details as to where and all that stuff, because maybe there's a squeeze happening on BBAI. But it was very program buy, and I thought after it broke down, pull back, tight stops under 7 into VWAP. But it just kind of gave you 10, 20 cents at a time before breaking back out here on BBAI. So I probably don't trade it unless it fails under 7 again, and then maybe look for the same trade.
Just really quickly here, we do get that little dip down in Google. We are waiting to get, just got some out at 15 there, so it does dip in here. Google with the move down into VWAP. It actually took VWAP. We were waiting at 190, so that's what we have. We're long at 190.06 right here on Google, and looking honestly to get a little bit out. Like, if we can pop through, I do have an offer now at 20s. We just got 2 outs there at 15s. It's just the market is retracing back into the 50-period moving average, so we'll have to wait to see what it wants to do, because for right now, it's looking like it wants southbound action in the market. As not too worried. We looked at the Qs before. And, I've talked about this. I feel like we took that level right there. Remember when we were down here, I'm like, wow, this is maybe where you want to go short. Well, it tried and then bounced completely off of this on the triple Qs, 525. So now it looks like you want to go upside on the NASDAQ. Look at this on a 30-minute chart. I mean, this is 10 or so straight candles up there on a 30-minute chart. You often don't see that kind of momentum. And when you do, there's that gap. So you could potentially see a move higher here. There's not really big earnings tonight, we mentioned, right? Is there like a needle mover stock? Because
I think
can something really change the direction?
So two things. MSTRs, any move MSTR does can have an effect on crypto in general. But I think ARM's the only one. ARM is certainly the kind of stock that can lead to bleed elsewhere. Yeah, maybe not the way that we saw tonight or last night, but yeah, I would have to say ARM has a decent chance to move things around, especially because it's a really high valuation. If they ever punish ARM with a 15 or 20% down day, I think that's going to bleed around for sure. But I mean, we'll find out after 4 o'clock when they do report. They're the big one that's reporting tonight. And Qualcomm sometimes can be a little bit of a bellwether for handsets and all that stuff. So maybe it'll move Apple a little bit, but Apple got its own issues. Uber,
Palantir's
I didn't look back over at Uber because I didn't realize it was back at this bottom. Let's talk a little bit about the ride-hailing company.
Ooh.
I don't know.
All right, Uber coming into lows, guys. Wow, we could not catch a bid today on Uber. Back down 8 2/3 in the negative. They reported this morning. Look, it wasn't that bad of a report. We saw gross bookings drop a little bit. We also saw freight really kind of remain flat year over year, but they had good growth with food delivery as well as ride-hailing, guys. So we'll have to see if this defends that $60 level that it's been defending for weeks now on Uber. So we'll give that one a look, guys. And do you guys remember Tori? She took over from I think when Kelly Kapowski and what's her name? I forgot the other one. She replaced them over here. So yes, shout out to Tori.
No.
No, I wouldn't. I remember her face. I wouldn't have known the name if you didn't say it, but I remember the face.
Sure, no.
I remember the face. But
She was in Saved by the Bell?
Yeah. It wasn't very long. It wasn't very long.
I have no idea. So Palantir went on a run there a little bit, and Google went the other way to the downside.
Market's coming back.
Okay.
Heyo.
Oh my, that's hilarious. So that the gentleman from Hive, what was his name again? Kevin.
I pulled the blue because I'm wearing blue.
I was like, yo, man, send me some of this Hive gear right there. Nice.
Or we could do like this.
Ramin wants one.
Nah, it's not how I'm rolling. It's not how we're rolling.
Ramin, you can have the blue one, okay? Sharif.
Team blue, Ramin, team blue.
You want one of these?
Absolutely.
Here, you choose, and then Ramin can have the other one.
I want blue.
Ouch.
Yo, seriously?
Ouch.
Come on, man. You heard Ramin say she wants the blue.
I swear to God I didn't.
Okay, so Sharif is
Ouch, Sharif.
Sharif is saying that he did not hear
I'll just give the blue to Ramin.
Ramin literally yelled out from the production stage saying, "I want blue."
The thing is, at least now when we get this like workplace complaint, we do
bully. HR complaint right now. The bullying is not allowed here at Trader TV Live.
Well, Neil could also just give her your.
I kind of already put it on.
I'm okay with the cleanliness of your head, I think.
I think that's I hope
I mean,
it's nice of you to say, but I'm already wearing it.
Okay. No, I don't. Hey, no.
I like the.
No problem.
Good luck.
I mean, the thing is, Brendan didn't get one now.
Brendan
has
cool
a special one. He has a platinum edition.
Yeah, Brendan's like, he's not. It's cool. I'm good.
Brendan has.
Uber.
Too funny. Get it, Brendan.
Uber just tested low a day on volume right now. So second biggest volume outside of the open, second biggest volume event on a test of the low. This does feel like it might make a run at that 10% move to the downside, especially with the market at highs and it's consolidating off the bottom. So if we break back down underneath, oh man, it does look like it's a bit of a short. I'm with Sharif.
Oh, Fed is talking.
60 is the level on Uber. Like if it loses this, look for it to settle at 60. And even if it breaks 60, just look at these wicks in the mid 50s on Uber. Like those are monster rejections underneath the 60 level in the mid 50s. So there's some serious buying areas that this could get down into on Uber if it does fail the current low of the day. Who is the Fed?
There's Goolsby. Like I'm thinking about getting out now. So Goolsby's talking right now. He's talking about how tariffs are bad for outlook here. Inflation's approaching the target. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening right now with Fed's Goolsby. So we're still into this. Google, and it's right here, right now at 189.85. I immediately went over to the futures there to have a quick look to see if there's anything going on. So it looks like we did get a little bit of a spike down there, and then now it looks like it may continue a little bit, but we are long Google and debating just getting out until we not clarify, but until this kind of settles down a little bit here with Goolsby. So
you can say until he shuts up.
No, it's not that. It's just like, yeah, until he shuts up, basically, because at the end of the day, it's like we don't want to be exposed to different events here that have nothing to do with individual stocks. So, all right, let's go to Adara. She's listening.
Context here on Fed's Goolsby, and it's worth noting none of this is like super bearish, but it is notably much more bearish than he has been as of late. Or hawkish is the word I'm looking for. Basically, he is a little bit cautious about tariffs. He's saying that the tariffs could be broader and higher than what we saw in 2018, and he said their impact could be larger and longer lasting. But he did say that it really does depend here on how much these tariffs would get passed into prices. However, I think the biggest thing to note here is that he said, and I quote, ignoring potential consequences of new threats to supply chains like tariffs would be a mistake. So he's saying that the Fed is and will be very cautious of these tariffs going forward. I think that's really key here, guys. Back to you.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're in control of money supply and whatnot, you should be very, very cautious of current
the thing that actually, the thing that actually
because tariffs are real.
Contribute. No, but money supply contributes to inflation way more than tariffs would.
Exactly.
You know, like that's economics one.
I mean, and if they get to their target inflation and then they feel like tariffs have another big play on the economy, then maybe now the Fed is going to be once again matter at some point, but we'll wait to see here. So it's not, to me, when we look at news and you look at stories that hit like that, you know, if anything dramatic were to ever happen, you would see sometimes, like there's a lot of liquidity that will dry up in the market and you'll see all of a sudden flashes down one way or the other. And I'm not really seeing that right now. Again, just...
Yeah, my trade rate thing is not...
there's really nothing blowing up right now. The biggest name on the trade rate right now is Big Bear AI. And then you also have...
Uber's on it.
Uber right now hitting as well. I was just going to say the same thing because there goes Uber. So Uber losing itself right now, kind of like Eminem. There it goes to the song, you know, Lose Yourself.
Do you though, Sharif?
I said to Ramin, I was like, I need to figure something out here because I just sit here and trade and talk. Okay, it's 63.50 to the downside. Yeah, Uber right now. Maybe it's just an SSR bounce. We already tried it here early. We're able to make money on it. No, so we're a cup of coffee. We're a couple rides away from being a positive on Uber, but nice downside move there. It looks like it wants to break even lower right now. Underneath everything. Again, on earnings, just let things settle down. There's 930, there's VWAP, there's VWAP again, there's VWAP again, and downside. So yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not really like, forget about this. This is pre-market. There's where the market opens up. Whether or not you go short right off the jump or not, that's just a great call if you're short, so that's good. But then right into here, 950 to 945, you get that retracement right back into VWAP right there. And instead, I sit here at this low and think about going long. You know, you should be going short. You should actually almost be looking to go short on that breakdown. But then if you went short on the breakdown, that also really doesn't work. So it's almost like wait for VWAP, and then AMD, I was going to say, this is going to go oops, that's a NASDAQ's name. I can't change it on the chart. I'll have to go back here and change it. But AMD, I was going to say the other way around here. It was sort of, and we looked at this one, see you, Sharif. We looked at this one. Thanks for the memory lane there with Saved by the Bell. But there's VWAP. It wasn't really anything all morning. It was back and forth. We talked about how choppy it was. So I'm not going to sit here and say, wow, look at that great VWAP break to the upside, because it broke numerous times. So that's kind of the difference when you're looking at stocks, and that is that to try to figure out the name of the game on that particular stock that day. So like today, maybe you don't get involved in the 200 period until you break it, and then there it is again. So maybe something there on AMD as it's looking pretty good. And Neil, here
when it respects it, it respects it.
I got
into
Google.
I got into a reversion trade this time on Apple, so we tried 31 on that Goolsby talk. It trended down, it broke trend, it held, so I took the prior bar high here at 70. We'll give it to the low with at 50.
The dreaded Goolsby
Just
talk.
risking 20, 25 pennies on each one of these. But we got a couple of super chats here. So sorry, Rohit Sharma and DJ Quill. What up, DJ?
What up, DJ?
DJ is asking about the overall chart analysis on BlackBerry. That's
Really?
an interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting one. And is iBit a good buy at 55 level?
Yes.
So here's the thing. I'm a buy and hold for Bitcoin. So it's going to be difficult if you're talking about a trade, it's always different. For the long term, yes, in my opinion, because this consolidation in the long term, if I wasn't already in, and I guess I am stink bidding, my current stink bid's actually underneath 90. I thought we'd get a run at that 88 level again. And these iBit prices are obviously different. But I think if you haven't added in this consolidation and you're a long-term player, then buying the dips would make some sense. Now, 55, is it the absolute bottom recently? Well, we've been getting better than that every time we dip. So you can make the argument that buying at 52 has been better because you've been getting that price, or like 53. Buy those liquidation type events and be a little bit more patient about it.
Liquidation.
But yeah, it just comes down to your outlook. I think if you're short term, you want to be very particular about those prices, because we are in a very distinct range. Like, look how long we held the consolidation before this recent breakout. This top got made in March of 2024. We broke it out in November. So if we're in that kind of a range, maybe 52 matters more to you. That 5 to 6% means a lot. And yeah, if you're just short-term trading it, I think you wait for the better price. Long-term, you get to go pretty much anywhere. As far as BlackBerry goes, it's not a super highly shorted stock anymore. So it's not the runner in terms of squeeze that it would normally be, but it's on one. Shout out to formerly the #1 tech company in Canada. That title is a curse. Shout out to Shopify for making sure that they don't fall for that curse yet. But you're on another breakout here in BlackBerry. I do feel when you look at this sort of rounded bottom, you're getting into a zone that could provide some problems. To say that there might be some bag holders in the high fives or in the mid fives is an understatement here, because you're talking about 2022 tops, 2023 tops, and never saw this in 2024. So you're going to run into some troubles in here. Like there's no long that you would have on a swing that I would have on a swing that I wouldn't be covering a piece between 5 and 550. Like, I would never trade something like this to the long side on a break here, on a break here, on a break there, on a break here, that I wouldn't be covering in front of 550. Unless you know something about them fundamentally that I don't. Let's go to Adair.
Be aware here. MindMed on watch, MNMD getting a massive pop. There was a bit of a bullish post here from Zero Hedge on X, pretty popular account. Really, I can only describe this as a post trying to pump MindMed. They basically said that MindMed could be the next Oklo, citing apparently the fact that we do have a huge short interest. I checked, it's about 38.2% short float, and also saying that if RFK Jr. does get appointed to the Health and Human Services Department role, which Zero Hedge suspects that he will if this happens, we know RFK Jr. is very bullish and very pro-psychedelic, so that would be a good look for the space. So basically, Zero Hedge just posting a note here about MNMD pumping the stock. It did work here. We have a nice push to the upside for MindMed, which again does have a 38.2% short float. Back to you.
So, that's nothing against BlackBerry's chart. Actually looks better than MindMed's, but 38% versus, what did I say for BlackBerry?
MindMed was another Canadian company.
I didn't say 5% for BlackBerry, but yeah, MNMD, that is one. We were talking about this yesterday. Someone's like, "Hey, Neil, your MindMed's moving." No, I have some MindMed shares from, I don't know, 70% ago. I don't know the exact number, but it's probably really bad. It's not a huge position, but it's like enough that I should have taken it out a long time ago, but I didn't. I just kind of held on. But it is making a nice power move on MNMD. I was just pulling up just drawing the daily chart down there. Because like BlackBerry, it is running into a resistance zone. Like, look at the wall that I shouldn't say will be there, but has been there at $10 for quite some time. So I think you got to respect that. The market's trying to get back higher.
Right.
I mean, Apple's battling with the 90s at this point, so it's gone Like it's gone 15 pennies, needs to make the next press through 21, get back to where it was when we tried it the first time. But the other stock worth watching, I mean, there's a lot of stocks worth watching. Look at NVIDIA.
Let's go.
NVIDIA's starting to go as well. Alphabet making a move. Yeah, the market's trying to bounce up here. I still like BBAI, and I might short that stock though.
Finally. Okay, I see you now. There it is, man. That was a bigger trade that I would have, like, that I was feeling comfortable with, honestly, there. Like, I have too many outs, for sure. Like, that market came in there, and I don't know, like, we were very, very close to getting stopped out, like, breaking through 70s. Like, my stop is actually a 69 break. Like, we're a couple pennies away from that one, so oh my. Good job to get that. I mean, I wish I would have got more out there at 15s, but wow, was not really expecting that kind of a move to the backside there on Google. So far, so good there. I think that we are getting a little bit excited about it. It needs to still go a little bit higher to make everything completely back here, but that's a good move. Now 25 cents in the money. Palantir also trying to make that move higher right now as the futures are not doing anything. And again, we talk about this all the time. Join us in the after show, the market recap show with all the earnings. It's like, the moves are there, but Google, even though, like, again, today is a different day because of the way these stocks are moving, but Google's still down 8%. When we came here today, I mean, this is where we opened. We were down 8% on Google, and it's kind of the same thing. So although you go up, down, and around, probably, I'll tell you how many fills we have here, probably way too many, 99 fills. So
one more.
It looks like, yeah, one more. We catch the great one there. Ovechkin got another goal yesterday, by the way. It's 17 away from overtaking.
That's so
Gretzky.
epic.
So
man.
yeah, that's pretty epic right there. He's an old dude too, and still catching some goals. But the thing is, he plays like every power play. He got an empty netter. He scored yesterday with 0.5 seconds left. Like, he's on every single time there's an empty netter, and good for him. I mean, that's good. And now they're pulling the goalies way earlier now in the NHL, so it's providing a lot more opportunity for that. All right, Google's coming back, and I'm going to try to deal with it, but yeah, it's the biggest 44.
It's the biggest record, like the one that comes to mind in terms of just the scope of it. There's LeBron all-time points. There's Cal Ripken's streak. Him beating Gretzky is up in that echelon. Passing it, that's just an unbelievable.
Not just for goals, I mean,
no, but like but the goal record's insane. Like the point record, forget about it. You can, no one's catching him, but yeah, it's just, it shows his perseverance. I'm not a huge hockey guy, but Ovi, there's not much you can say. I was always more of an Ovi than Sid. I liked his game. I'm not saying he's better than Sid overall. I just liked his game better.
Yeah.
I would much rather
most
enjoy.
Canadians would like a Russian over Canadian.
Well, I know it's a little controversial to say that as a Canadian, but I just liked his game better. I enjoyed watching him play a little bit more. So I did take this reversion in Big Bear AI, which for some reason decides to be on the NASDAQ, or New York, sorry. Like, you're a small cap, you got AI in the name, you do runs like this, you should be a NASDAQ stock. It doesn't make sense that it's on the New York. So I'm going to probably keystroke that a few times when I'm typing in the symbol on the main chat. But there's a trend up since we were in it last time. It broke trend. Prior high is like 735. So if it breaks that, I'm going to be out. I just gave a double check over at AMD. And it was so strong all day. I kind of looked over at NVIDIA starting to go. I kind of thought AMD would pick it back up. It's not. So I feel as the chip names go, NVIDIA looking okay. It's not blowing it out of the water. Nothing is popping off on the trade rate right here. So there's nothing that's screaming at you that it's going to be the one in terms of volatility. The Hawk likes Mike Bossy.
Of course.
Yeah, he was another legend.
He's one of the best.
I was like now that I'm going to say non-Canadians that I was a fan of, my favorite non-Canadian player growing up was Pat LaFontaine. I think, yeah.
That's a good one.
Easy.
Yeah, I loved the Sabres there. LaFontaine and McGillney was my jam. That's for sure. I never used this lip chat, but Okay, all right, so just quickly here. I was trying to find something else to trade a little bit. Going through, I was trying to see if anybody on the chat was giving us any new names, so please put them in there if you do have any ideas on what you're looking at as well. I'm going to hold off now. We're out of about 2/3 of Google. It'll be basically a flat stock for me today. Probably should have been traded a little bit better, but I'm still pretty happy with what we've been doing. Obviously, we talked about Palantir holding the day, and it still is the case right now. We did have one mistake on Palantir. We talked about that right there. Nothing else today was a problem for us. Goodbye. And then a bad one right there at 101. But this was really quick, man. 101.15 out 101.99. So that was a good one. That was about 20 cents worth of a hit. And then again, just in the last little while, trying to buy off the 200 period. We'll see if it can do anything with that as well. And we'll see about Google going up. So Big Bear AI, I mean, we didn't look at this yet today here, but I know they were talking about it on the midday. So thanks to Sharif and Joe for that. Yeah, look how good that is off that 200 period moving average. I mean, just looking at it right now, my eyes are always on the side here because I want Google to hold this 190 and debating getting some more shares if it does. But yeah, Big Bear definitely holding that. And I'm thinking right now when you're looking at a stock, this is kind of like, all right, you see this, that's FOMO, you miss it. Look at the 50 period moving average. Like, are you kidding me right now? Like, if this is a ride at Cedar Fair or whatever, like up, boom, breaks it there, then enjoy your ride down. And now it looks like we're doing, like, it's doing the exact same thing again. So, I mean, wait for it to break, then wait for it to take it, it looks like, on Big Bear AI. So, like, I'm not... Oh, Google, man, this is like a day changer for me on Google, by the way. Putting a little bit of money back in the pocket here on a 40-cent rip, which is nice for me on Google. Yeah, so I just think like this is pretty easy trading, right? Follow the yellow brick road, and of course it's pink in this situation, and then all of a sudden breaks and all the way down, then follow it again all the way up. So I'm wondering if the next play, and those of you that are long aren't going to like this, but maybe the next play is wait until we break again, and or you may like this one. Why? Let's go long. I think we can go long here. What about breaking 750 right there, then using our 50 period moving average as our stopping spot? So I like that play. Let's do a little bit of work here on Big Bear. Let's just see what it looks like on the level 2 first of all. So lots of size there, no problem with that. Obviously, approaching 300 million shares. Liquidity is not going to be a problem. Let me see what the short float is on BBAI. Where's Adara? What was the news on this again, Adara, if you have a second? On Big Bear, I could just look it up. Oh, here, company announced contract by the Department of Justice. Okay, so obviously there you go. Welcome to Palantir's land right now as you get more government contracts. All right, so I don't have any information right here on, okay, institutional ownership, 9%. It doesn't have a short float. Normally it's right into here. So I don't have it right here on Big Bear, but I'm sure it's somewhere. We'll be able to find it. So yeah, nice move upside. So I kind of like that play that we just discussed right there on Big Bear, breaking out that top. 22%. Okay, so good enough. 750 or something break. Let's take that. That's 754. We take that and then we use the 50 period as our out. Google's really making them sing right now. So we're taking some more outs at VWAP at 190.15. What's up, A?
Here's the deal with Big Bear AI. So yeah, it did receive a contract here from the Department of Defense, but it's specifically not just the Department of Defense in general, it's specifically their Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Office. The financial terms of this arrangement were not disclosed, and I do think it's also worth noting the very hefty short float that BBAI has. As of right now, I'm seeing about 21.7%. This is also a ticker that gets a lot of retail attention, so BBAI certainly has squeeze potential. It's squeezed in the past and today here. Great move to the upside on that contract news, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's squeezed. The market might not be doing anything, but when it broke that prior bar high, come to my chart for a second. So when it broke the prior bar high, that's the trade. It's similar. It's not the same as here because that was more of a resistance at 7, but this is a trend trade. If it does not go, you get out. Trending up for a reason on Big Bear. What is Apple doing? Oh, Big Bear's on the New York, so Apple, here, I'll do this. We'll wait, gotta wait 25 seconds. So Apple just got right back into the quarters. It did a reversion as well, so we got in, give it to the prior bar bottom. If it fails the top again, no issues jumping out of this. There's not a lot of volatility and volume on this move. Like you can see it trending up. We don't have a ton of volume carrying us up, whether it's the futures, whether it's individually here in Apple. I've been looking at Nvidia as well. So you're kind of drifting into the high, into these highs here on Apple. Nothing blowing it out of the water right now. I want to see something take out the top and just explode, or at least trend strongly into the top. And with only 10 minutes to go, so remind everybody, Tesla has not had a very great day. But
are we expecting something in 10 minutes?
Well, it's just the last couple of days. There's been some buying on Tesla at the end. It was very late 2 days ago. but it was right at, okay, it was at 3 o'clock yesterday, but it was also at VWAP yesterday. So the fact that there was a buyer right at 3 o'clock could have had just as much to do with VWAP. But if we start to see Tesla going and you get a few of those big green candles in a row, look for like a local high break, maybe in here, or maybe a VWAP. Just because we've seen it happen in the past. It's trending down. I don't think it's breaking the trend just yet. So you got to be a little bit careful. I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. Like I wouldn't go long. And then be like, where's the buyer in Tesla? No, I think it's more of a join the trade situation. Jimmy Donnelly saying, look at B hat. Okay, I don't mind doing that. What's Blue Hat saying? Oh my goodness, not
B hat.
Well, okay, so it's
heard of that name.
120 million is not bad for a penny stock, but almost like look at how much of that volume occurred right in the middle of the day there. So right now, it doesn't seem to be doing enough volume for a penny stock to give you a lot of opportunity, which is sort of that's sort of the deal. Like you want to be doing hundreds of millions of shares, but it needs to be in a volume spike to want to get involved, and not really doing much yet. Could get off the schneid again, but until I see the volume increasing, that's a no for me on the penny stocks.
We're having a little bit of an issue here because the stocks are falling back in, which is fine. We're about to put on 5 times the size of Palantir's, what we have right now, because we're right into the 200. I'm just waiting for a little bit lower because I want to play off that wick. So if I'm going to play big size, I only want to give it like 10, 15 cents. So we're actually waiting down at $100.80. I'm actually going to put it maybe a little bit, maybe like $100.82 or something like that, just to get some more shares down here. Well, it's not going to be like, I don't want to chase a falling knife, so it's not like it's going to be like a monstrous amount of shares or anything there. We actually just take an opportunity to get some out again at 101.05, just so we don't have to hold this too much against us if it does blast through. So taking out a little bit more pressure there, because the idea is to get long. I hope we just didn't miss that. Like it just went down to 92 there on Palantir. I'm waiting at 80s, now at 82. Again, I like the trade. We'll see what happens. Google, we talked about only being in a third. Since then, we've gotten more out, obviously, on Google. As this is coming right back in, I'm not reloading this. There it goes. The NASDAQ is breaking, so forget about it. Fine. I mean, I'm actually pretty happy with that trade there on Google. Obviously, I don't like that it came back in, but to get out at 2/3 up here and then lose, basically our long was what, 80s, and we just lost at 69. So about 11 cents on the wrong way there. Completely fine. That was a pretty good trade. Would have liked it to have kept going. It did not. So I just lost all the memory on my computer, and I don't even have the YouTube going. No, so I'm going to open it up now. I just realized I lost the chat, but yeah. So there goes Google. See what I'm saying? Like this is why
Apple same time.
Yeah, like when the market loses it, it's not worth. Like you don't need to be stubborn, especially these days with it. We've reloaded lost trades before and got them back, but not today. Not on a name that's reported, right? So we'll have to wait to see. But Google right now, forget about it. I'm not going to chase that long anymore. There was an opportunity to get back to the long side. I felt like these bottoms, like this should have been much better. These were fine all the way up, but there's no continuation. And just now you're fading out. So yeah, I want to stay short. Maybe look over at a weaker name, and we're going to have to try to do that.
Uber is weak.
Uber's weak. Well, there's. I mean, I kind of want to stay away from earnings names like Google, AMD, Uber, Snapchat. Like, talk about how bad this market is today. All the names. That's why I was like, the market's green. Like all these names that reported today, Snapchat, and I know they're not huge in the Nasdaq or the S&P, but down 8%, right? AMD again, down 8%. I think so. Yeah, 8, right? Google, we just looked at it, down 8%. Uber was another name that reported today, down 8 or 9%, right there for Google. Things going to the downside. Palantir on day 2, obviously up 23% yesterday, but today, as we hold on by very, very small amounts, as we just get some Palantir right here, they are down 3% today as well. So yeah, man, blood in these streets for sure. Palantir, if this loses 60, 70s, we're out of this one as well.
I know what stock that's up.
I mean, there's some stocks that are.
No, I know there's lots of stocks.
Nvidia's up 5%.
It was Chris Arntz has been asking about Boeing, so I'm going to get there in a second. But trend in, trend out here on Apple. Like it was almost like with this broke trend. The exact moment that when I heard Sean say he's out of Google, this broke trend. It was trended down, back in, and then broke trend. It's not a huge range this afternoon on the stock. Like since the move up, it basically pulled back about 80 cents, and then it popped up about 60 pennies. So that's Apple's range. Boeing is a strong stock today for And I don't know if I didn't hear anything on Boeing. It's just up 2.5%. The good news for Boeing, and has been good news, is it has all the respect in the world for the 200-period moving average right now. And it is consolidating for a breakout on Boeing. Candidly, I did recently buy some when it regained the 50, but here's your breakout. It's about 182, 183. There's a lot of wicks up here. That one's kind of rubbish, but it's more like the 182 solidly for resistance. And if it gets that next stop, 192 was the next resistance spot on Boeing. So this is on watch to take off potentially. I guess it could happen tomorrow. It could happen next week. But yeah, like Boeing in here. Strong stock. I don't know if it has a volume to trade it this afternoon. Like, look at the range. What do you do with this? Like, you could look at this range. You could be looking for a dip of 30 to 40 cents and stay on trend and scalp that. But then if you're doing that, you should trade something like an Apple because its spread is 1 cent and Boeing's spread is 6 to 10 cents at a time sometimes. So if you're going to scalp a stock for 30, 40 pennies, it probably shouldn't be one with a 5 to 10 cent spread. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. You want to do that with a 1 cent spread. So I wouldn't, as much as it's strong, it doesn't provide a lot of opportunities unless there's some kind of a fade trade in there, which I don't want to do. Yeah, the daily chart, a little bit better than what we're looking at here.
Yeah, all right, so trying to be a little bit stubborn, but not so much here, as we got out of the majority of our Palantir position right now, but it is breaking lower, man. Watch out for this $100.50 level. We were part of our plan was to get out. So once it breaks 70, there's our marker to get out. You can still see we're holding a little bit here at 70 as it's right back into this 50 area. Futures seem to be fine right now, but again, it's these earnings names that really continue to fall down. So I don't really want to switch over to the futures because there's nothing really happening here.
I know why we're dropping.
Other than the fact that we did just get that. Bitcoin's been holding too, right? 84 and change right now, maybe for the futures, for the TQs. If we lose it, I could see that's underneath the 200 period then. Maybe that could be the trade, right? I mean, we kind of stuck under there for a minute and then blasted off of that. So there could be a trade there as well. I'm not seeing the board enough right now to be able to make a call. I mean, the NASDAQ is down 0.17. I don't think it's worth layering into anything. We got stopped out of our Google there. And then the Palantir is just like teetering right now. Right
Watch
now
out, Sean. The Waffle House just announced it's temporarily increasing the price of eggs at its U.S. restaurants by 50 cents.
Eggs are getting really expensive. I mean,
Sharif is going to have, he's going to be on one if egg prices go up again. I'll tell you that much. This dude eats like.
I thought he had an egg guy. Doesn't he have an egg guy?
Oh, he better have an egg guy with the 12 eggs he eats.
No, it's Brendan has the egg guy. My bad.
Brendan's got an egg guy?
Brendan had an egg guy, yeah. I remember from the podcast. Told him to hook me up.
It was nice to have an egg guy. I need a cannoli guy. That's what I need.
Oh, I have lots. Yeah, there's lots of cannoli guys.
I remember the good old days.
Palantir
when Sean brought cannolis to the. No,
yeah, I remember those days. Yeah,
that's. It was like twice. Yeah, they were really.
Those were the good old days there.
Oh my God.
Well, I just Palantir could be the next BTC at 100K. So where was that right here, Dragos? Well, you just mean that like it's run up to a level, it's like a key level, and now it could bounce off of that. Yeah, I think that could be right about $100 on Palantir for sure. I mean, even the most bullish of Palantir traders, you got to be somewhat happy with the performance of Palantir.
I'd hope so.
And if you're not, man, I mean, there is always exuberance that comes out of a name, that goes back into a name, comes out of the name and back into the name. And, for now right here, I could see it losing a little bit of steam here at $100 for sure. I don't think that that's like saying anything out of line, and I think that could be a great call.
Whoa.
So, here as day traders, Neil and I have the great honor of trying to, again, sort of facilitate intraday moves, which can be hard to look for and to figure out. But, as far as a pullback in, I can't hate anybody that would say, hey, you know what, I'm going to go short here just in case, because a lot of the most hyped up names do have the biggest gaps to fill. And, I wouldn't be surprised to see this back into the 80s again. It's just a matter of like there's going to be there has to be obviously downgrades. There has to be something that happens to this name because it's not going to be an earnings play. That's already passed. They've already guided ahead of expectation, so there needs to be re-weightings, if anything. So I like Palantir here, and I'm staying long. So that is my opinions.
Clip that, and then everything you just said, a week today or tomorrow for Reddit. Because Reddit is another stock which
who's actually in Reddit?
I don't know. I'm just talking about a stock that
I love
has
that
crazy valuation, blowing out of the water, trend to the upside. They report next week. If it does a parabolic move, like you go back into August of last year and this stock is up 4x on Reddit. So I think like that's the kind of name. Like if it does a huge rally on next week's earnings, they are Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, so they're next week Wednesday. So if it does a huge rally, maybe look for like that Thursday, the same pattern that Palantir is doing, because Reddit, wow, it just keeps going and going and going to the upside. The trend is your friend till the end, but Tesla is also trying to do that thing that it is doing before. Let's go back to John.
Thing is, if you are a skilled trader but lacking capital, well, then prop firms are the place for you. Trade with simulated funds or real funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from as low as $5,000 up to $500,000. That's $500,000, ladies and gentlemen. You can start with as little as that $20 right now in your pocket, but with inflation, maybe you need like $22. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do we find which ones are the best? Well, it's very, very simple. Check out this website that we're showing you right now on the screen. It's propfirmmatch.com. PropFirm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payout histories. With over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories. Make sure you're in the right spot. Scan the QR code below and visit propfirmmatch.com today to find the match for you. Palantir, I choose you right now. And so we're in that one. It just got into $100.85. We are getting some more out. It's only 20 cents in the money when we get up to there. But we're going to do that every time as the market has made its way all the way back. And I mean, this is just like ridiculous that I'm sitting here looking at this and trying to push weight in this market. Stupid. I'm getting stopped out at the tops, at the bottoms. That hasn't happened. I just can feel that that's going to happen. And right now I'm running on like anxiety with this market. Like Palantir just puts me 20 cents into the money. And even if you have a couple hundred shares, 20 cents, it's like, there's $100. It's like, we'll take it, and then it just disappears. And then it's minus 100. And then it's, anyways, as you can see here, I don't know if right now at these current levels, we are right by going in and out. So I'm going to wait for Palantir. My next offer is at 88, and then we'll basically stop until we get that break of 50 to the downside where we'll stop out. So 88 gives me 22 cents higher, and my break spot is 16 cents. So we've taken out profit now on this last little giddy up here of Palantir, and now we'll just wait to see if we get that ultimate move back higher. I'm not sure if that's going to be coming through or not. Nice bounce on Uber, nice bounce on Google, but could be temporary. Intel, I hate to say it, but this name might be a buy in the 50s. Might be getting close
that came back down.
Might be getting close to buying Intel. Yeah, I wish we would have shorted that little baby wick up there, but still no volume, not giving me the feels there as well. And then there goes Palantir. Like it was just 10 cents in the money. Now we're going to be 10 cents out of the money. So, yep. All right. What's up, Dara?
Ahead of MSTR earnings tonight, or I guess now strategy earnings tonight, in case you missed it, they rebranded. We have a brand new graphic here on X, kind of looking at the history of strategy or MicroStrategy's history with Bitcoin, including that of their executive chairman, Michael Saylor. This quote here is actually a quote that Michael Saylor has said about Bitcoin, calling it, quote, a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom. So if you want to take a bit more of a look at this history, check this out on X at TTV Research. One thing I found fascinating is they didn't really get into crypto until about Q3 2020. They really started getting involved in August of 2020. And even then, they really only started escalating their purchases pretty intensely within the last 6 months or so. So interesting stuff. Take a look at this on X at TTV Research ahead of those earnings tonight. Apparently, also, they'll be giving more context on their rebrand, which again calls them strategy, includes a Bitcoin symbol in its logo, and changed their color to orange. Find more about that tonight, apparently, during their earnings call at 5 p.m. Eastern, guys. Back to you.
So if anything, that makes me more nervous about the company.
I Yeah.
Because it's like,
but I've never liked
look
them.
at the shiny thing over here. Don't look over here at our numbers. Like
I've never liked them in the first.
That's what I think when I see that. But
Just hold Bitcoin, man.
I don't know.
Just hold Bitcoin.
I think when you get involved with, pay attention to the report and figure out what's going on, because I think when you get involved with MicroStrategy, you know what you're doing. You're buying like a levered ETF basically in for crypto, right?
But yeah.
Yeah, so I was just going to say like that's something that you definitely want to watch.
The expected move on that could easily get doubled.
So
that sort of the thing.
Yeah, so right now ARM's expected move 10% plus right here. So here's ARM Holdings. What we're looking at is this number right there, 10 for ARM. There today. There's MicroStrategy. It actually shows only an implied move of 6% right now. So that's not huge at all.
That's nothing.
Last move, though, only showing 1% of right there last time around. So so be it, MicroStrategy. We'll have to figure out where exactly it wants to go from here. And it looks like maybe up. But we'll wait. Bitcoin right now, 97.6. So that had dipped a little bit lower. We'll take a look at some Bitcoin charts, obviously, here as the day goes forward. Getting close now to just saying forget about it with this PLTR, down into this area of 50s again. There's the big 50 level. Once we break that, we'll just give it a couple pennies underneath. But it looks like it wants to break. We're long at 64. It's like a ho-hum trade. Obviously, when you lose, it's never great and never a good trade. But for this one, man, I don't really... We played it to the north side, got stopped out. It's underneath everything. This is one of those trades when you look back, you're like, why am I going long? Like we're underneath. So we'll just cross our I's and dot our T's type of thing here and just punch out here reluctantly on that break. So there it goes. Well, we won't be stubborn with it. We'll keep it obviously green and try to wait to see now with Palantir moving forward. But yeah, sorry, like that just didn't hold up. And a lot of you are like, Palantir's going southbound, watch out for 100. That call by Dragos there in the chat was like, maybe it does a similar thing. So see, even though it bounces back up right there, I'm like, maybe I'll get back in, but not worth it. Too many times we've just seen that happen to us. So we'll wait on Palantir and see if there's something else. Feels like maybe just a short, but look at the market.
The market's chilling at the top.
The Apple.
Update on
frustrated with
the potential of a Tesla 3 o'clock buyer. Yeah, no.
No?
There was the initial candle happened, but if you look at it yesterday and the day before, when this buying started on Tesla, to the chart remain, the buying started on Tesla on a 3-minute, it was big green, and then a couple more smaller green candles. It was still very strong. We had to start, but just immediate lack of continuation. So like it actually set up really nicely. There's your big green candle. All you got to do is break this local high, ready to go if it takes out 380.50, but complete opposite of that. That's why if you're looking for something kind of gimmicky like that, it's almost better to buy. Like I'd rather buy high and ensure that it's doing what it was doing yesterday. Like yesterday, like I would rather be buying it here or here than trying to be on the dip after that initial move up. So I think maybe people were anticipating it was just going to hold higher and buying into that dip, but yeah, no big buy here on Tesla just yet. NVIDIA is like slowly climbing higher. Look at NVIDIA off of VWAP. NVIDIA is good. 5% up.
Yeah.
Absolutely in love with VWAP the last couple of days. Yeah, this was the one. Why weren't we looking at it? What was I looking at instead of NVIDIA? That's right before we came back on air. All right, I might not have been paying much attention. There's a few times of day that just get you. Like that 10 minutes before we come back on, like, you're getting a water, you're getting a tea, or going to the bathroom or something. And that's when NVIDIA does the reversion off of VWAP right before we came back on air. That is a slap of fail on that one. Anytime you get this kind of a trend break on NVIDIA, you got to have it. To the long side anyways, recently. NVIDIA is on, when you talk about the good news here with, you've now had back-to-back, where the big boys are affirming their CapEx spend, and I don't think you'll see anything different along the line. We'll get more of it on Thursday. We don't have to. We have to wait until the 26th till NVIDIA's earnings, but everything has been confirmatory for them in the short run, and that's been borne out the last few days. It's not parabolic; it's just steady Eddie to the upside on NVIDIA, as much as 5% up can be steady Eddie. What's BBAI doing? Maybe that's going to be moving here, Sean. What's this? Yeah, it goes right to the high and doesn't break it out. Even Big Bear can't break out the top today. up 50%, screaming back to the upside, and it can't break out the top. Yeah, it's disappointing. It's just not that kind of a volume afternoon, I guess.
Ooh, Big Bear. Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I'm just disappointed because all these stocks I'm looking at just keep going back and forth and back and forth. And I just like zoomed in here into a 5-minute Google chart and was like, first of all, see if you go back. I'm just like, okay, whoopsies, go back again. I was just like, what does this look like down into here? So you can just get this magnifying glass with E-signal, and then of course just kind of go like that, and you can zoom right in. And then now that I'm looking at this 190.23 or so coming out, I was actually thinking like that's VWAP. This is zoomed in, this is a 5-minute chart. So there's VWAP is right here at 190.13. It's these top breaks. I'm actually thinking about taking that break of 190.23. I just wanted to zoom in to see what that top was. You do have the 50 period. We could run into that, and that could be a problem. So now I was wondering about 190.50 if we get back going. Our last trade on Google was a loss. That doesn't mean that we have to ignore it. I just think that we could, there's definitely a possibility that we could get back up to the upside on Google again. I don't know. I know there's a lot of love for the name and down 8% here. When a stock is down, it's like Palantir was up 23% yesterday, down 3% today. I wonder if, again, that's why I asked about the earnings, like with a lack of like really any super special earnings tonight, maybe we just drift a little bit. I mean, we were red today. We're now green on the NASDAQ. Some good feels. Apple's trying to go. Maybe this Google eventually does want to get a little northbound here. So yeah, 190.20. Maybe it is a 190.50 or so break that we're looking for on Google.
Hang on a second, Sean.
It's only 313 though.
Did you just say a lack of impact earnings when Ford's reporting tonight?
Yeah, that's my bad. With Ford reporting tonight, there is a huge impact on earnings.
I'm talking about Ford here.
How could I forget about Ford? What was I even thinking?
I'm just saying. No, Ford is.
Someone see that's
Ford
a good price. 189 on Google. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, Ford is not impact earnings. I was kind of joking. I think ARM is going to be is going to move around. I see in the chat G-Talk 5140, great name. CrowdStrike is going up. The cybersecurity name.
Oh, Qualcomm.
Qualcomm's a bit. Yeah, Qualcomm and ARM are the two biggest ones.
Yeah.
Another all-time high break for CrowdStrike. So, I mean, count them up. It's probably done that a few times this afternoon because everything from like 411 on the daily is a fresh all-time high. So it's been breaking all-time highs all afternoon on CrowdStrike. Just going to quickly double check because I have no idea what PanW is doing. And it made a recent bounce off of, here we go. Yeah, it's almost back into this 188 resistance top. But it made a recent, oh, that's right, we're not adjusted. But it made a recent bounce. It has some room to go to be able to catch up to the top. Cybersecurity name's looking absolutely fantastic. Roblox in the morning. That is
Roblox as well. Okay.
I want to get. Yeah, this is a stock I want to get into. What happened?
Okay, so we just took Google long. It just popped up like 40 cents. Like I just put this trade in. I was going.
Scared me, bro.
I was waiting. Yeah, I scared myself actually there because like I just put that. Look what happened to Google. It just went to 190.50. We were just right down here and bang, in 1 minute, it went to the north side. So there's my stop. I wanted to take a little bit there. I was also debating that 190.50 area. So I really hope that this doesn't completely fall down from here, which it may do. And I don't know what just got us into that, but okay, we're in it. We're going to wait for a little bit of a higher take here, northbound now, as this name trying to go. So we'll wait at 190.40s, see if we can get something out. Then at 190.50, as we know, that's been a stopping spot for us as well. Wow, yeah, my bad. That just really... That took me really by surprise. Was not really expecting that. So here we go on Google. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. I'm waiting, like I said, 37 and 40 on this one. See if we can grab that 10 cents for 10% and then higher, right? And then the 200 period, and then we go on Google. I really hope this was, like, look at the futures there. And this is honestly, like, we just got taken in basically when we went right to the high again. Remember I said, like, we should be waiting for something to happen. Either you break through and then you just trust the long instead of getting wicked back and forth and in and out in all of these plays. So I have a bad feeling that we might have just got wicked in and out of Google here. We're not out yet, but you know, when we do get out. So again, if we're going to play the 50 period moving average, this is at least a hold back to 90. So if you have too many shares right now that you cannot absorb a 40-cent hit, then you have too many shares. So that's the play right there, holding it back into 189.90. That's going to be what it is. When it gets back there, I'll still probably have 75% of this trade, maybe even a little bit more. So let's go Google. We need to get some upticks here to get out of this trade. Look at the futures, man. We just sort of maybe got duped into that, which is fine. Again, just trying to make something happen here at the end of the day, and that's not right. You don't need to make something happen. I was reacting to this break of VWAP.
That's a break of resistance.
Yeah, so I'll take it. I think I'm fine with it, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's not really resulting in anything. It's flat on the trade. I'm talking like this is doomsday. We're long here at 190.27. It's at 190.30s right now. It's in the money, but not going any higher. As if it like knows my price right now. Like it's not doing anything. It's waiting to screw me over, I feel like right now. Part of my French. Okay, get upside, Google. We need to get something out here at 190.40s, or else I'm not feeling very good about this at all.
That doesn't sound like French. My daughter's she's in French immersion. She's been doing Duolingo, and I don't recall ever hearing that.
No, my kid does Duolingo Japanese.
Duolingo is absolutely, first of all,
he goes to, yeah, go ahead.
Apple recently broke the high trend. I mean, it's a very slight trend, but little trend pullback. So the same thing as before, just on a micro level. Broke highs, pull back, go into the trend long, give to the prior bar bottom. So just doing the same thing on a smaller range near the high. Apple, if the market breaks the high, I think Apple has a chance. Don't forget, Apple's had some imbalances before. So in 20 minutes or so, if you don't want to trade with stops, you always want to trade with stops on any of these big cap tech names. Apple and Nvidia specifically have had big imbalances. Duolingo is fantastic.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I will say this, I'm terrible at language. I'm glad my daughter is getting into it. She hated French immersion last year. She's loving it this year, and Duolingo was a really, really big part of it. My wife did it before we went to Paris. I have no idea if she's going to do it before we go to Vienna this year, but yeah, it's fun to learn. And so if you're making it fun to learn as a parent, it's great. I don't mind when she's on the tablet. Can I have tablet for Duolingo? I'm like, psh, can you have the tablet to learn? Hell yeah, I'm down with that. So great. I have no idea how good the stock is. I've never owned it. I should probably look it up at some point. But we just got back into Apple. I should just do it now. What is Duolingo doing? Please tell me you're fantastic. Oh no. Yeah, that kind of stunk this morning. If you bought this at the open, hopefully you took some profit out. That is quite the move on. No idea we're going to see this kind of a Christmas tree on the day on this intraday chart here. But the daily chart, on the other hand, on Duolingo, maybe should have bought the stock. That's not bad. This is an absolute rocket ship to the upside. That is a lot better than I was anticipating. And see, it goes to show, if you have a good product, if you do something that benefits people and people are willing to pay money for and don't care how much money they pay because it works, you're probably going to do well. Shout out to you, Duolingo. Not sponsored by them at all, but it's just real content. I didn't even know how great the chart was till I pulled it up there, Sean. That's a great stock.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was a stock. So what's up to Duolingo? That's for sure. All right, so yeah, as we sit here and watch out what's going on, 190.27s is where we're long on Google, and it's right here right now, almost as if there's that magnet. But look what's happening with the futures. Why Google should be going now. So now I'm getting all paranoid again. Like it should be going upside, it's not. So yeah, it is bothering me a little bit that it's not moving. So potentially you lighten up a little bit and then it will go, right, when I lighten up. So what do you guys want me to do in the chat? Yeah, my kid's the same as yours. Like, he turns to me and goes, why in the heck am I learning French? I don't like it, and I'm never going to use it. And I was like, exactly. So he just picked Japanese, and I'm just like, okay.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, man. So anyways, I don't know if Japanese is hard to learn or not, but he's talking to me about it, and I'm just like, bro. Okay, so yeah, ARM might be, again, we picked Google. I don't know why. Our last trade was a loser. We probably should have gone somewhere else.
Volume on ARM.
ARM right now, yeah, there's not too much volume, but this could be breaking the top two, 172.50. Like that could be another one there. Getting ready into earnings. Okay, come on, Google. Honestly, dude. All right, bang. Finally, the face slapper. All right, I'm just joking. We just got filled on what we wanted. So it just got up to 190.40. So there it is right now. So we finally get that fill. We actually have to move away from it, and then it starts to go up. So maybe if we start looking somewhere else, we can get this to go. This is going to be a big one if it will go. Right now, we will maybe adjust some of our stops. Again, the 50 period is what we were going to look at, right? And that's adjusting on the fly. I don't use. Okay, I'm gonna take another piece out at 45. Bang. All right, I don't use stop orders, trailing stops. I'll just manually put it in because right now this is looking like 40 cents of a stop. It doesn't mean that that's going to be 40 cents as this continues to go up. So we're going to try to use the 50 period moving out. Yes, sir. There's another fill right there at 50s as Google now starting to go. So, hey, man, if you're with me right now, you're with Google. If you're with Neil, you're along with Apple or the market in general. As we're starting to get going a little bit now, making me feel a little bit better, putting this right back into the spot. I got to, my wife right now, so my daughter does winter baseball training. So tonight, although this morning, Joe, up at 5:30 and at the rink. And then today, right now, she's at the cages. So every Wednesday, well, it's an indoor facility, but I think they do mainly batting there. And
Oh, I'd love that.
that's nice.
I miss playing. You know what's jokes? Someone in the chat.
I never actually let it rip too much in batting cages.
What?
No, like I'd love to go back there now.
Yeah.
Like when you're growing up, whatever, it's more of like a job, but like that could be fun to do. I want to do Trader TV
hold on a
live
second.
bowling. Hey, you guys want to do
Hold on a
bowling?
second. You go to the cages all the time with G. You never
No,
step
because
in?
it's just hers. No, because you pay for that.
No,
time.
that's fine. No, I know that it's for the kids, but
You want to do bowling night?
yo, we had a fun bowling night last time.
I'm only doing bowling night if Ramin wants to do bowling night.
I wouldn't mind doing the axe throwing because when the company went, I missed it last time.
Why not, Ramin? Wow, Ramin is saying no bowling
Ramin
night,
will
Joe.
Ramin will come bowling. You'll.
Of course,
No, I want
to. She has axe throwing in her basement.
I want to do axe throwing. I've never done it before. I've heard it was like 10.
I
You remember
No,
when
it's
the
not.
company went axe throwing, and
Yeah.
I don't remember why, but I didn't go.
I
that
was
day.
there. I went there for axe throwing. I
I'm
was
trying
at
to remember
there.
why I missed it. Thanks. It doesn't-
So I've been axe throwing, knife throwing, and then bow and arrow. There's actually a place.
That'd be.
Hey, you know what? Like
I'd
we
be
should
down.
do something to
No,
celebrate
that I'd be-
We should do something to celebrate 500,000.
I'm trying to
Subscribers.
I'm trying to throw axes for 500,000 subscribers. Okay,
I'm
that's
trying
what
to do
I'd
bowling.
like.
I'm trying to do bowling.
We,
Joe,
we
I'm
did
ready.
bowling. We did
Pay the
bowling
fool
once
that
already.
doesn't hit the like
we
and
did
subscribe
bowling.
button.
Yeah, there's bowling. There's a lot of funny bowling.
There was a huge bet between
Fahad and
between
somebody.
two of our production crew who would bowl better. A dude who'd never picked up a ball in his life, and he obviously that worked.
I just want to say,
how you expected.
someone. I'll challenge anybody to bowling.
No, but Sean, you're okay. Sean is an actual better
Joe.
bowler. He'll whoop your butt and pool.
No, it's not that. It's not that I whoop
that
anybody's
too.
butt. I want to play Joe.
Just very quickly here, we got a couple super chats. I just want
I
to make
haven't
sure.
bowled in forever.
Want to make sure we get them. Thank you very much, Ty. I said T
Double O,
Black.
double O
I don't know why I
seven
just said
in the chat.
Ty. It's because Kyle sent a super chat too. Keep up the great work. Trade safe. I think you
bowl?
have to make scalp trading here for sure. Like take
you
your
can-
gains where they're there. 007 Kyle. Who do we have for the Super Bowl? Chiefs or Eagles?
Can we
at
do
Neil or
something for
Sean? I
bet you on my.
This is not they beat my team, so I'm thinking they're going to win. But I think the Chiefs are going to win. I think it's going to be a somewhat boring defensive
What?
battle. But the Chiefs,
You think boring?
if it comes down to one possession, which I think it will, the Chiefs just don't lose those games. So I don't.
That's the problem.
If Philly can get a 2-score lead, I think they're pretty unstoppable if they can get a 2-score lead because of their run game, because of their offensive line. But if it stays close, you don't bet against the Chiefs and Pat Mahomes. I also like the over on Noah Gray. I don't even know what the line is, but I think the number 2 tight end is going to have a bit of a game as the focus will be on Kelsey. But that's a different story there. So Kyle, I think it'll be fun to watch. I enjoy the Super Bowl even if my team is out of it. It's all good. Maybe not as much as I would normally if the Bills had made the Super Bowl.
This is like the last time we went out. This is 63 weeks ago. 63 weeks ago.
Oh, where's my hair?
Where's Sharif's mustache?
Was I bald?
You were bald, Neil.
I was shaving my head.
Yeah, man.
Oh my.
Bald.
I'm gonna do that again. I'm doing that again.
Mendel? I don't know. We'll figure it out. I can't hear you. Something's happening in my ear. Okay. Just real quickly here. I'll get you in a second, Ramin. I'm trying to go through my Instagram. There's some fun stuff on there. I'm trying to find bowling pictures on here because I know that I definitely had something to do with bowling. Oh, here's the all girls. This is last year, I believe. This is the all girls rep baseball team that I coach. So that's that for right now. That's what I'm talking about right here. Gia's going with one of these girls tonight to there's both my kids here. Oh, here's us in Rome, by the way. I forget what piazza that was. Oh, here's all of us. Here's some friends from Brampton. Yo, shout out Brampton.
I'm not worried.
Neil, me, right here. I mean, we're supposed to be covering the market. We won't say names, but those are our friends there. Again, we don't have too many friends, so I'm really happy to show them. Here's I don't anyways. Here's
Where was everybody else?
Oops, here's my son right here when he made Microsoft as his pick. So this was actually, wow, that's 89 weeks ago. This dude is now tall. He told me last night, he's like, Dad, he's finally into shoes. He's like, I want Max Jordan Aura 6s.
Yes.
I'm just like, I open up the Foot Locker app. I mean, and he's a size 11 and a half shoe. So absolutely, yeah, man, 13 years old.
He's a growing boy.
Oh, here's me with some guys from Overdrive. This is Noodles. You might know Noodles. And then here's Maple Leaf great, Rick Vive. Used to lead the Leafs in goals until Austin Matthews, the great American Austin Matthews, right on board here.
Maple Leafs legend.
Here's some guy playing the accordion, by the way. Accordion is very, very nice. Here's me and my boy.
Random.
Who can tell me what this is right there in the chat? You will win absolutely nothing to that. So anyways, okay, I'll look for bowling later. All right, Google right now is bowling upside right now. Bang! That's exactly the trade that we want. Look, we give good vibes back. We talk about family. We talk, Eiffel Tower, you win. Exactly. Good job, Ramin, right there. Eiffel Tower. This girl's too much. Doesn't like bowling. Wants to do axe throwing. All right, so we'll get some more out of Google right there. Nice upside trade. Yes. So I hope some of you took that with us. We told you we were a little bit hesitant of doing Google because this last one, although it was okay, it wound up being wrong to the downside. That break of VWAP, straight upside pressure now on Google. So we're pretty happy about that, needless to say. So yeah, thanks for that jot down memory lane, and it's not over yet. So what's up, Neil?
Yeah, the NASDAQ just took out the fresh highs of the day, so congrats there. NVIDIA just, nope, it didn't break the high of the day. Pretty much the high of the day on NVIDIA. I just looked over. It's very, very close. Apple is making its attempt right now. If it breaks here, I'm trying to get some out in the 90s in front of the 32 even. And if you're wondering why a random offer, we're getting to the end of the day. But if we have overhead resistance on Apple, I respect that to have a little bit of a turnaround. So I'm going to get one out here. This support in the afternoon at 232 is turning into resistance right now here on Apple. So if it's not going to break higher, going to take another leg out. If we break the top, look for it to get to the $half level. Yo, I'm actually going, I know what you're about to bring up. I got invited curling by my neighbors.
Yeah, you should go.
Yeah, but I have a concurrent about that.
If you're going to show me you bowling, it's fine. Wow, let me guess, you're going to get a strike?
Oh, yeah, but of course you're going to get a strike.
No, show me 5 in a row, and then we'll talk. Okay.
Anybody can hit one strike.
Exactly. Bro, you probably took a video of every frame.
No way.
What are you even doing right now?
Let's go.
You know, it's like me showing a free throw and being like, okay, there we go. I made one free throw. I'm dusting everybody around here. But here's curling.
I wanted to see the form, but whatever.
I think we could. So I coach curling. I don't. We had to give up because of the sort of the heights of hockey right now. But yeah, there's curling. That was a lot of fun.
I have a question about curling.
Look at this throwback.
Because
look how young I am.
If you're right-handed, don't you push off with your right foot? So
yes.
So that would be a problem.
Yeah, you should not curl.
I don't think I could curl because that's.
You cannot, but you
that's
could
the.
This is a throwback to 20 years ago when I started trading right here at Real Trading, by the way. So look at that same layout, eh? Like look at the colors on my layout. Look at the colors on my layout. It's the same platform exactly.
In the water.
And who now has white mice, like a mouse right there?
That's just with the black
printer.
With the black keyboard. That's just terrible.
Back up in there. But look.
Whoa! First of all, that same printer is like right over there.
Yeah, that's bad. That's
so bad.
Look at that sticky note right
That's
there.
so bad.
Anyways.
It is the same printer.
All right. Oh, there's Brendan. Hey, what's up, Brendan? Oh, my wife. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Here's Fahad. Oh, yeah, the chip challenge there. That was fun. Team Gillette, what's up with that? All right, we'll get it. Oh, there's Hydration Nation, big one. All right, we'll get back to trading. All right, with only 30 minutes left, I always start this because I'm looking for bowling. So at some point, I will find the bowling highlight as well. Oh my God, Fahad brought his kid that one time. Too much cuteness. This kid is too much there. I was so proud. I found that we cut down a tree there. That was a lot of fun there as well. There's you guys who know who this is. My boy, Scotty Barnes, right there. You know, probably I'm wearing the same hat as I am probably today. Anyways, what up, Scotty Barnes there?
I think.
Pick 4 overall by the Raptors.
Yes.
All right, Tesla flying around.
Tesla's dropping like a rock.
Oh, is it dropping? Someone said flying there.
No. Tesla just lost the low of the day and continuing to drop. The NASDAQ just wicked the high, okay? Apple's trying to break the even. If Apple fails this even dollar break, I should probably jump out. But there's Tesla, 4% down, breaking even lower. The NASDAQ is pressing into the high like we were just showing, so distinctly different is Tesla. But you're getting a little bit of a pullback on the futures here. We're at Apple. What are you doing here? Yeah, Apple's pressing through, so I think it's still fine. If it loses trend again, we can always try to jump out of it. What else is moving? Palantir might be making moves. Tesla's really taking it on the chin. I wonder how much of the selling in Tesla is over this. They're dumping it because of Doge, and it's just maybe some institutions are doing that game for Tesla because it's had so much support at these prices on Tesla. Like technically, it's been doing really well. Every time it broke or held the 380 level, you've been getting rebounds, but not looking very good. So Apple holding this 232. Remember, it's 330. I haven't looked at the early look imbalances, but you're trying to break back into what was the close on Apple. So there is some overhead resistance here on AAPL. And I mentioned the imbalances are coming in. Early look. FXI, a buy of 1.7. Pfizer, we didn't even look at Pfizer. 1.5 million for Pfizer. PCG, HL, those are not really things that'll move too much. Yeah, so the early look on the imbalances isn't a heck of a lot. FXI, of course, being an ETF, probably needs to be a lot bigger than 1.6 million to move it on FXI, but still worth keeping an eye on it, see what happens.
Buy, okay, yeah, buy imbalance there into the close. I was going to say, never complain about... I just like this is SneakerCon. Shout out to our friends at SneakerCon. There took my daughter there. That was fun. There, that was over 2 years ago. I'm wearing the Trader TV Live hat right there. SneakerCon, great. I think you guys, if anybody's into shoes, SneakerCon is fantastic. Go check it out. That was a heck of a lot. Oh my God, my daughter came out. Look at this. She was 5 weeks early. 5 pounds 5 ounces. That's my pinky finger, obviously. As we go. So anyway, shout out there as memory lane. I'm not even really focused too much now on trading, but we'll get back into the zone right now. Wow. Okay, so here, look at this. Look at this picture. Take a look at this. This is right outside of the TSX. Me, Randy, and Brendo. I don't know where you were here, but again, outside of the TSX there in Toronto. You know, what's up, Randy? Maybe he's had a few there.
Randy definitely
we were out there that night, that is for sure. So anyways, yeah, good memories. All right, so with Google coming out, Neil mentioned that, of course, we do have those imbalances. We do have the early look. As this has been happening, I've just been getting out a couple times here. These are just 1 minute. So over the last 10 minutes or so, we've gotten more out at the 200 period. I would really hope that this could go into the close. So right now, I have another offer at 58. That would be the highest I've ever gotten. And then I don't have anything until 191. So into the 90s there, upside for that. As again, I don't want to just look at this so tightly. If it's going to go, let's give it some room to go and get something out on the upside. Otherwise, remember what we're doing. We're playing this 50-period moving average. So now it's at 190.10s. So let's change our stop again on this trade. So right now we're 18 cents in the money. If we get stopped out, we've already taken profits. So if we get stopped out now, it would be 1-to-1. So if you're getting nervous about it, you're now 20 cents in the money, or you were, against that hit right there of 190.10. So I'm going to switch my stop right now and put it out at 190.10. That big bear didn't go out. I was waiting for a top break. That didn't happen. So that was close, man. I have a stop order in right now to take this out if it gets back up there. So 755, no moss on that, it looks like, for now.
Roberto Duran, no moss. Can't quit on a fight, man. But sometimes it's just what happens. So Apple's holding trend. It did just fail. Well, okay, it did not hold 232, but it's starting to fail underneath the trend line again. It's late in the day. Going to stick to the rule. If we break the prior bar, going to jump out of it. Always try to stick to the plan. But you're starting to run into some problems here in the market. The market's kind of deepening its pullback. Apple's strong, obviously, but couldn't quite get to green. Always a chance there's one more shot that it could go. But I looked up, like a few things were giving that pullback. Like you already were dragging back down on NVIDIA. NASDAQ is dragging itself back into the downside as well. And when you're looking for trends like this, one of the places you might be able to find them, or indicators that'll give you those opportunities, is with eSignal. And the reality is, as a trader, or just in life in general, I mean, you want to work smarter, not harder. That's what you do with eSignal. But you know what's more important? The first month is free, traders, with eSignal. That's right, they're waiving the fees. Trade smarter, not harder, like I said. Upgrade to an elite trading experience where you can strategize and capitalize on the best charting platform out there. It's got infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. You got you had the zoom in that Sean was showing. You've got the tick replay feature, back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets. We've used it for successful trades on Europe, where we didn't even know 90% of the stocks that we were trading, but the technicals mattered, and that's all it was. And it's all in one place. So if you want to step up your game and execute your best trades, do it now and do it for free for the first month. So if you're ready to elevate your trading, scan the QR code you see in front of you, or check the link in the description. Shout out to eSignal. With that, Tesla still bleeds. NVIDIA still pulling back. 10 minutes to go till the imbalances. And I'll show you guys Tesla. Oh no, Tesla just bounced off the lows. So Tesla's still looking incredibly weak. I did check out, I've been checking out some small caps that have hit the radar, but there's nothing really going at all. It's one of those. And you're right, Volky. Free is a very, very good price. Last I checked. Some people like to pay, but whatever. I'd rather have it free. Christopher Mulligan, how do we feel about MSTR earnings?
Ooh.
My bias will get the best of me. I don't believe in MicroStrategy because to me, you just buy Bitcoin. It's leveraged. You can't do this in perpetuity forever because at some point, doesn't it all have to fall apart? I just don't see like the long-term strategy here for them. Obviously, since the split, it's been doing some things. Yeah, the chart doesn't even, the chart today, look at the selling up here at 350, 355. Wow, that's pretty distinct. You really could have been shorting pops for the last little bit here every time it broke 350 on MicroStrategy. No, but I'm not a huge believer in it. If I'm betting long, which I am, I'm holding Bitcoin, and I don't really want, I don't want them. And more power to Michael Saylor, and apologies for continuously saying MicroStrategy. At some point, I'll just start calling it strategy. I think it's kind of a weird change. Call it Bitcoin strategy. But yeah, I'll make that mistake for a while. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them. I don't see what they could tell us that would make me like it or make it do anything but move with Bitcoin and move down harder when Bitcoin makes small moves down. I don't know.
Yeah, no, interesting to come to that. I think ARM might be a little more important to the market. You guys all hear about the Playmaker poll right here. If you go back 149 weeks on my Instagram, this is the Playmaker. He was he was with the Miami Police Department. I don't know if the sheriff or whatever, but it was great. He met me over there at the hotel, and it was absolutely fantastic there at Blau. So thank you so much for that with the Playmaker. So a little bit of a blast from the past there as we go. So shout out to Playmaker. I'm glad I was able to put that up and get him on there on our stream. So really happy with that one. Okay, let's move on. All right, so Google right now, we've taken one last stab. We just took another share. Just took some more shares back here at VWAP. We talked about where our stop is. We are going to respect that level, so a break of 10, and we're gone. And it looks like, again, we made money back, and now we'll give it back again and be flat on this trade. I just wish there was more happening. The futures, we talked about it getting to that top side. It looks like that was the right trade. Fade all the tops and buy all the bottoms. And that top, it would have gone against you, but if you're fading tops, you don't get out as soon as it breaks the very top. You got to wait to see what happens. There's the push back down in. It looks like we do retrace back down about 35 handles. So that's probably going to be enough now. A lot of pressure here on the name, on the market. There's Google. There's the market coming back in again right now. So on the daily, Google's already in trouble. Here it comes, breaking 190.10. Unfortunately, that is the 50-period moving average. So what we make on Google, we were excited when we first got in. It looked like it wanted to go. And I was talking about getting out here at the 200 period. And then I said, if you don't like it, it's 1-to-1. We will be getting more. So it looks like we'll have to step out of this trade one more time. So, despite having, this experience or whatever, there it goes. It looks like we chased that one and it comes right back in again. And we can't control the futures. All you can really do is control risk. So I can look over here and say, well, I'm up more now than when I started this trade. It's the only trade I had on, but it's not much more. So that kind of sucks as we just gave that rate back in again to the downside on Google. And I don't necessarily want to buy it back again. Like Palantir, we got out, it went back up, and now it's right back down again. Like, I don't know, just too choppy here into the close. Roblox should be good. All this stuff. Sean Stalgia, that's pretty funny.
Trump is speaking right now.
Is he? I don't hear
him.
He was
signing some executive orders and is speaking right now. So
okay.
I haven't heard anything in my ear, but obviously with only about 15 minutes to go, if he's speaking with 15 minutes to go, I don't want any orders out, to be honest, because if something moves, you don't want to get run over by any kind of a headline. I think it'd be different if something hit the wire and you could react to it, but no, I wouldn't want to sit there with orders out because he's signing some executive orders and now he's speaking. So even I just got out of Apple and it just made its biggest move to the downside, as Sean was saying. So we get out of it, it then flushes, not really a flush, but 70 cents this afternoon is a big move. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
I just want to let you guys know the orders that he's signing right now have absolutely nothing to do with anything that should be market moving. I'm just going to let you guys know it's not anything that seems on its face to be market moving, but we know that he can be asked questions, so things could move. I'm listening to it, but yeah, this bill has absolutely nothing to do with any AI-related things. It has nothing to do with crypto. It has nothing to do with tariffs. So again, if anything changes, I'll let you know, but right now, it just seems like he is speaking. It's part of this executive orders, and right now he's just reading a statement. So that's really all it is. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Jay Lee, IVVD, you're asking for the level 2 on IVVD? Sure. It's on NVIDIA right now because I was just watching NVIDIA. There's a level 2 on IVVD. I don't see anything that's standing out on the stock, particularly that looks relatively normal for this one. And it's strong. Actually, this has been going. Why wasn't this? Yeah, this didn't hit any. It never got to the top of my trade rate list, but it's on the list. It just never got to the top. No, there's a strong mover on pretty decent volume, but nothing standing out size-wise on the level 2 there. But yeah, we don't mind having a look at it. I don't want to chase it there at the end of the day. And the point that Adara made, he could say, it doesn't matter what is being talked about. You never really know. Question could get asked and moves the markets, could run it over. We also have 5 minutes till the imbalances come out. That is another thing that can move some markets. I think a look at Apple and a look at NVIDIA usually, in the last couple of weeks, those have been the two stocks that have generally had the biggest imbalances and worth a look. NVIDIA goes without saying at this point because it's just doing so much volume on a daily basis that NVIDIA's turned into the first stock you look at when you sit down, the last stock I look at when I log out. I think there was a time when that used to be Apple, or it certainly was Tesla for a while, but certainly it's NVIDIA now. A great trade-off VWAP if you had it. That 10 minutes before we came back on for the afternoon show. Oops.
Look at this. This is 50K subscribers. This is 240 weeks ago. We're pouring the champagne. We've got it going here.
What are we drinking?
There's Brendan. There's Valeria. There's Neil. Right there when it was, 50,000 subscribers. Right there. So 240 weeks ago. And I was like, here's me and Brendan golfing 5 years ago.
Brendan doesn't age, man.
Wow. And then also, I just want to show one more thing. Does anybody remember NASDAQ sent a little care package like COVID? I just can't believe what that was back then. There's my little NASDAQ mask there. All right, 4 minutes to go right now. No more throwbacks there. But all right, Palantir making that dump into $100. So those of you that were calling 100% right, right there. So nice move to the downside right now, bouncing off the 200 period. There goes Palantir. I'm out of everything right now, into nothing, making sure I don't have any script orders ready to go as we'll wait for those imbalances coming through. But right now, the NASDAQ does go top to bottom there, down about 100 handles right now. Is that right? No, sorry, 50 handles. 21,750 down to 21,700. Nice move down. Finally, we get a little bit of momentum, but look what just happened. Runs the top, right back into the bottom again, bouncing off the bottoms. we wrote this book about an hour ago, and we knew the ending, and we still got caught up in the middle. So I don't really know what we were doing here at the end of it all, but you could see pretty good with risk management, even though we'll wind up at the same spot. In, out, avoid. And we did the same thing with Palantir, but at the end of the day, it all comes back to roost. There's NVIDIA. Let's just see what this was doing, up 5%. Again, the names that I bought, S&P 500 recently, Intel recently, NVIDIA recently. So I'm not really spreading the wealth too much around. We bought NVIDIA on DeepSeek lows, which I think was, like I said, anywhere from 118 to 120 in that realm. We bought a little bit more there, about 10% more I added on to my current position, and we'll have to wait to see now what happens with NVIDIA. Looks like it wants to work off those levels, but again, who knows? Today was a very, very good day for NVIDIA, just really kept going, and it looks like we'll go out near the top, and whenever you do that, that's pretty positive. You know, looking tomorrow at this 129, 130 area, that could definitely play for something, but yeah, pretty happy with it moving forward right now, as it looks like NVIDIA will hold some of those bottoms. And February 26th, 3 weeks away from a big, huge report. Literally the Super Bowl of earnings, I think, will be that day. Because, yeah, I think this is the Super Bowl week, but like at the end of it all, it's over with. And then you say, okay, now what do we wait for, right? Remember, Super Bowl takes a 2-week vacation. So I kind of feel like that's NVIDIA. We'll get the end of the earnings, and you wait your 2 weeks, and then you get NVIDIA. And as I talk about it, just kind of going upside right now. So there goes NVIDIA, nicely played to the upside. And Google, you can, you know.
Qualcomm moving too.
Qualcomm's reporting.
Qualcomm's up 1%. It just
6% move, I believe.
Look, that pullback that we just saw in the market, Qualcomm actually pulled back with it and right back into the highs. They're reporting aftermarket tonight, along with ARM, MicroStrategy as well. Oh God, what a stupid name. And then here's it. Look, Qualcomm. Sometimes you like obvious levels. Yeah, what do you do if this thing is above 177 and breaking out? I think it's probably any break of that level is going to have a lot of air into 185. So that's going to be worth watching. Usually it'll move around, help Apple to move too. Just checking back in. We only have 1 minute till the imbalances. Just checking back in. Apple, it dipped a buck. Now trying to bounce right back in the middle of the range here as well. And sorry, Nimrod, missed the super chat. Appreciate you, Nimrod. Another super chat, 69.90 shekels. Looks like our favorite warrior princess is consolidating the past few days. Like it as a swing, ? Sean, any interesting Canadians you like as long? So any Canadian stocks for longs?
Yeah, I think Tate McRae is a good long there. Interesting Canadians or Canadians? I like Justin Bieber. I think he's not a bad long right now. Drake just sold out 16 shows on his first tour in Australia. No one else is doing that. But no, as far as stocks are concerned, interesting Canadian names.
By the way, Zena doesn't look that good.
I don't know anything Canadian, to be honest with you.
No,
I know the banks and all that kind of stuff. I could do some research and find some Canadian stuff for you. I'll do that, Nimrod. I'll look for you the next little while there. Okay, so right now here, let's get out of here. It is now that time. Let me refresh. It's past 3:50, my guy. Right there. Okay, so nothing actually. I'm kind of glad that nothing's happening there. TLT won't move on anything pretty much. I mean, will it move? Maybe. That move's already happened. There goes TLT, so a little bit of a bump. Actually, a green candle on a sell. Palantir gets that bid, but it's been destroyed. And honestly, on 80 million shares, 1 million's not going to do anything. Tesla, for those of you wondering, whoops, nice move to the upside there for those going short. Almost 1 million shares to buy there for Tesla. NVIDIA and Meta side by side. Wow, look at this, man, all right next to each other. Palantir, Tesla, Google, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta. Not Microsoft, I made that up. Google bid is the only buy. So Google and Tesla buys. Intel and Meta sells. Intel finally going to the downside. Meta with a sell. That could be a big size for Meta, right? Meta, 750,000 into only 13 million. So you see an instant gap down there of $1. So that's no surprise there for that. And there's Microsoft down there as well. Microsoft, again, look at the gap. Oh, not a gap. It tried to go a little bit on big share size. And again, the algos will pick this up faster than me and Neil can talk about it and or even open it up. So nice look there for Microsoft as well to the sell side. For me, it's Meta with the biggest gap there probably fills it on 355 bounce. Dara?
Yes, beware here, Rumble. RUM on watch here. The company announced here that they've have a major search engine update here deployed to their Rumble search. As you can see here, there was a lot of volatility on this stock. So RUM, with that search update, this company also has a JD Vance connection due to the fact that his group, Naria Capital, invested in them a while back. So RUM on watch. Decent short float as well, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Rumble, we know that one can definitely get going. I was checking out FXI on that buy imbalance, but it's 5 million shares. You never really know how the ETF is going to react. It didn't even move. So that's learning.
5 million shares.
5 million share imbalance on FXI and it's 30 million on the day, and it doesn't even budge on that buy imbalance. It seems significant, but it doesn't have to move the stock. So I'd say that's a little bit disappointing. I thought maybe there was a while back actually. Wasn't there? There was a couple of days where FXI actually did big moves on the imbalance.
We'll have to wait to see if anything
at the end of the
changes
day. I guess that'll be the thing. Is I just typed in Rumble with the wrong NY. I have to wait for it to come back to NASDAQ. But I think let's see what happens at 355. If that were to grow, there might be something there here on FXI. That's the only thing that stands out. Like when Nvidia doesn't have an imbalance, then it is a pretty slow day for those imbalance trades here at the end. Tesla did just catch a bid at least. It wasn't a huge imbalance, but Tesla, there we go. Nice little $2 bounce. It's not huge, but considering how weak Tesla's been, it's a little bit of something for them. Just to ask, ARM earnings are expected at 405. I believe we're also expecting Qualcomm at the same time. So Joanna, Dara, and I will be locked and loaded, ready to go. Those are the big two. We're going to have strategy as well. Clarence Jackson, thank you for the super chat. You like CLS. They are Canadian, one of your largest holdings. I'm pretty sure my biggest Canadian holding is Enbridge myself. But yeah, thank you for that one. Celestica, which is dual listed.
Yep.
We're talking about it in Canada. My gut reflex is to always pull it up on the NYC when it's dual listed. But there's a great one, up 9% today. So congratulations, that's a good one. And Jay Lee, with things like FXI being large ETFs, usually they're constrained by algos, which is absolutely true. That said,
I mean, look at the size.
Every now and then, I'm not saying it happens often, but there were a couple of days where there were really big opportunities, specifically on FXI. It was just a couple of days in 1 week, a few months ago, where, trust me, there was some really good money to be made. So anytime it pops up, you have a look at it. If it doesn't move, it doesn't move. But if it's going, you can get a good trading opportunity. You never really know. You just got to pull it up and see if you see an opportunity. That's all. Great one on Celestica here. Good stock.
Yeah, I should have mentioned Celestica. Someone was actually talking to me about that one. All right, guys, we need to get some more signups here. We only have 600 likes. If you guys want to hit the like and the subscribe, please do it immediately. I mean, we talked about some fun times today. We're almost at 500,000 subscribers. Help us get there immediately if you can. Just a couple of thousand subscribers away from that. We are near that 498. I'll probably be able to check for you guys. We do have a live counter going on here. Hold on a second. I'm going to go find out myself right now how many subscribers we do have. Yes, 498,000 subscribers right now as we get... I mean, come over to the screen here. I'm just showing it. There it is right there. 498. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, be part of the community. I mean, look at all the information that we have here. Also, we have many different things. Podcasts, playlists, short videos, everything coming through right here. There's Neil, there's me, there's Sharif, everybody, bunch of short videos coming through here. I'm sure Adara's on some of these. We also have different lives, videos, everything is right here. Go over to @TraderTV and then you just click on this little button there and it'll take you to our live programming. We also have a mobile version as well, so please go over and check it out. All right, 355. Did anything flip over, you may ask, or if you're not, you're going to find out anyways. AMD is a bid, and look at this go upside right now as well. So a nice little upside take here on AMD. Let's see how far that goes, if anywhere now. Lucid with a sell. What's this stock doing? $3. Okay. On the daily Lucid, load. Yeah, still flattish there. This is the daily down here. $3, $2.80. Looks like $2.60, maybe a good bouncing spot there. We wait for forward earnings after hours. Comcast, Google with a bid. Look at this. Look at Google. Come
what
on,
the heck?
Google.
What a flip.
Ay, ay, ay. Straight up $1.50. Palantir stays by, or maybe that was also a flip. I'm not sure, but there that goes upside as well. Google, wow. Google held the bid. So that might be the strategy. And NVIDIA was always a sell or no? But we talked about NVIDIA not being big enough size anyways to affect it. But that Google one was real nice. But again, like, on 61 million shares. I'm surprised this is having that much of an effect, but look at Google straight to the upside. And just to check in on Neil's FX either, because he was mentioning it's not doing anything.
Not doing anything.
You get a little bit of a bump up, but that's 5 cents. Look at the market. The market's also going off as well. So, all right, well, you get over to the desk now with only a couple minutes left. You want to wrap
Just
up?
one last one. Thank you, TV, for the super chat here, $1.99. We appreciate you for sure, all of our viewers. Like we always say, as long as you enjoy the show, share it with your friends, hit the like, hit the subscribe. That's all we ask for around here. Have a lot of fun, and we're not going anywhere. We're still going to have the market recap with you in just a couple of minutes. And I'm with you, Skyhawk. Let's go Walmart, Sonal, let's go Google, and Professor Love. That is correct. That move just now was absolutely insane. That's what happens sometimes. You get those bumps at 355, man. Like, that's what it's all about. Love the trip down memory lane, brother. Let's go.
Yeah, all right, yes, let's do it.
And my vote is
2
still
minutes.
My vote is for axe throwing. I'm still sticking with that over bowling. Just saying.
Okay. We'll discuss some axe throwing. All right, good. My daughter just got dropped off at baseball, so that's fun. Okay, there goes Tesla up to 380. Again, watch out for the 200 period moving average, of course. Tonight, someone just said in the chat is my, what's up, Ozan? You want that? Okay, Ozan. Ozan's a big guy on my Twitter. Almost 50,000 Twitter followers as well. I want to thank everybody for joining me on Twitter as we put out earnings. We put out some different things. I took little couple notes here on Uber today as well with some revenue. I'm posting all this stuff up on my Twitter. There's a sticky note, some plays that I like. Top 10 trading stocks today on Wall Street Bets. This morning as of February 5th, I posted this up. AMD, Amazon, this is Wall Street Bets today as well. Go look for me there. And then here's all the AI powerhouses. I actually did this. Cloud leaders, right? Infrastructure plays, software beneficiaries. There's Snowflake as well. GitLab, another name. Hardware names that are possibly going to be in problems there. Oracle, Intel, industrial risks with Caterpillar as well and Cummins, okay? So if you want to look at that, at Trader TV Sean, and someone said, is my account suspended? Not as far as I know. Right now, it doesn't mean it will be, but there it is. At Trader TV Sean, pretty plain. Someone also asked me, I also often get lots of messages, nor myself, nor Neil, nor Brendan, nor Darren, nor anybody here are selling anything. So someone messaged me on Twitter and said, was that you on Instagram selling a course? No, it's not. We're not doing that, man. We don't have anything to sell other than the experience here, and it's completely free. With less than 1 minute to go, look at NVIDIA trying to go back up. NVIDIA with a sell imbalance on it, still upside for NVIDIA. NVIDIA taking out the high of the day. NVIDIA, puff, pass, man. You are on one. Look at the size. There's a lot of size here on NVIDIA. Like, I don't know what's going on. A lot of size on NASDAQ, both sides right now. They're stacking the offer right now on NASDAQ. I've never seen anything like that into the end of the day. So there's traders that are dumping a lot of shares here. Look at this. There's 400, 500. There's just tons and tons. Hey, yeah, there's something going on over here. No, but look, there's another million shares, 100,000 shares on the offer, sorry. There's a million shares, by the way, on the offer. 3, 2, 1. This is brought to you by Worksport, WKSP on the NASDAQ. Go check out Worksport. Thank you for sponsoring the closing bell. That was awesome to see all that on NVIDIA, by the way. You can see it's still there. On NASDAQ right there. All right, Qualcomm is already out right now. So here comes Qualcomm. Oh boy, Qualcomm, bang, bang. Hey man, this is Neil and the Dara show, not mine. When you're ready, Fabian, I'm ready to go. It is Qualcomm right now. Look at the level 2, over $2, $3 in range right now for Qualcomm. They're starting to go right now. Are we ready? All right, let's go over to the desk then. They have all the numbers. It's the recap show. Thanks everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
We do have a beat from Qualcomm. Looks like their GAAP revenue projections 10.3 to 11.2. That is going to be a beat. You've got an EPS. The guidance is also a beat. But the pullback, just before we go to the actual top and bottom numbers, the pullback was just $5 now. So it had big buy action, 75 to 85, almost exactly $10 to the upside, and then exactly $5 before it caught a bid. You're already seeing another pullback here. So right out the bat, we've got Qualcomm, big breakout, pullback about 5 or 6% when the expected move was 7 here at Era.
So yeah, what happened here is their guidance pretty strong. The lower end of their Q1 revenue guidance, or Q2, sorry, barely missed analyst estimates. It was 10.34 versus, they said 10.3. Analysts looking for 10.34, but their guide was 10.3 to 11.2, so it's pretty strong overall. Their Q1 revenue, though, was a beat, 3.14 EPS versus 2.96 expected. Revenue, 11.669 bill versus 10.927 bill expected. And here's the thing, too. Not only was their automotive sector record revenues for 6 quarters in a row, it also was up 61% year over year for automotive, 36% year over year for IoT, 13% year over year for handsets. So they really did beat across the board, Neil.
Yeah, they did, but the market is kind of punishing them. That was one heck of a reversal. It's now underneath where we closed here on Qualcomm. Now it's up because you were up on the day, but there is a hefty pullback now down at 172. This could threaten to go red. There was support at 170 this morning. And then keep in mind, on Qualcomm, as we were pointing out, there was overhead resistance at this 180 level. So it was trying to bust through some big resistance here on Qualcomm, still holding a little bit of a bid. So they're not absolutely in love with it. That is one heck of a pullback. Let's see how it settles down. We have ARM in a couple of minutes. We've got MSTR, okay, I'm just going to say MSTR because MicroStrategy, you know what's up. You know who they are. They're not moving just yet. ARM, however, MicroStrategy is not moving. ARM is on the move already, and it is not good. ARM already heading to the downside. It did have a bit of a bounce. You saw there very late. It was able to push up into 76, but that just pulled back $10 and then another bounce here. I don't have the numbers out yet on ARM, but that's a kind of reaction that seems like it was already, the numbers are already out. Now it's really starting to accelerate. Now you're down 162. ARM is absolutely tanking here down to 160. That was just a 10% move. And the numbers, I don't see them as out just yet, but that is a pretty hefty move into the downside. It could be some sympathy, but this is looking pretty nasty here on ARM. A broken ARM, as Shane said. And then MSTR is also out right now. Dare, do you have those numbers?
Yes, they don't really give us estimates. I couldn't find any estimates, but I'll tell you what they reported. So basically, they said here they achieved 74.3% BTC yield for 2024, and then 2.9% yield here for quarter to date 2025. They also revised their BTC yield target to a minimum of 15% for 2025. Higher is supposed to be better here. They also announced their new annual BTC gain target of $10 billion for 2025. So they want their Bitcoin holdings to gain $10 billion for 2025. Also, it's worth noting a lot of what we're expecting from MSTR, including notifications about this branding, they specifically said in the release, we're not going to get till 5 p.m. So I think for a lot of your MSTR, you're just going to have to wait that hour. But like I said, they do not actually give you guys estimates ever for MSTR because they're such an odd, unique little company. So we don't really have that. Just be aware of that here. Apparently, currently, they're holding 471,107 Bitcoin. We did okay. So I wasn't seeing any estimates anywhere, but we do apparently have estimates, which they missed on sales anyway. Adjusted losses of $3.20 per share. Not seeing how that compares to estimates. Sales a miss, 120.697 mil versus 123.248 mil. And let me see if we have ARM quickly here. We're also expecting Symbiotic, but we can go over that one after.
ARM's still looking
less
weak
people
here.
are looking at this. I did get ARM earnings, but I'm not seeing the number. I'm going to have to comb through this report briefly if you don't mind taking over.
Yeah, no, it's losing an arm and a leg, obviously, here, but there's a little bit of buying coming into the 160 level on ARM. Like you said, you were expecting with them a 10% implied move. So you did get that much in terms of price action. It was able to threaten the top and then pull back. It's been doing well. But right off the 160 level, we're starting to catch a little bit of a bid here on ARM. I mean, MSTR oftentimes, nothing burger, it's going to move with Bitcoin. It's like, what can they say that's going to make it go? I don't know, and it's kind of doing the same thing here again. But with ARM trying to battle back, let's remember here, Qualcomm is still doing a little bit of a dance. It's now failed underneath 175 a couple of times, and both times been bought right back up at the 172 level. So Qualcomm, it's holding on. It's still up despite that hefty pullback. But all the exuberance that was in that initial breakout when the guidance came strong for Qualcomm, a lot of that is starting to come back in here. We've seen this story before, man, where you get that initial buy. They like it. Wait a minute. No, we're taking profits on everything. And you're starting to sell off a little bit here. So that's what we're seeing over in Qualcomm. I like the fact that ARM is going to be recovering a little bit here Adara, but I don't know if we have any further numbers with them. The other thing worth watching is just to see on response. Remember, at the end of the day, Sean was showing you a bunch of selling on NVIDIA, so I would have been concerned if I would have seen that continue to sell off in the aftermarket. It ends up holding out here, still holding about 5% gain up at the 125. So there's no bleed over in NVIDIA. That selling hopefully not going to threaten it too much tomorrow, because this has been one of the better longs for the last couple of days here on NVDA. And just the others, for the others, Amazon is tomorrow, not today. And in the absolute shock, the most important company in America is down 5%. Ford bleeding to the downside here. It hasn't been good for a while on Ford. So it's not just about ARM. It's not just about Qualcomm. I know those are the big ones, but this headed further to the downside. It's at least not as big as the previous or the expected move or the previous move. 7.5 was the implied. Ford is now at its 52-week low and threatening a break any second. As a matter of fact, it just broke by a couple of pennies, Adara.
So I'm seeing Ford right now. Benzinga's kind of behind some of these, so I had to go through the reports for these, which is why it's a little bit delayed. But Ford here, I'm not seeing what compares to estimates, but apparently 3% year-over-year increase in wholesale units. We actually are up year-over-year cash flows from operational activities, up year-over-year on revenue by 5%. We actually had a net income versus net loss last year. Also net income for their margin percentage. EPS diluted also up on a year-over-year basis. So I'm not actually seeing much that is, negative for this. Their free cash flow, though, is lower than the previous quarter. But again, I'm going to have to wait and see if Benzinga gives us these numbers. ARM, though, we just finally got these numbers. I couldn't even find their report. The only thing they had was their shareholder revenue, which didn't even mention earnings. But ARM here now finally giving us the earnings after having us a little bit alarmed when you couldn't find them on their website. Adjusted earnings of 39 cents per share versus 34 expected. Sales of 983 million versus 946.73 million expected. Both of those are hearty beats. The more I see in Ford, I will let you guys know. Some people also want to go over Symbiotic, so I can see if we have that out because I know they were expecting. Yes, okay, so Symbiotic here, SYM. Really quickly while we wait for Ford info. Unfortunately, this is not a very good report. We did get adjusted losses here of 3 cents per share, slightly larger than the expected loss of 2 cents per share. Revenue was also a miss, 486.69 mil versus 490.98 mil. But here's the kicker. Not only did they miss on EPS and revenue, they did unfortunately miss on guidance as well. Guiding Q2 sales in 510 and 530 million, well below the estimates of 535.78 million. So that is a miss on every metric for Symbiotic, unfortunately.
Yeah, that pattern we've seen, that is not exactly, that is a very similar chart to what we're seeing on ARM, is that almost a mirror image where you have initial move down, you're trying to bounce and just retested the low. So now twice you have bounced off 158.5 on ARM. Symbiotic also taking it a bit on the chin. Short Smeller saying F is for failed on Ford. I suppose it could also be for something else if you're looking at it that way. And Innova Entertainment saying, have a look at apps and we shall. Digital Turbine, there we go. This is what you want to see. Thank you, Digital Turbine. I know you're only a $3 stock, but at least you're up on earnings. Qualcomm's doing okay. But this 37% to the upside. Remember, it's a very, very cheap stock. Digital Turbine is not a big name. It does have a smallish short float at 6%, but that's not going to be the story. It's not a huge short float type of opportunity there. They raised their full year 2025 sales guidance from 475 million to 485 by 10 million, so 485 to 490. So a raise of guidance here. They did beat, turning an adjusted profit of 13 cents versus an expected loss of 1 cent. Sales also beat estimates by, they beat sales 134.5 million versus 123.7 estimates. So that's nearly a 10% beat on rev for Digital Turbine and a raise of guidance. So I guess you had to find a small name to go running. It's a bit of a gap up. This should be worth watching tomorrow for some continuation. Not a heck of a lot looking very good. B-balling, you are correct. Ford did break its 52-week low. It's right there now. It was like 950. Was it 951 or 952? I saw a print down at 46, so it did break it very briefly. You're right back at said low on Ford. It looks like apps. So Digital Turbine's the only one looking very good. Qualcomm not so bad here, Adara. I think the reaction is still relatively positive, even if you've given back. Every time it pops up here and tries to take, look at the 180 level here on Qualcomm. It pops back up. You failed it once. You've now failed it a second time. Just want to remind everybody, when we looked at this daily chart, it's stuck. 180 stuck out like a sore thumb. We were talking about in the afternoon show. Well, when you see obvious selling on a stock, you know what has to clear out for the all steam ahead, or just the go for the breakout. You need buyers above 180. It's not enough to break a level. There need to be actual buyers and people on the bid, holding the bid above that level, willing to take it. You can break out a level, you have a bunch of stops going off that takes it higher, but if you don't get those buyers above, this is what you get here with Qualcomm.
Yeah, and I have Ford here as well. What happened here with Ford? So they did beat on EPS, 39 cents versus 33 expected. Okay, nice beat on sales here, 48.2 bill versus 43.253 bill expected. Casey missed it earlier and I went through their official release. They were up year over year for revenue, but they actually heartily beat estimates as well. Their guidance here, I'm not seeing how this compares to estimates, but they did seem to get bitten by the Mag 7 CapEx spending bug. They're guiding CapEx between $8 billion and $9 billion for fiscal 2025, which is pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure that's bigger than Apple's CapEx last year, if I do remember correctly. I just did a graphic on that, so that is super significant. But adjusted free cash flow, they're seeing between $3.5 billion and $4.5 billion. It's worth noting their adjusted cash flow for 2024 actually was down year over year. And they're also seeing fiscal 2025 EBIT between $7 billion and $8.5 billion. Also, guys, if there's any earnings that anyone has questions about, let me know. I'll try to get them to you. A lot of people are asking about MSGR, and the thing is, there's just not that much to say about it. We did go over the numbers, but it's been pretty stagnant. It did a lot today, though, during the day, so maybe just got a little bit tired. It also has a rebrand, so they're no longer MicroStrategy. They're now Strategy, and their logo, for whatever reason, has a Bitcoin symbol in it now, and it's bright orange, and apparently now there's separate websites for the company itself and for their merchandise. So if you want to buy Strategy merch, I guess you are in luck. I do have a graphic kind of on their whole history with Bitcoin on X, TTV Research. You guys can check that out. But here we do have MicroStrategy Q4, losses of $3.20 per share, sales 120.697 mil versus 123.248 mil. If you guys have any earnings questions, tag me. I will try my very best. No promises, unfortunately, because we've got a lot going on over here, but I'll try my best to get stuff for you. Jay Lee asking about the quarterly EBITDA for Ford. I didn't even see it, and I went through the report, but I'll take another look.
Absolutely, and just if you look at a monthly chart of Ford, it spells an interesting story, because you got the 2020 bottom, and if we lose this level, if we lose this area here, the monthly is pretty distinct in terms of the failed break above $20, and were you to lose this bottom, not looking good. And as you might suspect, with Ford down like this, you're taking a little bit of a haircut on GM, which, by the way, I mean, GM, it's not to say, and as some people have been pointing out, it's not like the Ford report on the fundamental level is really that bad. But General Motors had been performing much better relative to Ford. On sympathy, they just reported, they just lost the 200-period moving average. You had just clawed back to it today. So GM just clawed right back into its 200-period moving average, only to have Ford come to the downside, and maybe this resumes its trend. So this is maybe a sympathy play. We'll see if there's a rebound. Maybe you can look at that 50-period, or so the 200-period moving average. I like that look. For almost any single stock on a day trade. ARM, by the way, I know this is kind of a big one. So it's holding the bid off that 158, 159 again. So another bounce here on ARM. Still down, obviously. And that initial move, the reversal was nasty. So it went up when we had Qualcomm come out. And then just like we've seen time and time again, whoops, I went to go QCOM. If you're taking that initial trade, and I'm talking to anybody that might be trading in the aftermarket, you know the risks, you know that stop orders, not all brokers are going to have them, and there's going to be a lot of slippage. If you are taking these breakout strategies, you better have lightning fast execution to take your profits. Because when it doesn't follow through, it doesn't always do that. Not everything's a Palantir in the earnings game. You will get this kind of a reversal. The slippage can be absolutely nasty. I've seen it happen on a trading floor for sure. And shout out to, thank you, Aldrin and memes in the chat mentioning NVIDIA. So forget about the selling at the end of the day there and that big seller at the close. Looks like NVIDIA wants the highs anyways. Who cares? They're just breaking out. They're They didn't report. There's no story here with NVIDIA. NVIDIA was just a strong stock today, up 5%. It's been strong for a couple of days now. Reiterated, we love the fact that Google or Alphabet reiterated their CapEx spend. All the big boys are doing it. Expect more of that to come. And NVIDIA looking really good. Even in the aftermarket, it's showing a lot of strength here. And success is inevitable. Great. First of all, that's great if you watch the show. Success is inevitable. If you put in hard work and dedicate yourself. Then success can be better trading, better decisions. It can be learning. There's so much that the market can give you. Certainly just learning the basic tools of how the market works is always going to be able to be beneficial to all of us in our long term, whether you trade or not. But I love that name, and you're absolutely right about the implied volume of 6% on MSTR being a trap for options buyers. It is I don't have my it's a trap key. But you heard, actually, there it is. You know what? They did Admiral Akbar wrong in the new movies. Way too big and too cool of a character to go out the way that he did. I'm not happy about it. But as Adara said, the previous move on strategy was 1.1%. The implied move here over 6%. It didn't move last time. It's not moving here. That's the game. And obviously, if you're just losing if you're playing options when there is no move. I think that's obvious for everyone to say, but not a very good look there for them on the day, but ultimately not moving a heck of a lot. And in fact, actually rebounding from the lows. If you look at it since the numbers came out, it might not be doing anything, but at least it's actually better than when the numbers dropped. Not that that's really saying much there, Adara, but MicroStrategy, at least it's not falling any further. But anybody that played options, you can't win when you have that small move.
Yeah, I mean, a couple people here asking about some earnings that I can go over here.
Yep.
Viking Therapeutics is one that, I can't believe we missed this here. Viking Therapeutics Q4 GAAP losses per share here, 32 cents versus 28 cents expected. That's the only metric that I'm seeing from this company. But I'll scan through their report. Apparently, their phase 2 venture oral dosing trial for their obesity drug is underway. They've got a year-end cash position of $903 million here. That's really kind of the only highlights I'm seeing. Someone asking about COHR. Shout out to Grubbs in the chat. Yeah, so Coherus, this was an earnings name. Coherent Corp. Nice push to the upside. They beat on EPS and they beat on sales. So 95 cents versus 69 expected for EPS. Sales 1.44 bill versus 1.37 bill expected. Not much to say here. It's just kind of a nice push upside. Not a lot of trapping as of right now, which is not always going to happen on earnings. So shout out to Coherent. Then we have our ARAY. This is Accuray. So I'm not seeing much here in this report. Benzinga didn't even give us an earnings summary, which is like pretty rare. But if I just, I'm not seeing a lot of volume here. And I'll tell you, apparently they raised their fiscal 2025 guidance. Their revenue up 8% year over year. Net income actually this year compared to a net loss last year. Pretty small company, so there's not a lot of info on it.
So there's a good question in the chat here, and it was Ashwin Kumar. Why is ARM down? Earnings report is positive. So first things first, someone also said in the chat, why have we not talked about Costco in the last few days? I'm going to rectify that after I talk about ARM, because Costco has been fantastic. ARM has a ridiculously high PE. The valuation has not made sense for quite some time. So a lot of times, it doesn't matter what the numbers are. People are looking forward. I think you want to see gigantic growth. If you're trying to grow into a valuation, then you want to see absolute blowout growth. Whether the numbers are solid, you want to see some kind of a massive guide. Like if you're beating sales by 5%, that's not bad. But you want to have some really big beats for them. Long term, I don't have any issues with them. I think long term, I think the stock will be fine. As a company, will be fine. They're everywhere. You're not making power efficient chips without them to go in all the devices that we use. So they're going to stand to still benefit from that. They're going to benefit from AI to the extent that they can maybe take a little bit of market share here and there. But at the end of the day, sometimes it's about the reaction to rejection of big levels which we've seen selling on ARM in the 175 to 180 area. So when they don't have massive, massive numbers, if it's just good and not great, sometimes you get punished even if you're good. So that can happen and it gets priced in. But just very quickly on Costco. Costco and Walmart have been running, no question about it. It's been 3 or 4 days in a row that both of these have been good. They're good staple stocks. I love them. It's not like they report or anything, but they got to get their due. I'm a Walmart guy. Okay, well, I don't have a Costco membership, but I own Walmart stock. Nothing against Costco. Just never really got a membership. I used to use Sam's back in the day, but yeah, I love both these names. Pikachu, I choose you, and I choose Walmart. I would. You can own one, you can own both. It doesn't really matter. I find in a sector like this, I'd rather just own one, and they're both absolutely fantastic. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends.
Yeah, sir. I was just gonna say here. Shout out to Fedora the Explorer in the chat. I actually love that name, saying guidance matters on earnings, and indeed it does. I cannot like I said, I had a hard time accessing the report. The only thing I could see online for ARM was they released a shareholder letter, but I did see Shay Belor, Stock Savvy Shay on X, who's a really reliable source. He did post these ARM earnings and guidance. So the guidance here, their outlook for sales was just barely a beat. They're guiding 1.24 bill in sales versus 1.23 bill expected for the quarter. The EPS, though, was a miss. 52 cents versus 53 cents expected. So barely a miss. And even that beat there they had was barely a beat. So the guidance really tepid here, sending it a little bit to the downside, and that's to me what I'm seeing here. Also, B. Bolin in the chat was saying, I guess, forward with regards to the 52-week low. I mean, yeah, even if, I don't know if like Neil said that it went below it or if it just hit it, it wicked near it. I'm seeing like a wick of like $9.34. Also, Sean James asking about my girl Lily. It's an Eli Lilly today. No, she's not. She's tomorrow. And I actually, if we have time, I would love to chart her out here.
Go get it.
Okay, thank you.
Get it, Adara.
Oh, appreciate it. Shout out to Sharif there. So I have a level on Lily that I want to talk about. And it's going to be, wait, this is forward still. I was like, why is this saying like $10? But Eli Lilly has a level. Oh, okay, let's look at this. So I'm going to talk here about this earnings reaction that we had going back on October 30th when it did report its earnings for Q3 2024, and I have an eidetic memory. That's how I'm able to just remember this off the top. You can see here we get to a high of 860, we wick it, we lick it, and then we drop to the downside. We've not been able to get there since then, and all of these attempts here to get to these 846s, and I know as someone who was long into one of those breaks one day, you get to 846 and you can't hold it. Even today, doing almost the same thing. We get to that 846. I watched it too. Gets to 846, can't hold 846. So if we gap up, I would like to see us hold and bounce off of 846 and or 860. Those are levels I'm looking for. To the downside, I think that 800 level, 802, is a pretty good look. But again, I think that the upside to me, just given the way that we've kind of been trending with these slightly higher low from like on a wider term basis. But that's my take here on Lilly. That 846 I think is crucial as someone who does a lot of order book reading as well for these spreadier tickers. So that's my look on Lilly, and thank you for letting me wax poetic about my girl.
No problem whatsoever. That's what we are about, waxing poetic about stocks. It is what we do, so we don't mind talking about anything, and that includes Reddit, Thunderbird, because Thunderbird keeps asking why we're not talking about Reddit. Just a quick question for you. They don't report tonight. They're a great-looking stock, but Walmart and Costco are great-looking stocks on the chart that didn't report either, so we can talk about it. But I'd like to know, Thunderbird, just answer in the chat. Is your name related to the stunt plane group? Because that's like the American, the Thunderbirds, right? Is that the reason you picked that name? Just kind of curious. My cousin was a pilot. He actually loved them. But anyways, look, Reddit's a great stock. They report next week, so you come back a week from now, exactly 1 week from now. You will see me sitting in this same chair. Adara will be sitting in her chair, and we will be waxing poetic about Reddit because they are reporting. Oh wait a minute, they're reporting exactly next Wednesday. So I don't know what time it is, but I'm sure it'll be out by now. Probably 4:05, 4:10, 4:15, one of those. My concern, I said this with regards to Reddit when we were talking about Palantir, is when you have a trend up like this. If you get a really big blowout, I'd be careful about profit taking on day two. Like if there's a big gap up day one on Reddit, I would be scared of day two. That's the wrong word. I would be more willing to short on day two. I was very unwilling to look at Palantir shorts today, and I think that was a bit of a mistake because you had that big move, and when it couldn't really carry through, you had the good long early. That was a lower high double take and a really good short setup. after failing the high. Like it failed a pre-market high break a couple of times, and then it just sort of trended down. There were some longs off 100, but if I see Reddit do some kind of 10% plus move on day one, I'm going to look for that setup on day two, just based on the way that the stock has been so parabolic here on the daily. So that's more of a preparation for next week as a day trader than anything else. I'm going to go back and, we only have a few minutes to go here. So just to recap, seriously, Qualcomm? You can't hold the bid? All right, Qualcomm, that's not cool, man. Qualcomm was one of you were actually holding the bid here. I was going to recap, like Qualcomm, the only name that was holding the bid and looking okay on the big cap names. Nope, back into the red. You just lost 170, continuing lower. So whomever is selling the 200 period and the 180 level on Qualcomm is still winning. There's some nice support here, at least locally at the 168. Maybe we can look at that tomorrow. Then, of course, there was ARM, or is ARM. This is at least holding that bid off the 159, 160 area, bouncing back into 165. So it's not all doom and gloom for ARM there. And MSTR, which we did say, as Adara mentioned, not really moving a lot, but it is bouncing back up at 340. So not a lot of volatility, which we kind of expected, as Adara was pointing out to everybody, and good luck for everybody that happens to be trading it. But the options expectation move 6.5% when last time it was 1. I guess some people kind of saw that one coming, and hopefully there's some activity tomorrow. It's always fun to trade when MSTR is moving. Just not seeing a heck of a lot of movement in it right now.
No, and that I will say that 346 level on MSTR. I don't know why, I don't know how, but there's been interesting area of interaction just for what I've noticed here with my eyeballs as someone who likes to be apprised and keep watching what this market's doing. But also Qualcomm. I'll go over these earnings again here for people. Basically, they did beat here adjusted earnings pretty heftily as well. Beat nicely on revenue too. And then I'm not seeing how their guidance compares to estimates, but they did. I was seeing. So their guidance, the lower end of their Q2 revenue guidance, just slightly below estimates. They guided 10.3 bill to 11.2 bill. Analysts were looking for 10.34 bill. So they barely missed on the lower end of their guidance, and the midpoint would certainly beat those estimates, but non-GAAP revenue here, they're seeing 10.2 bill to 11 bill, so I guess that's a little bit more of a miss. And then their non-GAAP EPS actually beat across the board. So guidance could be construed as a little bit weaker than expected for that, especially the non-GAAP revenue.
Yeah.
But it's still pretty close to estimates, and again, the midpoint's going to beat no matter what. The other thing with MSTR, I'll tell you guys what I'm excited about. I want to hear about how they justify their $10 billion Bitcoin yield goal for 2025. I want to know how they justify that. And also, I want to see that branding. I want to know why they're bright orange. I want to know why there's a Bitcoin symbol. I want to know why they need a website just for merch. I have questions. Michael, give us the goods here. Tell us what your strategy is going to be, because right now it seems a little bit unsure, and if it's entirely based on orange colors and the Bitcoin symbol, I got questions.
That is, as far as that is the strategy. I think they've got a formula, and they're sticking to it. I just don't understand why. Just go all in. Just make it. Don't call yourself strategy. Just call yourselves Bitcoin strategy. Just get it out of the way, and that's the branding that you need. I got to throw it. We'll go to just one quick second. Crypto FOMO. That salad was absolutely delicious. There were not dates in the salad, but it was a great salad today, and that chicken was delicious as well. When I came on the midday show, everyone saw it. I really did enjoy it that much. It was that good. Nimrod, another super chat. Thank you so much. Neil and Sean introduced me to her when she was just Eli Lilly, $758, and you're in love ever since. Go Lily. At first, I didn't know what you were talking about, but then I saw 758 before I read the Lily part. And then I know you're mentioning Eli Lilly. I'd swear it was closer to I thought it was more at the 7/4, but I could be wrong about that. But great look as always, Nimrod. But let's slap that infographic up, because that's a good one before we head into roll call. Yeah, we're gonna head into roll call, but I want to share this. And in case you guys are like, Adara, why did you find the most unflattering photo of Michael Saylor? This is the one on his official website, which is why I chose it. So I'm like, if this is how he chooses to represent himself, I want to honor that. There were a couple of him smiling, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to do the one on his website. Anyways, here's a real quote that he said about Bitcoin, calling it the swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom. And basically, I didn't realize strategy has really only been involved with Bitcoin for like 5 years. I would have thought it was a lot longer. They only started getting involved here in around Q3 2020, but then they really upped their buying. Like, they only started doing these multi-month billion-dollar plus purchases in like when we hit new all-time highs in November. Like the escalation of their purchases is really recent.
And of course, if you missed it, Michael Saylor speaking virtually at Microsoft's conference is amazing. He definitely still has the link to that PowerPoint and his prepared video on YouTube. So definitely look, if you look up Michael Saylor Microsoft, I'm sure you can find it. But yeah, what a guy. Goddess of Wisdom has certainly grown here since he first got involved because his black line is the price of Bitcoin. So I wanted to pay a little homage to this man in honor of the earnings and their rebrand. And fun fact, I actually started making this graphic before they announced the rebrand, so we had to change some colors and some words. But here he is. This is Michael, and this is his Bitcoin baby.
And you know what? We had Pedro in our chat in the afternoon show when I was making comments about MicroStrategy, where I said, like, I don't get it. I invest in Bitcoin. I hold Bitcoin. I'm going to stick with that. I don't see a compelling reason to want to be in MicroStrategy. And I even said, and Pedro was like, well, you know, if you don't get it, you shouldn't talk about it. And that's exactly why I said I don't get it. If anybody has some really, really good reading on explaining why MicroStrategy is a good long-term strategy is a good long-term strategy, DM me. I have plenty of time. Well, I don't have plenty of time. I actually don't have a lot of time, but I love to read on the train. So when I do have time, I love to read. I'm always willing to learn, and everyone should be willing to learn. And that's why it leads me to this. Because when we do roll call, you know, it's always a big shout out to the entire team here. And if you don't know what it is, that's where Adair is going to read your name rapid fire in the chat. But if you're not a part of the community, and specifically the chat, then you don't get to partake in not just the knowledge on a daily basis, but the fun we get to have, things like this roll call, being able to ask questions, get them answered. I see people answering questions from each other in the chat, even when we don't get to them. It's a fantastic community. Make sure you hit the like, especially hit the subscribe, share it with your friends, get us to the 500K so we can all learn together. And with that, I want to give a big thank you to our entire team, the Bash brothers on the, we got Sharif, of course, and Joe. We've got Fabian, Ramin, we've got Andre with our socials. Big shout out to my man Sean, Obi, who will be coming back when I have a day off for one of my daughter's things this week. And a big shout out, of course, to Brendan and Adara, doing a fantastic job on the news desk. Adara, you're absolutely kicking butt with it. And thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls, the best moderator in the business. Let's get our roll call on.
Yeah, thank you very much there to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Brendan. We got Joe. We have Sharif. We have Fabian, Ramin, Andre, and we have all of you guys in the chat. We got NYC Urbanista, Mike Brees, Bud C, Juan Padilla, Wall Street Only, Ron Miller, J.V. Mo, Draculus. We've got Saul G, Film World, Mrs. Pelosi, I like that one. Ender Bakes Cakes, Rel Del Papa. We have Bora Hout, KNT, Robbie V, Daryl Finch, The Piper, D. Westemeyer. We have Tyrone Hamilton, Johnny H, X-Dami. We've got Ozan, shout out to the cow thing. John London, Atef Thabit. We've got Poor Robin Hood. We have Grav. We have Escape Planet, Mr. Briggs, Aldrin. We have Nimrod. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Diggity Risk, no diggity there. We have Yatube, Joseph Brown, Lasmel, Nick Cannon, Pineapple Undies, Mike Spadafora, Paul Rogers, Sir MM, Adrian Moosecap, Tyrone Hamilton. I'll end there, guys. Thank you so much for being here with us. And tomorrow, you know, one of my favorite tickers reports tomorrow morning. We have lots of other earnings. We've got Amazon tomorrow night, another earnings party, I believe. You're going to have Sharif up there, to my knowledge anyway. So check that out. Make sure you check it out. We're back tomorrow, 8:30 a.m.
Yeah, big one. As you said, tomorrow morning, Eli Lilly before the bell, Amazon after the bell, Peloton as well. There's going to be movers, there's going to be shakers. We'll be right there to cover it for you. Why? Because we're Trader TV Live, and we're here every day the market is open. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Bye, guys. And the Obi shot.